Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. Test match cricket is back for the Black Caps, and they are going to be taking on South Africa in what should be a very exciting contest at Hagley Oval for this one. The first and second test match actually going to be at Hagley due to the restrictions that we have got at the moment. I hope you are all doing well. New Zealand, they won the toss. They decided that they want to have a bowl here, which is a brave move up against the South Africans, as they have got a very strong batting lineup, including their captain, Dean Elgar, who will be out there, and he will be batting first for the South Africans. But do let me know your predictions for this game, ladies and gentlemen. With that call of bowling first, they haven't got Trent Boult in their lineup, but they have got Matt Henry, who is very good in English conditions, but we will have to wait and see whether or not he can be very good in these New Zealand conditions in Christchurch for this game. The national anthems are just taking place, and then we are going to be ready to go. And also, as we have also got Crazy and Set in the chat, I should say. I was wondering where you've been. So it says Crazy is there. Pretty much hay fever right before I was about to start the live stream. I sneezed about 8 times, and that just well and truly threw me off. So I was a little bit later getting going just because I had to try and make it look like I hadn't been sneezing. And I had to try and open my eyes a little bit more because I was just sitting here going, well, I love flowers. But we have got the Hamish. Finally, Tom Latham won the toss, and it will be advantage for Black Caps to take advantage in the conditions as well, or can take advantage of the conditions. And yeah, at this stage, overcast day in Christchurch. Normally the weather, it's an interesting time in Christchurch for the weather. There's a little bit of wind around, but then we have got, I don't know whether or not the cyclone is still supposed to take place or whether or not that has already passed over, but hopefully it is going to be all right for the full 5 days, I should say. And also we have got there, damn hay fever sucks as well. I don't get it as bad as I used to, yeah. One downside of waking up slightly earlier is the hay fever just kicks in well and truly. Like normally, it's weird. If I stay up all night and kind of wake up in the morning or get up or go to sleep in the morning, I guess I should say, if I've been up all night, it seems to be fine for that one. But then as soon as I wake up early, that's when it kicks in. We have got South Africa will be all out in 2 overs. What do you think? I mean, they'd hate that. I think that would be quite unfortunate for the South Africans if that was the case. I know that Elgar and also I believe it is Yuri who will be opening the batting. These 2 guys can bat for a long time, so they will have to try and get early wickets. Without Trent Boult, though, it does mean that maybe it will be just a little bit more difficult to pick up those early wickets of the South Africans. But I'm excited for this game. This was one that I've been looking forward to for a very long time. It was about a month ago or somewhere around there that it felt like this game was just an eternity away, and now it's already here. So I don't know how that's happened. Time zones and whatnot have just flown by, and this one, and currently we are just waiting for the first ball to be bowled. Cold games, you live in a dream world as well, says Chris Lighterville. Yeah, I mean, if it was to happen, it would certainly be the biggest, I guess you could say the biggest surprise in cricket if that was the case. But they do need early wickets, or else Elgar will certainly be able to build up a good foundation for the South Africans. Getting the opportunity to bat first on a New Zealand surface. Normally batting is what we see prominent on these New Zealand surfaces. And hello, Hamish, it's 12 p.m. Made some coffee. Hopefully South Africa do well first session, says Kevin. Yeah, it is quite a late start for you guys in South Africa, so I do appreciate every single one of you for being here. If you do want to know where to watch this game in New Zealand, Spark Sport have got it, and also the TAB actually have it for free. If you do have a TAB account, be sure to check that out, which is actually where I am watching it. I've got it here on the TAB because it's actually ahead of Spark Sport, which, I mean, you wouldn't think that would be the case due to the fact that Spark Sport are supposed to be like a big provider of this game, but TAB are just upclassing them a little bit in the coverage. Also, Friday tomorrow, yes, says Reed, it is indeed, and also it will be a tough and competitive series for New Zealand without Boult, Kane Williamson, Ross Taylor. What is your prediction, Hamish? I think the first game, it is going to be a pretty close one, but New Zealand are the favourites, and I think I'm going to back them for this one, but it's still going to be a close one. I feel like South Africa could easily pull off the upset in this game, though. And Midnight still in the office. Thanks for the commentary as well. Says Block, so welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. Tim Southey will be bowling the first ball of the match, but an in-swing available for him. Went down the leg side, and will just be nothing on that one. And Tim Southey round the wicket is actually how he is bowling this first one. Hopefully, is the scoreboard right? No, not quite. One moment. We will squeeze the scoreboard up a little bit more so that we can see all the information that we need. There we go. And we will go back here. And we will go like this. Right. We've got it all where it needs to be. Tim Southey round the wicket once again. Going to be running in once again getting a little bit of swing down the leg side. And also this game playing for New Zealand, he is not. Unfortunately, that injury that he has got is still keeping him out for a little bit longer. And Trent Boult, his wife, has had a baby, which is why he is going to be unavailable for this match. So because of that, they are going to be tested a little bit more with the New Zealand batting and bowling lineup. I believe Devon Conway has been promoted to 3. Daryl Mitchell's going to be batting 5, and then Henry Nicholls will be at 4 for this matchup as well. And then it was Matt Henry who was brought in for Trent Boult being out. But now Tim Southee, that one's a little bit better from him outside of the off stump, coming back into the batsman. And it seems like there's a lot of swing on offer with the overcast conditions. These are probably the conditions that normally we would see the Boult-Southee kind of combination thriving. But with it being, I believe they're going to go Matt Henry, Tim Southee as that combo. But Matt Henry, very good in English conditions, gets quite a bit of swing, quite a bit of purchase off the surfaces. So he will be hoping to be able to do the same here at Hagley. There's a little bit of a crowd in attendance for this game. I assume that some sort of restrictions might have been in play for how many they were allowed through certain entrances of the ground. That's going to be well bowled once again by Southee on a good length. But Elgar shutting it down, playing it with soft hands. He does end up blocking the first 3 deliveries of this matchup. But currently, I would say the big thing for this match is South Africa's start. I think their top order, they've got, it will be Mukraman next, Vinderdusen, I should say, and then Bavuma. I feel like those 3 coming in next, they need to keep on making sure that they keep those conditions kind of working in their favour, keep the runs sticking over as well. And hopefully South Africa can make 300, hopefully, and has been a bit colder the last few mornings. Season of moment. It has a little bit. And I've noticed, like, that's the thing. My sleep schedule has not been normal the last little while. And I have noticed from being up from when it's nighttime to morning, like, it does get a little bit chillier. Like, and then there's weird times where it's like really hot for some reason. I don't know why, but like if I sleep in the afternoon, which is something that's quite tricky to do sometimes, if you're sleeping in the afternoon, all of a sudden it's just very warm. They're already getting a bat pad in here for the Kiwis. So looking like with the amount of swing that is on offer, they want to see whether or not they can pick up that early wicket of Elgar, the captain. If you can dismiss a captain nice and early, similar to what we saw for Latham in that series up against Bangladesh in the first match, it does give the bowling attack a little bit of confidence. Once again, just forward defensive from Elgar, not willing to let Southee get him out early, which is exactly what you need. But I believe it is actually Will Young who is under the bat pad for this one, probably standing about 4 meters away from the pitch, giving himself a little bit of space just in case it pops up off the bat pad. But the ball is coming in very nicely from Southee. With it coming around the wicket, it does create that little bit more deception of how far it's going to be coming back in. Does he have an outswinger? It's going to be nicely played by Elgar. Out through cover, and he will get off the mark now. And he does push for the 1, and he does get it as well. If Wagner can bowl line and length, I think he will be the bowler to trouble South Africa as well, says Chris Swanepoel. Yeah, that man, like, that's the thing. As soon as he finds his length as well, he'll bowl 20 overs if you let him. His stamina just doesn't seem to exist in terms of the fact that it never kind of wears down. So if he gets the chance, I don't know whether or not we'll see any short stuff from him today with Boult not being there for the bowling. He might get a chance to bowl short in the later stages just to see if they can get the breakthrough. But I think overall, his line of length, also Kyle Jamieson with his extra bouncing it up there very nicely because he is in that lineup alongside Colin de Gronholm is actually in there as well. I do see he's going to be down the leg side for that final delivery, and Yui gets away with a dot ball. End of the first over, 1 for none here. And nonetheless, it's awesome to watch good cricket. May the best team win. Says Kevin, yeah, exactly right. I've been looking forward to this match ever since it was announced that it was taking place. Like, that was in, I can't even remember what month it was last year, but I've had it on my calendar ever since. South Africa at the moment, 27% chance of being able to go on to win this game, 17% for the draw, and New Zealand as the favourites with 56%, even though they have got a few other names in there. No Williamson, no Boult, and also the other big name, no Ross Taylor. He did retire after that last match up against Bangladesh, but instead, 3 replacements for those 3 players. They have gone with, I guess the 3 changes for this one would be Colin de Gronholm, then it is Matt Henry, and who else squeezes their way in there? I think it's Daryl Mitchell, in fact, who does get to squeeze into that lineup. And Kevin Thomas 300 would be a good score, as definitely on a New Zealand surface. Matt Henry now going to get the opportunity now. I do say a New Zealand surface because this man plays a lot of his cricket in England. It's actually one of the leading bowlers in county cricket over there. Now, big opportunity to try and pick up a nice early wicket for his side. But Dean Elgar will be on strike. Pitches it up, almost a Yorker straight away from Henry. It's just blocked out, though. New Zealand are slightly favourite to win. And there's us, he's given, yeah. So normally, I'm trying to think of the last time that New Zealand weren't favourites going into a match to win at home. Just because their record at home is very outstanding. But Bangladesh did prove you can beat the Black Caps at home if you do have a very good performance. That was actually at, it was the Bay Oval, I believe, at Mount Maunganui. Outside off stump, swinging away a little bit for Matt Henry there. Currently 135 is not too bad for his first delivery and second delivery as well, trying to get it down there at around that mid 135, 140 mark, because at the end of the day, we don't really have any express pace at the moment for the Kiwis in terms of the bowlers. We used to have Lockie Ferguson, used to have maybe someone along the lines of an Adam Milne for the shorter formats, but we don't seem to have that out-and-out pace bowler. Similar to what some of these other sides around the world have. For Australia, it's Mitchell Starc. Although for Australia, you could almost say it's debatably Pat Cummins as well. Does get it down there at about 140, sometimes 140 plus. Australia, that's who they've got. England have got themselves Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, etc. South Africa, I believe, who's their out-and-out pacer that they have got? I believe it is, how fast is Rabada? Is Rabada 150? Oh, it's off the edge, it's carried. And it's the wicket of Dean Elgar. Matt Henry picks him up in the early stages. His first start in New Zealand in a very long time for Matt Henry. And he does get the wicket of the skipper for South Africa. Maybe your mum could join us on one of the test stages as well. She certainly will be. I believe it will be tomorrow that we will have her. She is a little bit busy for today's kind of day of cricket. But that's a very good wicket to get early on. Matt Henry, you know, to go across the left-hander. Just ended up pushing a little bit too far at Elgar. And New Zealand do pick up the early wicket. Southey, the captain, able to take the catch. Or sorry, the co-captain. Is he co-captain for this one? I know that he's normally captain for the shorter format, but Latham will be very happy with that dismissal and also what timing that was as well. Says Petty Wicker, welcome into the live stream. Right when the first wicket falls, your Arizona right, Hamish, no one give Bangladesh a chance. And look at it as well, says Chris Vanapol. Exactly right. Like, that's the thing. Bangladesh, they proved it. That all you need to do is just to have a very good session or a very good two sessions. Just keep yourself at the crease for a little bit longer and you can get those runs on the board. And then that pressure does start to build. Although at the moment, the pressure is certainly building on the South Africans with that early wicket of Dean Elgar. And now, I guess we just wait and see whether or not we have got ourselves a combination opening up with Aiden Makram now and also Uwe at an on-strikers end. And also, I'll be back for the second. And hopefully, do let me know, am I saying that man's name correctly? It is Erwee. Is it Uwe or is it actually Urvi maybe? Because I know that sometimes a V is in the place of a W in South African kind of names. Do let me know. Hopefully I am saying it correctly though. Poor shot from Elgar, but very good catch by Southey. He is so good in the slip catching. He has been improving big time in the last little while. And doesn't seem to put down too many at all, which is what you need. Definitely in an early stage. Like, you don't want to put down early catching opportunities because that just gets you and not just a bit of trouble from the bowler, but also if that man goes on to get himself 100, you don't look like the best player out there. That is for sure. But now Matt Henry's shorter ball outside off stump from Makram straight away. Does end up leaving it though. And it is a very good over so far from Matt Henry. 5 balls bowled. Just showing that one once again went across Dean Elgar. He just ended up reaching for it a little bit too far. And it did mean that he did draw the outside edge. And Southey was not putting that one down when it does carry to him. He more than likely will be taking them. And that is what he has been able to do. But currently, Matt Henry will bowl once again. It's going to be a wicket maiden for the first over that Matt Henry has bowled in this test match. And a very fitting replacement, I guess you could say, for Trent Boult there with the fact that he has been able to pick up that early wicket in this one as well. But currently, New Zealand, they are in the box seat with that one wicket. It actually makes them go up to 63% likely of being able to win it. So they took 6% off South Africa with that wicket of Elgar, but this is certainly a combination that can get themselves a 100-run partnership if they do end up finding the middle of the bat nice and early. Makram, very talented batsman. We saw him in the tour up against India. We've seen also a man who is coming in at Van der Doos, and he is going to be one to watch out for in the near future also. or maybe not so near future if they don't end up losing a wicket anytime soon. Now Southie actually going over the wicket to Uwe. Just a little bit of swing still for Tim Southie, and the longer the ball swings for, the more of an advantage New Zealand will have in terms of being able to get those early wickets that they do require, because South Africa, their batting is phenomenal when it does get going. As soon as you have faced around maybe 25, 50 balls in New Zealand conditions, you can go on to get yourself a huge total. We saw it from Tom Latham in the last match at Hagley Oval. He was able to bring up that double 100. Well, once again by Southie, just left alone though by Uwe outside of the off stump. But South Africa lately struggled to build. Good opening partnership as well, says Kevin. So I guess it's similar to what we have seen for England recently, how they just seem to have so many options. Like, that's the thing. I would say, though, South Africa, in terms of the names that they have got for their opening round partnership, they've certainly got a little bit more, I guess you could say, experience in the opening partnership than someone like in England, but you just can't really afford to lose those early wickets in a matchup like this. But like I mentioned, they've got plenty of talent in the rest of their batting lineup. It's a bit of a swinging delivery from Tim Southie. He ended up pitching it a bit too straight, ended up swinging down leg side. Well taken by Tom Blundell, though, who will have his hands full with the gloves on. Definitely if the ball continues to swing like this for the rest of day one. India struggled against Elgar. New Zealand see him off second over, as well, says Bob Marley there. Although normally that man, if he doesn't score in the first innings, he normally gets quite a large one in the second. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not that will be the case. He just seemed to reach for that one a little bit more than we normally see from Elgar. He's normally very good at playing the ball late. But that one just didn't quite go his way. Tim Southie now once again outside the off stump, left alone by Uwe, and also in a bar in Glasgow, says Gregor Galloway. So it must be, what's the time in Glasgow? Is it currently 12:13 a.m. in Glasgow, Gregor Galloway, or are you 11:13 p.m.? Do let me know. Hopefully you are having a great time. We've got plenty more rugby coming up this weekend as well, with the Super Rugby Pacific kicking off tomorrow night. It will be the Waratahs taking on Fiji and Drua. Was going to be Moana Pacifica versus the Blues, but that game sadly has been postponed. And then we got 3 games back-to-back on the Saturday for Super Rugby, which is going to be pretty awesome to see all of those ones take place. And we once again on strike, hasn't got off the mark as of yet. Going to be worked to the leg side, and now he has got himself his first run. And they do end up just taking the single. And also Isarau Iui can survive this opening spell. He can score some good runs, exactly right. All you got to do on these conditions is just find a way through those first few overs that you faced. As an also fire and postpone shake my head as well, says Cozy and said, yeah, it is a shame. Roger Tuivasa-Sheck, once again, is going to have to wait a little bit longer till he makes his official debut for the Blues. I know that he played in one of the preseason games, I believe, if I'm not wrong, but it's weird because it was actually the same as when he was playing for Auckland in the Bunnies NPC. He had to wait and wait and wait until he got his opportunity to actually play, and then it never happened. So I guess this one could be similar. Hopefully we do get to see the Blues in action for round 2, though, of the competition. Same with Moana Pacifica. And now Makram on strike. It's a bit of a way swing there from Sally. It's swinging, and then it's just holding a little bit at the last moment. 125 Ks for that delivery, but that will be the end of the second over. And it is going to be 2 for 1 here for the South Africans. The one early wicket, and that was Dean Elgar, did end up losing his wicket for that one as well. What I'm quickly going to do is, if I go like this and go like this and then like this as well, one moment, we'll go like that. I'm just bringing up my second coverage of the matches as well. If it's going to behave itself, it doesn't like me too much. Okay, it's not quite going to behave. I was going to have it as like my instant replay so I can see what the ball's doing for that little bit of time afterwards, but doesn't seem like it wants to be able to show me what's happening. No, there we go. It is back. Right, I will put that one over there next to that one, but that was in between the overs, so it is all good. For that one, we didn't miss any of the action, but now it's going to be well bowled by Henry, pitching it up once again, and it is just chopped out from the Yorker length from Uwe. And he's actually changed it up the length quite nicely, Matt Henry. We saw a slightly shorter ball to Makram with the first delivery that he did face. That one was almost a half volley outside off stump, and whether or not he can dip on whose Harlequins playing next Hamish. They've been losing last few games. I believe the next game they have got is up against the Wasps. So that is also going to be a very good game. They've got a whole heap of tough challenges all in a row for the Wasps, or sorry, for the Harlequins. So Wasps, they were actually the first thing to beat Leicester, weren't they? So once again, it's going to be the dot ball. Matt Henry, he's just, that one came off the seam quite nicely. Almost delivered like an off-cut of the way that one tried to jump away from him off the surface. It's still quite a green top for Hagley Oval. Although normally a green top in New Zealand doesn't quite do the same as a green top in other countries for some reason. It just doesn't quite have that same kind of extra swing and also, or extra seam movement, I guess I should say. That one, but currently 3.3 overs down South Africa. A little bit of a slow start. They also had the wicket of Elgar falling, but this will be the big partnership. Uwe and also Makram do have to try and rebuild and try and get through this session. Maybe only losing one other wicket would be ideal for the Proteas there. Shorter delivery from Henry. Still coming back in a little bit with the in swing. And currently, I'm wondering what the replacement for Bolt will be like, because we've got Kyle Jamieson, we've got Matt Henry, Tim Southey, and also Colin de Gronholm alongside. It's actually, I believe it is Daryl Mitchell. So we don't actually have, oh no, we've still got Neil Wagner. I was going to say, other than Neil Wagner, we don't actually have any other left-handed bowlers, which is normally a quite good angle for Trent Boult to be able to create, which is why I believe Tim Southey actually decided to go over the wicket for his first over, see whether or not bringing it in a little bit more could create that bit of deception. Currently bowling around that 134 mark, Matt Henry. He's been consistent around that 135 under region so far. Just the one wicket falling for the South Africans. That one came in a little bit near the gloves of Uwe. He was able to evade it very nicely. Now Matt Henry charging a final ball just outside of the off stump, and that is going to be left alone by Makram, or by Uwe, sorry, who has actually faced 12 deliveries so far just for the one run, and that is going to be 4 overs down 2 for 1 now. And also, what is the max number of overs as well, says Novmum. So theoretically, the most that we can have is 450 in a test match. You got you got 3 sessions a day of 30 overs. That's in an ideal world, though. Normally, it does end up getting slowed down, and as soon as you got rain or anything like that, it does affect it. But yeah, 450 overs, which if you work out to how many balls that would be, it's actually 2,700 possible balls in a test match. 2,700 times that the bowler charges in, delivers it, the batsman decides whether or not he's blocking it or whether he's leaving it, or maybe getting a little bit of an outside edge perhaps in some instances. But it's actually like, oh, that's a good shout there. Is it going down leg? It is just a little bit, says the umpire for Tim Southey. Don't think he quite got that one to swing back enough, but that's an early chance almost for Makram. Currently, he's faced a few deliveries, hasn't quite been able to get himself off the mark. How far down leg was this one? Yeah, probably hitting about 4th or 5th stump, if there was a 4th or 5th stump, as any New Zealand guys and go play India Premier League. I do see we've got a list of about 10 players. I think the most notable ones, who have we got who's the most money for the IPL? I think Will Young. Did it Will Young? No, I'm thinking of the wrong guy. Finn Allen, I think he got a decent contract overall. A couple of the other players probably not going to get too many opportunities to play, but they have still got themselves contracted into the IPL, which is going to be starting up in around that April region. That one, it might have been height as well for Tim Southey for that LBW shout, and also the run rate is really like less than 1 per over as well, says Novmum. At this stage, it is for this matchup normally an ideal run rate for a batsman, or an over rate kind of per over that you do get. That was a weird way of saying runs per over, wasn't it? But I'd say maybe somewhere around a 2.53, somewhere around there normally is about the average that we do see for a test match. So a little bit of a slower start here for South Africa, but as soon as they get a boundary, that will pop it right up for them in that favour. But currently, Makram still yet to get off the mark here. Just sitting comfortably. 0 off 6 deliveries. He hasn't gone anywhere, though, and that is the more important thing than the runs at this current stage. This partnership rebuilding for the South Africans. I feel like I'm about to sneeze again, unfortunately, which is never ideal. Pitched up by Tim Southey, just tried the half volley, tried to get maybe the LBW attempt, and it has been rewarded with a couple runs for Makram, getting himself off the mark. And now he moves up onto 2 runs off the first 7 deliveries that he has faced. I think Southey, he decided, maybe you could say a little bit impatient there, decided he wanted to try and get it up there as on stuff. It has it as 0.52 as well. Says Navmum, yeah, they are still going relatively slowly for their run rate just at this point in time, but normally, like kind of once you get to, I guess, maybe 10, 20 overs, that's normally when it starts to increase again, once they do get themselves a couple boundaries. And that one, okay, now 0.46 as well, says Navmum. Yeah, I know one of the slowest run rates I think I've seen in recent history was actually the Black Caps up against Bangladesh in their first 10 overs. I think they had about 3 runs or something along those lines in that first one at the Bay Oval, which was just outstanding bowling from Bangladesh to be able to keep on putting it in the right spot and not allow the New Zealand batsmen to be able to get any sort of runs on the board. It was very impressive indeed. Southey once again now for his final delivery of the 3rd over, left alone from Makram, and that is going to be the end of the 5th over. 4 for 1 now for the South Africans. So yet again, it is a very good over from the New Zealand bowlers. He did go for 2 runs though, Tim Southey. He did try and pitch it up a little bit more. It almost became that half fully, and it was struck away out through mid-wicket by Makram, who scored himself his first runs. They're showing Neil Wagner at the moment. He will certainly be one of the keys in the bowling attack, not just because he's a left-armer, but also because he's Neil Wagner. And he just keeps on bowling and bowling and bowling. Even if you feel he should probably have a spell, he's probably got about 3 or 4 overs still left in the tank. But I guess the big thing is with Bolt out, they won't want to make him probably bowl 2 bigger spells. I wouldn't think they'll probably go 5 overs or so for a start, just to really ease him into it. Because if you do end up losing Neil Wagner due to injury or anything along those lines, then all of a sudden you're in trouble. That's a great straight drive from the South African left-hander and Irwi, and because of it, they do end up getting themselves another 2 runs there. So now the run's starting to flow maybe for the South Africans at this stage. Matt Henry getting that line and length a little bit wrong as well. That's his first runs that he has gone for, and that was his 3rd over. He is bowling now. I see that we've got quite a few caps in the crowd in terms of those sailor ones. I can't remember the reasoning behind them. I know that it's the ship, isn't it? It was something to do with the ship. It's going to be close to an LBW, is it? No, a little bit too high from the umpire. He didn't actually play a shot at it there. He tried to leave it, and in the end, they did go up for the LBW shout. They haven't reviewed it, though. I believe with local umpires, they will actually both have 3 reviews for these 2 sides. How high did this one hit? It's a little bit laggy, the way that one went through. How high was it? Just a little bit too high, I would think, for that one. It's a decent ball from Matt Henry, though. He's starting to find his line and length quite nicely outside of the off stump once again, and it will be left alone. Hagley Oval. It looks like it's actually going to be a pretty nice day at the moment in Christchurch, which normally, if we get one nice day, in fact, if we get maybe 4 nice days without any rain, we've done pretty well for these conditions, I would think. Okay, it was going over the stumps by about 6 inches or somewhere along those lines. Maybe about 4 inches or so. So just a little bit over the top. Once again, it's going to be left alone outside of the off stump. Matt Henry, he will be open to really, I guess, try and cement himself in this test side with the injuries that are lurking around for the Black Caps. And also, I mean, at the end of the day, like, as soon as you take that opportunity, who's another player, who's a young one, who did actually really do well? I mean, you just got to look at Australia for Scott Boland, the way that he came into the side. He was only going to be probably a one-off player, and then he did that massive just phenomenon at the MCG, and now he's got himself pretty much a starting lineup position every time, depending on how it goes. When Hazelwood comes back, it's a good shot once again, and it's going to be a couple more runs for the South Africans. So already 4 runs off this over of Matt Henry, which is not what he would have been wanting for this stage. Like they're saying, you just got to keep on scoring when you are presented the opportunity, because if you do let the bowler, I guess, kind of hold you down at one end, that is when you can end up with yourself in a little bit of trouble and just not quite ticking over the strike rate the way that you would want to. It's a good drive in the end out through cover. It did end up almost finding its way to the boundary, quite a long boundary. Hagley also sometimes just pulls up relatively quickly near the boundary line. Once again, another dot ball. That's going to be the end of another over. 9 for 1 now for the South Africans off the 6 overs. So Hamish, New Zealand has poor record against South Africa in Test matches home and away. Black Cats have last beat Proteas in 2004. Why is that? As Elsie's coding, I guess it's just the case of South Africa. They're a very good side. And I don't know. It's a tough one because that is a very long time. 2004. Is that the last time that they beat them in a test match? That is a very long time. I didn't actually think it was that long. Yet they come in as favourites here for the New Zealanders. So it's an interesting one. But normally I think it's down to the South African bowling attack alongside the way that they do bat. They can bat long periods of time and just put a batting lineup for the other side under a huge amount of pressure. Like when you've got yourself up to, I guess, maybe around that 350, 400 mark, it's a nice drive once again. It will be cut off by mid-off. But currently, I mean, we saw it for South Africa up against India as well. They were just able to wear down the Indians in those games, and they were actually able to win that series, weren't they, for that one? So I would say currently South Africa, they've just got a good kind of combination of their batting and bowling as well, and also is green wicket field. As I says, Kevin, it is quite a green top at the moment, but for some reason in New Zealand, normally, I guess, if it's a green top, we normally see maybe day 5 or somewhere along those lines that it does end up kind of having its most effective day with the ball. That's actually a very nice shot from Uwe there, and he has been able to get himself 4 runs down the leg side, just catching up with that delivery that was a bit too short and a bit too wide from Tim Southee down leg, and it's going to be another 4 runs. Well, in fact, the first 4 that we have seen today, but certainly not the last one for the South Africans, and they're starting to get a little bit more momentum going. This match moving up onto 13 for 1. And also, says Johannes Payne in there. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. Do let me know. Top run scorer for the South Africans. Who are you saying will be able to get them the top runs? And also, are we going to get to see a century from one or more of the South African bowlers? Do let me know. Or the South Africans batsmen, I should say. I mean, if we saw a century from one of the bowlers, it would be a very good effort. Who would be the batsman or, in fact, the bowler? I'm looking through. Rabada can bat a little bit, can't he? Marco Janssen, is he a bowler as well? I think he is. I mean, it would be very impressive. And we did see even a 50 from one of them. We did see, who was it for the most recent? Oh, it was it Chris Wokes, who has been doing very nicely. He actually had one of the highest averages in the Ashes, Chris Wokes, in terms of the bowlers, although Mitchell Stark also been able to get himself many runs in that most recent Ashes series. Currently, Australia, they are taking on Sri Lanka in the T20s. That we are getting to see them play. England, they did have their series up against the West Indies. I'm not too sure where they've hit it now because West Indies, they are now taking on India. And also maybe George can join learn more cricket as well, says Kevin. I would love to have him round if he does want to. I know that he's probably working today due to the fact that the weather is drying up a little bit. That ball had a lot of swing on it around the wicket from Tim Southee. But yeah, anytime that he is off work, hopefully I will be able to convince him to come see a little bit of cricket. And also my mum will be joining us tomorrow, I believe it will be, for the next one that we will be covering as the co-commentary side of it, which will be great because of the fact that it's always nice having a guest, seeing as it is going to be around that kind of 7.5 hours that we will be covering the cricket for today. It is going to be a very long time. The next session break that we have got is in an hour and a half's time, and that will be at 1 p.m. Matt Henry, once again. Oh, sorry, it's actually Tim Southee still going around the wicket, and that will be the end of the 7th over. 13 for 1, a very good over for the South Africans. Yuri able to move himself up onto 10 runs of 22 deliveries. Mark Krim still sitting there, 2 of 10. Matt Henry currently, I believe he'll have the next one. Does Tim Southee? No, I thought they were saying that he had another one, but he is pretty much just waiting for the cap to come there. And also Crazy and Zeta's back and at the chat as well. And also, I guess with me asking who is going to be able to get a lot of runs for South Africa, I should also ask who is going to be the leading wicket taker for New Zealand in this first innings. Currently, Matt Henry, he's got himself a little bit of a head start because of the fact that he has got himself just the 1 wicket. It was a big wicket for that one. And also, we have got the Amish. Please, for one day, please introduce your dad doing commentary with you for this test match. Hopefully, Mama, Papa together and you. As Owen there says, Cunning is still here just listening, says Crazy and Z as well. I'm always keen for more guests as well. It just depends on working and everything along those lines in terms of who's available at what stage. Because since it is a New Zealand test match, it does mean that the hours that it does take place is between 11 a.m. and also 6 p.m. So they're kind of ideal working hours, I guess you could say. And New Zealand off the edge. It's gone through the slip cordon. And it will be racing away for the 4 once again. And Makram now has got himself his first boundary. Currently, South Africa, they're sitting on 17 for 1 as well. Who is the two teams? Says Johannes, one moment. We will go through. So, South Africa for this matchup, it is Dean Elgar, Cyril Ui. Also, it will be Aiden Makram, Rassi Vanderussen, Timber Bavuma. Oh, this is a hard name. Zabia Hamza. Hopefully, I pronounced that not too badly. Then also, it is Kyle Viren. He is going to be the wicket keeper. Marco Janssen. I can't say his first name. Kagiso Rabada. Maybe I know it's Rabada, but I can't say that first name to save us. Gleton Sturman. And then also Dwayne Oliver is going to be the man who is also in the South African lineup as their number 11. Then for the Kiwis, Tom Latham, Will Young, Devon Conway, Henry Nichols, Daryl Mitchell, Tom Blundell, Colin de Gronholm is back in the side. Kyle Jamison, Tim Southey, Neil Wagner, Matt Henry. He has already got himself a wicket, and he is going to be back for this matchup as well. And also 22 likes, 45 watching as well, says Robert. It is indeed. So it is going pretty well for us in the early stages. I always have no idea how many people are going to be watching these test match live streams because of the fact that it's kind of definitely, with it being on so late in South Africa, does make it very hard to be able to watch it. But saying that, when we were doing the Bangladesh ones, we did have quite a few Bangladesh supporters staying up right through the evening to be able to watch their team play. And also they got a huge reward for that first matchup when we did see the Bangladesh side beat the Black Caps. Another dot ball there for Matt Henry. And also 23 likes, who replaced Ross Taylor. So for this one, they have got Henry Nichols moving up to 4, Daryl Mitchell at 5. And then I guess that is probably the biggest thing. And then Colin de Gronholm also making his way into the side for this matchup. And that was to replace, I guess, kind of just fill it in. I guess Andina Agar is the only easy name to pronounce in the whole team of South Africa's 25 likes, says Betty. So it is flying up at the moment. So thank you all very much for that. It is hugely appreciated. I've currently got hay fever, which is why you might hear me sneezing at some stage throughout this one. That is going to be the end of the 8th over, and it is going to be 17 for 1. You may also see that throughout this live stream just because of the fact that hay fever does suck, and it is something that we do have in New Zealand and everywhere around the world, depending on how many flowers and whatnot have decided that they want to be pollinated by the bees. We have got Kane Williamson back. As well, says Robert, not quite. He is going to be coming back for, I don't know. In fact, I think he's going to be back for the IPL. I think I did hear from someone, but then saying that other than that, maybe not too much cricket being played for Kane Williamson. So hopefully he is going to be recovering nicely because that elbow injury does seem to be taking quite a while to heal, as it would though with the little ligaments and tendons and all sorts that you have got going on an elbow. Like if you imagine smacking your elbow on a wall or something and you hit your funny bone, like it's quite painful, even though it's such a little like bump. You could even just kind of half by graze it and it would still be painful if you get it in the right spot. So Kane Williamson, I know that it wasn't his funny bone that is in trouble in terms of the injury, but it'd still not be a very pleasant one to have for himself. Apparently, Sally actually moving into his 5th over of bowling now. Just continues to kind of put a bit of an onslaught on that off-stump region. Once again, going to be left alone by Ui. Very experienced man in the opening combo for the Proteas. Will Young here. I don't believe he will be doing any bowling. Henry Nichols probably not as well, but those two will be important in the batting lineup for the Kiwis. So we'll have to make sure that whatever the South Africans get, they can get, and some. Well, that's one I'd love to see a contest between Kane Williamson and Rabada. It would be a good contest or a great contest, as well, says Cody here. That's the thing. I love watching like certain player versus player battles start to open up. Another one that I think will be a very good one is probably, if he's still out there, Makram versus Neil Wagner, because those two, like, they both play quite an aggressive style at times. So it would be pretty awesome to see a Makram maybe try and go after Neil Wagner a little bit, see whether or not does decide that short ball is going to be the one that he really wants to go after. Ui might be the same, though, because anything short, he'll be trying to play away in Australia, play Sri Lanka tomorrow night. So says Robert, yeah, and at the moment, we did see the last game between the two sides, or in fact, the game before the last game go to a super over, which was a very close game indeed. Well, got to behind there, or well behind that one, I should say, the forward defensive. And early, he is moving up onto 27 7 deliveries faced now. And also 26 likes, says Betty. Yeah, in the chat. So it is still flying up. Anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button as well. We are going to be back for plenty more of this test match. And also the next one that has taken place between these two sides. And it will also be at Hagley Oval. That is due to restrictions. It was going to be originally at the Bay Oval, but just to make it easier for the sides without that travel side of it, which was a good call in the end due to the fact that the case numbers are ramping up a little bit more in New Zealand at the moment. Southey once again. It's a good drive, but it goes straight to short cover. A little bit of a misfield, but he has done enough to stop them from taking on the run. 131 Ks from Southey for that delivery. He normally does take a little bit longer to build up to that 130 mark. But now I wonder what the first change is going to be. I know they'll get Kyle Jamieson more than likely in there. I don't know whether or not they'll go with the Grono this early on in this one. And Van Dusen, 100 Oliver 5 wickets. And watch out for Janssen as well. And this is Johannes. We have Van Dusen, a very good batsman. And does have the ability of... Oh, it's a good one for Southey. Okay. That was very close. Tim Southey's keen. Definitely not high as the call from, I believe that's that South African accent of Neil Wagner. Okay, they're going upstairs. It looked very close for that one. Is Aaron Oliver. 5 wickets and also Bolt. And there it says Robert. Yeah, Bolt and his wife actually having a baby, so he was left out of this lineup. So Matt Henry has been brought in to replace him. And there's one alongside Colin de Gronholm as a new name back into the side. They're going to be going upstairs. So check this one here. Does he play a shot? Is the big question that I've got. Is that a shot? So it depends on if it's a shot. Depends on whether or not it does actually have to be completely in line. But it didn't look like a huge... I think that's going to be missing the stumps for that one. And if anything, maybe just grazing it. Depending on what they decide with the shot one, though. They might say that it's hit outside the line. Okay, what we got? Impact umpire's call coming back, missing the wickets. That is going to be one of the reviews lost for the Black Caps. They've still got another 2 due to the fact that it is local umpires, though. So it's not the end of the world for them in that one. They did think that they did have him out there. But it will be once again Uwe will still be at the crease. It was coming back a little bit, but just not quite enough to be able to hit the stumps. And also crazy and see with the nervous face there for that one as well. But currently it is 11:39 a.m. in New Zealand. We've got another hour and 20 minutes of the first session of the day. Then it will be a 40-minute break. And then we will be back for session number 2 in the day. And then that will also be the 2 hours taking us through to 3:40 p.m. New Zealand time. And then the last session will be finishing at 6/6:30 if they do have to make up a little bit of time for it as well. But Southey, one thing we have learnt with that man is no matter what, even if it's not out, he is certain that it is out. So he is probably going to use a review 9 times out of 10. Kyle Jamieson, now the big tall man, is going to be added into the bowling attack. That is replacing Matt Henry. So I think they'll go Kyle Jamieson. I think they'll go Neil Wagner from the other end as well and save de Gronholm for a little bit later on. But he does get quite a nice bit of swing, Colin de Gronholm. It's quite a nice day at Hagley by the looks of a few grey clouds in the background, but that's just kind of that stock standard for us there. And also we have got that video bike race live as on there says MD with the Bangladesh flags. And there's our welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. And also we have got there up Tim and there with some spam. We always get some spam throughout these ones. Almost, was that a leg cutter from Kyle Jamieson for that very first delivery? Which is a very brave one to bowl as well. And I'm watching from Turkey, current time 1:39 a.m. for South Africa from Jacques. So currently 1:39 a.m. in Turkey. Oh, okay. So that must be, I'm trying to do all my time zones in my head. So you must be 10 hours behind us, I guess, somewhere along those lines. But yeah, I hope you are doing well, mate. And currently do let me know which South African player you are looking forward to the most throughout this match. It's going to be a little bit too pitched up there from Kyle Jamieson with the leg side. And it looks like Makram will be able to get himself at least the 2 runs. They will take the 3. They want good run in between the wickets. And it does mean that now Huey and Makram sit in very similar. 9 runs for Makram and 10 for UE there. And also Hamish, which is tough to face for batsman. Swing versus seam bowling as well. Oh, I mean, swing bowling is always tough. Like, it's probably the one that we do see a little bit more of in terms of the ones that you see like crazy wickets being taken for. But then saying that, like, seam bowling is just, it's that deception and it's that deviation that you can create from it as well. So I would say for myself, I would hate facing both, to be honest. Definitely if it's the combination of the two. Off the edge, and that's the wicket of Uwe, and it was pitched up by Kyle Jamieson. That one just looked a little bit too easy for him as well. It's just off the outside edge, and Uwe is going to be on his way. So that is another wicket that South Africa would not have wanted to lose in the early stages. And now Rassie van der Dussen will be making his way out there. Just that little bit of extra bounce for the hider. Kyle Jamieson goes straight to Daryl Mitchell, who does take the catch. And also Sahara said, hi, cricket family, watching from the UK. Can't believe this isn't on any UK sports channels. This country does not prioritise this the world's best sport. Says Sahara, do they not have it anywhere? In the UK, that seems very rough. Sahara, I do know that if you have got, where are they showing it? I'm trying to think of the best place that you can watch it. I know that we can watch it for free in New Zealand if you've got a TAB account, but that's probably very hard to set up if you are in a different country. Spark Sport is probably our other option, although that is a subscription. Based on looking forward to seeing Rabada and Janssen bowl. And there is, and also what is the weather going to be for this test match? We'll have a quick look at the weather report. So currently, I mean, it doesn't look too bad at this current moment in Christchurch. We have got, Saturday's 90% chance of rain, Sunday's 70% chance, but tomorrow's going to be sunny, and Saddle Uwe will be on his way, and that is for 10 runs off 30 deliveries, and now Van der Dussen making his way to the crease. And I feel like doing the South African games of rugby that I have done has really helped in terms of some of these pronunciations. Like, I was shocking with some of my South African ones. I still am for some of those names, as you guys have heard when I tried to pronounce Rabada's first name. But currently, New Zealand, this is exactly what they would have been wanting. The first 10 overs we have had so far, and it is already the 2 wickets down. Thank you. I tried everything I can think of. Come on, Rassie. Says Sahara there as well. Yeah, Rassie van der Dussen, he's got 14 matches, 727 runs, average of 34.62. His best is actually 98. He has never been able to bring up 100 at international level, and critical that mark for him as well. And also Van der Dussen as well, and Bavuma and Hamza score big for Jacques there. Yeah, I would certainly say, I think Van der Dussen for myself, I'm going to say he's going to be the top run scorer, followed by Makram. I think these two are going to be able to get themselves a very good partnership, although Kyle Jamieson making it a little bit harder for them at this current time with 9.3 overs down. And New Zealand, they have been able to pick themselves up. The 2 early wickets is going to be well played. And once again, he's decided to keep that strike rate ticking over for Van der Dussen. He does it so well in terms of being able to find that early run, just relieve some of that pressure. As soon as you get that wicket, the one thing that you want as a bowler is to just keep that new batsman on strike for a few balls, see whether or not you can get that early mistake from him. I like your thinking as well, says Chuck Smith there in that chat as well. Yeah, currently, I mean, that's the thing. These two, they've got the potential to bring up a huge partnership. It's just whether or not they have got that kind of, I guess you could say, not really the patience, but it is just the tough situation of on a New Zealand surface, you need to face somewhere around that kind of 50 ball mark before you start to really feel yourself starting to play it in. Are you going to manage to commentate the whole match on your own respect as well? And there says Sahara, it is the plan, although at some stage I think my mum is going to be joining me just because we did a little bit of co-commentary for New Zealand versus Bangladesh. But other than that, it will be all me. 6 hours a day of commentary, maybe 6.5, in fact, I would say. And yeah, it is going to be very fun. And we've also got Super Rugby signing up for the rugby side of it that we will be covering alongside it. That was almost a little bit of an awkward one for Van der Dussen. He tried to leave it, but the ball bounced up, hit his bat to go down along the ground. And that is the end of a Kyle Jamieson over, which was very effective for them and amazing. Bring on your mothers, says and also I can't see South Africa posting a score of more than 200, says Chris Swanepoel there. I'm currently watching on ESPN Plus in the USA. What's up, mate? Says Gary, welcome. And so USA, if the USA have got ESPN Plus, is ESPN Plus available in the UK, Sahara. Do let me know. I wonder why Peterson is not in the match as well. He plays so well against India. It's weird. Like certain players, like I remember Ajaz Patel, 10 wickets in one of the innings up against India. And then when we brought in a spinner for a New Zealand game, they were like, we'll decide to go with someone who hasn't actually picked up that many wickets as a spinner. And surprisingly, Ravindra didn't get many wickets in that one. In fact, I don't think he got any rather than going with Ajaz Patel for that match. It was going to be nicely bowled. So Peterson out all due to COVID, okay. So that will be why he's not allowed to come over for this one. And also Hamza can make runs. And there says Johannes here. They've got Bavuma, then Hamza. Then it will be Verenen will be slotting in. I hope that's how you say it. Is it Verenen? Hopefully that is somewhere along those lines. The wicketkeeper for them, Marco Janssen. Then it will also be Rabada, Struman, and then Oliver is the other option. And Chris, 200 runs will be enough runs as well, says Johannes there. Currently now on strike, Makram. Just left that one alone outside of the off stump. New Zealand can get 1 or 2 more wickets in this first session. That is hugely a one session for them. Currently, we have still got another hour and 13 minutes. Still plenty of time to be able to pick up 1 or 2 more. And Hamish, any chance you might do IPL? I am very keen to do the IPL this year. I think it would have to be on the Kiwi Lads Sport channel just because I think copyright-wise it is a little bit trickier doing the IPL just because sometimes you do get taken down even if you're not showing it or anything just because of the IPL kind of the, I guess you could say the prestige around it and also the amount of channels that would be trying to show that game. So it'll probably be on the Kiwi Lads Sport channel for that one. But I am very keen to do some of the IPL. My sleep schedule at the moment has made it a lot easier. Because last year, I remember doing the Six Nations and whatnot for the rugby side of it. And if a game was on at like 5 a.m., I'd always be like, oh, it's so late. I'm so tired. But now I'm like, hey, 5 a.m.'s lunchtime. So we're all good. Like currently, my sleep schedule is all over the place, which is actually beneficial for the amount of games that we do in the middle of the night on the channel as well. So it is always weird waking up at 11 a.m. to a game of cricket outside of the off stump and actually having a shot or having a go at the cut shot there for Makram, trying to chase the wide delivery. So he is at the mindset of if the ball is in the place to hit it hard, because at the end of the day, you're not going to get too many freebies in the early stages. That ball almost didn't bounce as much as I think he expected it to. No swing outside of the off stump there for Tim Southey. But now Makram, he's sitting on 10 of 23 deliveries and 2 debutants in that team as well. That's tricky. We need really needed Nidhi in our bowling attack as well. Says, oh, your name's very hard to pronounce. So hopefully, do let me know if I do get this right. Is it Nonjabulo? Is it Nonjabulo? Hopefully, do let me know if I have got that correct, or I will try my best to make sure I do pronounce it nicely. That's an absolute ripper from Tim Southey going straight through Makram. He's actually moving into 6 overs bowled in a row here for Tim Southey, and Johannes Payne will be good. But the boys need to be patient as well and just defend on this first 20 overs to get a good score as well. Yeah, if they can get through this early onslaught of the swing bowling from the Kiwis. The one thing I'm a little bit worried about is the fact that Neil Wagner has not had a bowl yet, and he can normally find a decent area. And yeah, that's correct as well from Nonjabulo. Okay, so I will try my best to make sure that I keep on getting that pronunciation correct. I always make sure that I do get names right because or else then I feel really bad if I just keep on saying your name wrong. And so it's only 2 test match series, Hamish. It is indeed. For some reason, New Zealand always only goes for 2 matches. Like up against Bangladesh, it was a drawn series because we only had the 2 games. Bangladesh taking the first, New Zealand taking the second. But kind of everywhere else, you normally have kind of 3 or 4 test matches. And also, and they must stop chasing the white balls as well, says Chris Wanapole. Yeah, he was certainly going after it for that one. And also would have gone with Rickleton, above Hamza as a tough call for Nini and Simpala, 20 average and 16.4 average respectively. And Tess, yeah. I mean, I guess it's one of those ones for South Africa. They're blessed with the amount of talent that they have got in terms of the options that they could have gone with for this matchup. I'm hoping we get to see a few of the players that missed out for this game in the next one, which is also going to be at Hagley Oval. And that is taking place, I think it's next week, I want to say, that it is going to be taking place. And also, Guptill doesn't do test matches for no Martin Guptill. Yeah, he is left out of this one. ODI and T20 are the 2 formats that man does like to back himself. He missed out on the IPL. No one decided to pick him up for that one. Who else? I want to think of all the Kiwis who did get signed. I know that Trent Bolt got himself a nice lucrative contract. Kane Williamson, I believe, also got a contract. Ish Sodhi missed out. He was another one that we thought might have had half a chance of being able to go through. Another left alone ball side of the off stump. But Kyle Jamieson at the moment picking up that early wicket in the end of early, which was very nicely done. In fact, something that we normally have for these live streams now that I think about it is normally that banner along the bottom saying who have lost their wickets. One moment, we will go like this. Here we go. We'll write down every wicket and we'll go Elgar was dismissed 1 off 9. And then the next one was Early. And he was dismissed for 10 off 30. There we go. We'll put that all on the bottom just so that you guys do know who scored all the runs in the previous ones as well. One moment. We will go like this. We'll get the coverage back up. And there it is. Right. We are all good. And also thanks, Betty Wagon, as well. One of my favorite Kiwis is on there. And also Makram can be our next Jacques Cullis as well. And also I just need to work on his temperament. And there from Jacques Smith. And also you need all sorts of software, blockers, VPNs, etc. Download to watch ESPN Plus in the UK. So that's the thing. I would love to see more like alternatives because I know that World Rugby, they have their YouTube channel and also they have a website that like sometimes they do show the slightly smaller games on, but like even highlights of this games, I believe the Black Caps YouTube channel will be your best bet for watching highlights of this one. If you do want to see all the wickets and whatnot that do take place each day. And thanks, Hamish, says Chris Swanepoel. And yes, Hamish, a lot of good players lost out for this year's IPL, says Chris Swanepoel. But yeah, hopefully we will be able to cover some of those games of the IPL well bowled once again, but well defended by Makram getting right in behind it. And that will be the end of the Jamieson over. Or will it? No, he's still got one more delivery left. And also, will you see Hamish Rutherford making his return for him in this series after 2014? So classy batsman. I hope he does get the opportunity at some stage. But currently, I think they are pretty content with that opening combo of Latham and Will Young, just because like those two are probably, I guess, more than likely going to be the ones that they go with going forward, just because Will Young, he did pretty well in the New Zealand conditions. So Hamish Rutherford, more than likely, if he does get the opportunity, it will be in that second one, and it might be just to test out that new combo and see whether or not it does work very nicely. But I don't believe they'll go with that new combo unless New Zealand either win comfortably or maybe Will Young doesn't perform in either of the innings of this one. And it is New Zealand tour. England often over this year is in June. Says Kevin, I'm not too sure when the next Black Caps tour they have got for themselves. I'll quickly look that up on my phone. I've got an app that just tells me all of the matches that are taking place pretty much all around the world, but sometimes it is a little bit delayed as I put in certain series if it is only just going in. And also, have you watched any PSL, Hamish, says Gary Miller? I haven't actually had the opportunity to watch any other Pakistani Super League yet. I really want to, but all the games have been on at kind of the random hours. Definitely with the New Zealand games of rugby starting up very soon, and also with this game being on at 11 a.m., it does make it a bit of an awkward time to be able to watch them. But hopefully, I will be able to watch a lot more of the IPL, more game for game than I did for the PSL. Tim Southey, he's actually bowling his 7th over now. Just keeps on going. He's trying to channel his inner Neil Wagner perhaps. See how he can go. But currently it's Makram and Vinodursan at the crease. And both men will be wanting to build up that very nice partnership. So for New Zealand, the next games that this has got on here at the moment as actual games that they've got scheduled, which of course can be a little bit different to what they will actually have. So they've got South Africa. Their games up against Australia were postponed or cancelled, in fact, due to the COVID situation. So they were going to be T20 games taking place in New Zealand, another leave outside of the off stump. We've got the Netherlands coming up in 38 days' time, by the looks of a few ODIs, and also it will be a T20 matchup. And yeah, June 2nd to June 6th is going to be the first test match that we do see between England and New Zealand. That's going to be taking place at 10 p.m. at night time. We'll probably be up watching those games more than likely. And then it is actually a 3-match test series. So hopefully it is going to be all taking place, and hopefully they can get back into the country after they leave. Tim Southey now once again get a nice bit of swing early on for that man. It seems like it's still going to be swinging around quite nicely after 12 overs. Normally, you're probably most effective with the swing up till around, 25 overs. You're probably doing pretty well to keep that ball swinging around quite nicely. And also, hey guys, says Obi, welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. Currently, New Zealand picking up the 2 early wickets. They won the toss. They decided that they did want to have the ball. I know South Africa will be touring England in July sometime as well, says Chris there. So that will be coming up in the near future. I want to do more of these games that do involve teams that aren't New Zealand as well. I feel like that would be a cool way of doing it. Where are we? I'm just looking through. So it's got July. There it is. So it is going to be on the 20th of July is the first ODI. They've got 3 ODIs. They've got 3 T20s, and they've got 3 Test matches. So nice. That means that we will be able to do all those games. Hopefully, Chris, I've got tickets as well. Says Sahara there. Yeah, I love going to cricket games live. I believe the last one I actually went to live, though, would have been 2019, and that was actually the Boxing Day Test match at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. We did take the travel over from New Zealand to Australia to watch that game, and it was a very good day of cricket, that one as well. New Zealand lost that Test match, but the atmosphere at that ground was just electric and something that, that's the thing. Seeing it on TV is one thing, but hearing it when you're there is just a completely different ball game. So, but currently it worked to the league side from Van der Doosen. I believe that was off his league as well, so it does mean that it is going to be just the league bye. But Southee bowled 7 overs almost, and he is only sitting there going for the 8 runs. He hasn't been able to pick up a wicket yet. Is it at Lords? Says Gary there for that one. One moment, we will go back, and I will have a quick old look. They actually have an Indian series as well that is coming up. So that first game, it is going to be, it is at Lords. So Devon Conway, he'll be pretty keen for that game, I would think, after getting a double century at Lords for his debut. The second match up against them is at Nottingham. It's going to be at Trent Bridge for that second match up for the Test match. And then Headingley is going to be the final location. And New Zealand play ODIs against Netherlands near future. Yeah, in about 38 days, I believe it is, that they are going to be taking on the Netherlands. And that will be an interesting series to be able to watch. I feel like I will still end up covering that on the channel as well, just out of curiosity, see how it goes. The Cricket World Cup coming very soon as well for the women's side of it, I believe. And also the T20 Men's World Cup going to be taking place in Australia a little bit later on. There's a year of cricket, that is for sure. We've got plenty of it all taking place, and hopefully all the games can take place and not too many of them do get postponed and cancelled. I know that the game between Australia and New Zealand over in Australia was postponed / cancelled, and then also the games that were going to be Australia versus New Zealand and New Zealand were also taken out of the running. Currently, Kyle Jamieson getting a good line and length, a little bit along the lines of, I would say that was about maybe 4 meters out, somewhere around that line. It was a good length. Trouble the stumps around that kind of length as well. I want to go Lords and MCG someday. So says Gary Miller, yeah, they are very nice stadiums. Lords would be an awesome one. I feel like that's like a bucket list one for any cricketer or any cricket fan to be able to watch a game at Lords. Left alone outside of the All-Star once again. Yeah, I've got tickets for Lords on the Thursday and Saturday. Not sure where the other tests are. Guessing Old Trafford and maybe Edgbaston or Southampton is on there. So yeah, they are going to be, where was it? Nottingham, and then also Leeds is the other location that they are going to have for those games. But currently, we got that much cricket. I guess a good question is, other than this series that we are seeing at the moment between South Africa and New Zealand, which series coming up or series that isn't actually scheduled are you looking forward to the most? Which one do you want to see if it hasn't already been organised? Hopefully, we do get to see a lot of them in the near future. I'd love to see another New Zealand versus Australia series in terms of the test matches, just because we seem to see quite a few of the shorter format games between those two, but I don't think we've actually played them in test match cricket since the MCG, or actually since the 2019 series that we did have up against them. I could be wrong there, though. Does seem like a little while there. Jamieson currently 2.3 overs bowled, 1 wicket. Was able to pick up that wicket earlier on. It was the number, that was close to the number 2 batsman. Follow him in that one, settle early. And also, let's talk about de Kock as well, says Joe Mama there. Yeah, pretty much international-wise, I think he's still playing the ODIs, isn't he? But he decided to step down from test match cricket. And I feel like I can understand why he did it, because when you've got a young child and these are uncertain times, like he could end up on the road for like 6 months and not see that child at all growing up from like the early stages. And they do say that the very early stages of a baby's life are like the most precious. So I can understand why he's decided to step down from the test match cricket for now, but I wouldn't be surprised if he comes out of retirement in the future. I feel like once it starts settling down, if it settles down with the restrictions and everything, there's a chance that he might end up coming back. And also imagine a situation you need to pick up cricket versus rugby. Which one you choose for commentary as well? If you had to pick between the two, it's a good question. If I do pick one of them, can I just do the other one on the other channel that I have got? It's a good question. And also hashtag Cricket for Life, and also bring on Bavuma as well. And they said Joe Mama, and also we've got their Lords. First test, second test, Edgbaston, and third test, the Oval. As our says, Chris is going to be left alone outside off stump once again. That will close out the over at Jamison. It's in Maiden for him there. And that is going to be the Powerade drinks break now. I just realized I gave Powerade some shout out, but they do make good liquids. I feel like I don't think I've heard anyone describe Powerade as liquids as well. And also we have got there, so we not play ODI or T20 against New Zealand Amish as well, says Kevin. And then this one is actually only a test match series, which kind of sucks because of the fact that there's probably a little bit of spare time that both of these sides could have played, maybe a bit of T20 or something along those lines. But yeah, they have just gone with test matches for now. Hopefully we do get to see those short format games up against the South Africans very soon, though, right? Good night, fellow cricket fans as well. This lady needs some Z's as well. And thanks so much for the commentary. We'll tune in again tomorrow, says Ara. So thank you very much for tuning in. And I'm glad you did enjoy. We will be back tomorrow, and it will be my mum with me for the afternoon session as well, which will be very exciting for that one. But currently 25 for 2 after the 14 overs, so they're a little bit behind the over rate, but not too bad, considering that we have had the 2 wickets and also the review, which was used up by Tim Southey. It was an unsuccessful one, but, you know, it happens. Definitely when it's Tim Southey, he does like to use them pretty much any opportunity that he does get. You could hit that man with one, I guess if he hit the leg about half a metre outside of the off stump, he might still consider going up for it, just in case. You never know. And I was at Yes Chris as well. And there it says Sahara. Currently now we are just waiting for the drinks break to be over. It's weird having a drinks break because normally, like, it's been a while since we've actually done a game of cricket other than, I guess, the KFC Big Bash would have been our last game of cricket. Before that, we did actually do the series for the Ashes and also New Zealand versus Bangladesh. But other than that, we haven't actually done a huge amount of cricket recently. So it does feel weird doing it, but I do love it. As at the moment, Makram sitting there on 11 off 35. Fundo Dawson sitting on 2 runs off 10 deliveries. The partnership 5 runs off 27. And yes, New Zealand is touring the UK 2nd of June till the 28th of June. 3 tests against England as well, says Chris Swanepoel. So we've just got the 3, don't we? We don't actually have any short format against them for that one, but the first match is going to be 107 days away. And Sup G, the Kiwi lads, as well, says David Lee. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. Currently, New Zealand taking the 2 early wickets, one for Matt Henry, and then the other wicket was Kyle Jamison. Was able to get a surprise. Makram isn't out yet. I remember watching a bit of the India versus South Africa test over Christmas, and he was woeful. As I says AFL, I guess it's interesting, isn't it? Because that was home conditions that he was on for that series up against India. But for now, he does look like he's going all right. There was one short ball to him. I think he did end up evading it very nicely. Everything else, though, anytime it's 2 pitched up, he has been working it to the leg side and also hasn't been afraid to give it a little bit of a cover drive as well. That's the first yawner today. Great start time for me for once. 5 p.m. here in Detroit, Michigan, USA. Looking forward to your mum. Cricket expert she is as well. She's very knowledgeable, that is for sure. Knows a lot more about the kind of older teams than myself. Like, she was listing some names that I had never heard of, and you guys are like, oh, yeah, I know them. And I was like, oh, yeah, I am just the odd one out, but that's all right for that one. She is the expert analysis for it as well. Good morning, brother, says Andy Mike. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. Currently, we are sitting 12:05 p.m. in New Zealand, so it is pretty much like this is the time I normally go to sleep, which sounds weird, of course, because it's currently lunchtime, but with the cricket and also with the rugby, I should say, that we have been covering in the middle of the night here in New Zealand, it does mean that it is a weird time to be watching for us, but it feels like a normal time. The sun's out. The sun's going to be out at the end of this live stream as well, which is going to be a new change that I haven't experienced in a little while. And also, we have got there, well, top New Zealand players missed the England Test Series if they are playing playoffs for IPL franchise teams, a lot of Test players also playing in the IPL. It's a good question because those games are going to be very similar, aren't they? So I wonder who decided on that. Although same could be said about England. I believe that they will have all of their top players or some of their top players missing in that one, whether or not it is, who would they have? I guess maybe someone like has Jofra Archer got a IPL contract in the end? Who are the English quicks that have ended up getting offered contracts? Going to be nicely played once again. It will just be the dot ball. We have got the New Zealand South Africa 2-0, my predictions as well. And this is Andy Mike. So he is going with 2 wins for the Kiwis. Although one stat that someone mentioned earlier on was actually the last time New Zealand bet the Proteas in Test match cricket was 2004. I wasn't too sure whether or not, 2014, I think it was. In fact, no, I think they did say 2004. I'm not too sure whether or not that stat was correct, but if it was, it's a huge one as well. Definitely with the fact that New Zealand are favourites going into this game. My bet is on Hurricanes to win Super Rugby. Hamish, it's early shout as well. RBO has millions. New Zealand has Williamson in there as well. Says Andy Mike. Yeah, so Kane Williamson missing for that one would be an absolutely huge blow for the Black Caps. Although at this stage they are missing him as well due to his injury. I know that. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, Trent Bolt, he is signed for the IPL as another player. I'm trying to think of who else. Maybe Kyle Jamieson might have gotten himself a contract. That's worth a shout there for LBW. Not out as the call. Henry, does he want to go upstairs for it? No, he doesn't. As when I was watching Mukram, I tapped it straight to mid-off and got caught on one as his AFL there. Yeah, I feel like that's one of those ones, like they're the worst kind of dismissals, or not really. Like some people would say that they're not, but as a batsman, when you make your way out to the crease and you just kind of chip it to someone, like you don't even try and overhit it and you go, why didn't I just try and absolutely whack that one or just leave it? I thought that was literally what we were just talking about. I thought it was Van der Doosen there who just carried it straight to Wagner, but he did end up bouncing it on the half volley. That's why my mouth or my jaw just dropped for a second there. I was like, hang on, we just said about that. And it just happened. But yeah, pretty much just did a little tap. And like, that's the thing. Also getting bowled when you try and play a dumb shot is another one that you don't like. As a batsman, like you try a reverse sweep and just get clean bowled or something along those lines. I was never capable enough to reverse sweep. It's probably a lucky thing in some regards. And Jofra was picked up by Mumbai on a 2-year deal. Black Cats beat Proteas last time in 2004 at Auckland, informed by Craig McMillan in commentary. So I say, yeah, it's been a very long time since we have been able to beat them. Is that just any location coding as well for a test match? That's a long time. They nicely worked to the league side and they will just get themselves the 1 run for that one to close out the over. And also Ishan Kishan is highest paid cricketer for Mumbai Indians. Ishan Kishan. I feel like I should... See what? I'm going to look him up because I know him, but I can't think of his face at the moment. Ishan Kishan. One moment. Yeah. Straight away. As soon as I saw him, I was like, yep, I know exactly who that is. How much is he paid, Andy? Do you know compared to like kind of, I guess if we're saying, how much did Trent Bolt go for? Like 1.3 or somewhere along those lines? Maybe I could be wrong. That one kind of disappointed New Zealand. Australia was cancelled. I was looking forward to Goliath versus Goliath. Yeah, it is a shame that we do miss out on that one. That one was just going a little bit down the league side. Wasn't actually hitting the stumps as well for or not for the IPL, for the LBW, I should say as well. Just missing the stumps. That's going to be worth a shout there. Completely left it. Van der Doosen just not quite reading that one. And I don't know what he was kind of thinking for that one. He didn't even play a shot. He just literally went and let it hit him on the pad in front of the stumps. But luckily for him, did end up swinging quite drastically and also was hitting him on the thigh pad rather than the pad there. Shiraz Iyer was the most expensive buy in the whole IPL mega auction. Is on there, and also Royal Challengers Bangalore are loaded this year. Can't wait, says Gary. So yeah, hopefully we will be able to cover a few of those games for the IPL. They always have they announced when those games are taking place in terms of the exact days that certain matches are taking place. Gary, do let me know because I know that my app is normally very slow in terms of informing me about the IPL. They actually only updated about a week before the IPL does start. But I'm going to go down and I'm going to see whether or not For some reason, have they decided to be fancy this time and do it early? They have not. Okay. I thought maybe they would have done it early this year, but no, not the case. Sadly, 15.2 overs down in this game at the moment, and the run rate is going at 1.7 here for the Black Caps for their bowling attack. Nicely bowled once again, and also 152 or 1525 lakh Indian rupees as well. Search it on Google. One moment, we will go here. So lakh rupees, rupee to NZ dollar. Right. So a lakh rupee 100,000 Indian rupees? Is that how it works? And also we've got their starts April 2nd this year, I think, as well, says Gary. And also Hamish in the IPL. If you do commentary, your channel will grow huge. Loads of fans of Indian viewers as well, and hopefully your channel will grow fast. As on there says coding. I guess that's the big thing. It will be at random hours of the night. Oh, lakh rupees. I think I spelt it wrong. One moment. It is lakh rupees. Okay. Where did it go? How much is 1 lakh rupee? Okay, it doesn't want to tell me for some reason. That's and also it's crore on there. And it's going to be worked to the leg side, and they will be able to take over a single once again for Van der Dawson. 3 runs off 21 deliveries, so a little bit of a slow start for him. And Makram also sitting 11 runs off 35. But the big thing here is these two have been able to continue building up their combo as well. So if they can keep on getting this partnership going, they can possibly work their way towards that 100 by the end of the second session, maybe, if not about halfway through it. They do keep on ticking over quite nicely. Kyle Jamieson once again running in. Left alone outside of the off stump once again. Just decides to leave that one for the final ball of the over. 131 Ks. That one was going out for Kyle Jamieson, but the score is 26 for 2 now for the South Africans. Okay, so I'm looking through, and it's not really telling me what I need to know. Like, I look at how much is 1 lakh dollar, and then it goes to just straight Indian rupees as well. So I don't really know the huge difference. I'm on a trading website. That's an interesting one. And also, who will New Zealand, or who will win New Zealand or South Africa, says Jenna Clever. I would say if history is anything to go by, it should be South Africa. But currently, New Zealand, they were the favourites going into this game. They've got 2 early wickets. I don't know, though. It's a couple of days of rain. I'm going to say a draw. I'm going to go a draw for this matchup just because it's the easier option. But, yeah, if there are 2 days of rain in Christchurch, normally if it rains in Christchurch, it rains like big time and it just keeps on raining. So I would assume we're going to get maybe a whole rained out day. Both of these sides very capable of getting big runs. I'm going to say a draw, but it's going to be close finish as well. That's close. That's close. That's very close. Is it too high? They might have said height. Is the factor. Matt Henry, he can't believe it. Do they want to use up another review here for the Black Caps? Everyone's got their hands on the head. Tom Latham looking around. What do? I don't think it's high, is what Neil Wagner has just said in that classic old Kiwi South African accent. It's Tom Latham. Oh, he's gone upstairs, and they're saying not convincingly, but he has gone up. First initial reaction, maybe a little bit high. No shot played, though. But that doesn't really affect us too much there. I think height might be... looking at it on the replay, I think height. Just a little bit. A little bit high. Or is it? It was certainly coming in enough to be able to hit the stumps, I believe. So going straight through to ball tracking. Could this be the wicket that they are after? Or umpire's call for the wickets are just a little bit sneaking over the top. Okay, so because he did give it as not out, that is what it is going to be staying with. It's good as well. Says Paddy Wiggin. And that is going to be not out. It was just clipping the bails enough to give New Zealand their review back, though, which is probably the big factor. Tom Latham, he's got a bit of a smile on his face there. umpire's call, which does mean because the umpire did give it as not out, that is how it is going to be staying as well. But it seems like the swing is really on offer at the moment for Matt Henry, and also come on. And this is Benny Wagon, and also first IPL match is 2nd of April, Chennai versus Kolkata. As well says Gareth. Oh, okay, this is going to test your time zones, Gareth. Do you know the time that it is taking place in India or in your one? And also we have got there, from memory, South Africa's bowling is better than their bowling from what I saw in the India versus South Africa series as well. There's Rossi, yeah. And I think these conditions will favour South Africa a little bit. The likes of Rabada, as long as I know that he had a real problem with that front foot in South Africa, if I'm not wrong. He did have quite a few of them in a row, but hopefully he is going to be all right for this one, and he is going to be able to find his way kind of towards, I think he could get a few wickets as well. So it is currently, for that much, it is wow, that's a lot of US dollars. $2 million US. So you're probably looking at about 4 million New Zealand dollars for that one as well. And add new rule, if umpire makes a bad call, you get to tackle him as well. Says Paddy Wagon. And also there, an interesting matchup. Says Rossi 5 there. Yeah, it should be a good one. That was almost carrying to Gully, but it is going to be racing away to the boundary. Makram gets himself another 4 runs. And now after 16.5 overs, they are going to be sitting on 32 for 2 with one more ball left. Currently, Makram, he can work his way towards a 50 hour, I think, at 7:30 p.m. in India. As also, I believe that would be, without me sounding like a complete goose, I think that's like 1:30 a.m. here in New Zealand, maybe 2:30 a.m. In fact, somewhere around that mark. In fact, I'm going to do a time zone converter. India time to NZ time. That's a very good ball. Right, India time. So it's currently sitting at 4:44 a.m. in India. So Wellington is 7 hours 30 behind or ahead of India. 7 hours 30 ahead. Oh, this is hard to do maths. My brain is frozen at the moment. In terms of time zones, you guys will know my time zones do not go well. In terms of my adding up as well. So currently, if it's 7 hours 30 ahead, that means that if it's 7:30 p.m. there, we've got to add 7 hours and 30 minutes. So straight away, you take it over, it would be 8 p.m. And then you add another 7 hours. So you're looking at 3 a.m. start time here in New Zealand. And Yiddy and Peterson are big outs for the Savas, though, as well. Says Rossi, yeah, they are indeed. Wait, is Niddy not in the line? Oh, no, he was just in the squad, sorry, for this one, but I think he is out. Same with Peterson. Are they both due to positive tests or just Peterson due to COVID? Do let me know, Rossi 5, and also we have got me. And there's us, which is the highest paid cricketer of all time? That's a great question. Highest paid. Oh, okay. One name comes to mind straight away in terms of in general. Like, I assume Virat Kohli in his prime would have gone for quite a few dollars, but then saying that, maybe like an AB de Villiers could have been up there. Someone along those lines, if it was for like IPL-wise, or maybe like T20 cricket around the world. That's a brilliant delivery from Jameson. Once again, just missing the outside edge, not sure. I just checked the score as well. Says Rossi 5 there, and also we have got the Asmi, and there says Paddy Wagon for the highest paid cricketer. And we're at 11:18 p.m. in the UK. Says Andy. So I guess a big question for you, Andy, with it sitting 11:18 p.m., how many sessions of the cricket do you think you will watch for yourself? Chris Morris is the highest paid cricketer in the IPL. So on there says coding. Interesting. He was at the Sydney Thunder, wasn't he, for a little while? I'll look it up as I says, Rossi. Thank you very much, mate. I know that someone said earlier, Peterson. He is out due to a positive test. But yeah, I'm not too sure about Niddy. Or that one that is going to be outside of the off stump once again from Cole Jameson. Patient build-up. Here, seeing whether or not he can try and lure in Van der Dussen, because he would be a huge wicket to get before the end of this first session. Another good one. And highest paid Chris Morrison as well. And there says Jack Smith, and I get $0. He's Paddy Wagon. It's a good wage. I mean, to be fair, a lot of players who play cricket get $0, just not at the big levels type thing. Oh, now I thought of a question. Going to be wet to the leg side. If you had zero cricketing experience or not a lot of cricketing experience, would you accept $10,000 to go to the IPL, ladies and gentlemen, to play in that competition? Would you do it, or would you decide to decline because of like safety and not live match view? As I said, Philip, yeah, unfortunately, due to licensing, we are unable to show out any match footage or audio, but I can recommend certain options depending on what country you're in, Philip. Do let me know where you are, and I'll try my best to let you know where you can watch the game, whether it's for free or maybe it might be for a subscription, depending on the country you're in. That's a good in-swing and delivery from Kyle Jamieson there. And he's free money as well. And there's his Betty Wagon. Although you're facing like 150k balls from other people, you know, they might bowl you a bouncer, might just smack you in the body a few times. It's kind of how much do you value your body? Well, that one, and yes, says Gary. I mean, it would be a great experience, wouldn't it? To be able to go over and train with the teams and everything along those lines, and can't find out or can't find ways out. So, yeah, maybe they did just decide to rest him. Well, that's okay, says Betty Wigan for that one as well. But now Jamieson, final ball of this over. So short ball, it's hit in the air. But it is going to be nicely played by Van der Dussen. Does hit it for 4 runs. And that is going to be the end of the over. And Kyle Jamieson, a little bit disappointed with that one. Run rate creeps up to 2 runs per over. And South Africa sitting 36 for 2 now in this matchup. But currently we have got another 38 minutes left. I get 10K. I'd get 10K, just play a few minutes as well. And there's Betty Wagon. Because I guess that's the thing. They wouldn't start you every time, I wouldn't think. It's more of just an injury replacement. So I think most people would take the money for the one, get the experience. I'm going over no Joe Root, please, thanks. As on there says Gary Miller. And there, but that is going to be racing away to the boundary for that pull shot from Van der Dussen and Kale Rahul. And Virat Kohli, our highest paid cricketer, 2.5 million or 2.3 million US dollars. So says Andy, see, that's huge money, isn't it? And that's probably, that was very close to the stance for Makram, but it was left well in the end. And that wouldn't even be considering sponsorships, endorsements, or anything along those lines, would it? That would just be the contract. So like those guys, every time they do an Instagram post or anything like that saying, check out this bottle of water, you're probably getting an extra $1 million just for fun. So like it's huge money once you are at the top of your game. Like even some of the Kiwis are making some very nice dollars at the moment for themselves. But currently now, Matt Henry once again going to be running, and he's been bowling well so far. That was close to the edge. I think he did get him. Yes, he did. And it's the wicket of Matt Henry, or the wicket of Makram, I should say. He doesn't think he's hit it. Okay, he doesn't actually think he's hit this one. Van der Dussen, he's going upstairs for Makram, so he doesn't feel that he has actually connected with this one. And good morning, all friends, says Vikash there. Yeah, currently about 5 a.m. there for yourself, isn't it? If I'm not wrong, if you are in India. For this one, so welcome into the live stream. Unless maybe Bangladesh. Bangladesh are on a similar time zone, aren't they? Somewhere around that line. Do let me know whereabouts you are from, mate. And I feel so embarrassed. They earn so much money for playing cricket as well. And it's out of Big Nick. So it says coding. Yeah, that's an edge. And that is going to be Makram, sorry, on his way. After that one, we will go through and we will quickly go like this. We will go Makram as well. And we will put 15 runs of 42 deliveries. There we go. We have put that one up as well. And also, any idea what Dhoni makes in for Chennai? I assume, I'd like to think it would be somewhere around that 2 mil mark or somewhere around about there. And also, Vikasha said hi as well. Welcome in to the live stream. And also, we've got the Anya Makram as well, or Anya Bike Makram, I should say, from Rossi 5. Makram, he is going to be out 15 runs of 43 deliveries there. Full wicket, 36 for 3. South Africa, though, I feel like that's the thing. It's got them as a 19% chance of winning this game. It's still very early, though, for them. And they have now got another man making his way to the crease, and that man is Timba Bavuma as well. And what's with the Makram, or what's with the Makram pronunciation? Have I got it wrong? Is it Makram? Am I rolling the R too much? Is it just Makram? Makram? Mark Ram. That's how the Kiwis would say, I want to waste the challenge. As I says, Rossi, yeah, it was interesting that it did go up from, I would have thought Van der Dussen would have heard it as a supporter view from Makram in there. But yeah, I guess that's the thing. You've got 3 because of local umpires. Both sides have now used up one, so it's kind of 2 and 2 for that one now. But I guess if I was saying his name wrong, maybe it's not a bad thing that he has made his way from the crease now. And then there are a couple other names that I think I do well and truly pronounce wrong for this one. But currently now it will be making his way to the middle. Timba Bavuma, who is not very tall. How tall is that man? I assume he will get a little bit of short stuff at some stage which does mean more than likely maybe Neil Wagner won't be too far away, and also Makrum. Wait, Makrum. I think it's pronounced Makrum. Makrum. Oh, I can't stop tongue rolling now. My tongue just goes every single time. Makrum. I can't stop it from rolling. I feel like I've said too many South African, and also probably, I guess, somewhere along the lines of maybe too much of the Argentine names, Italian as well, with a little bit of all over the place. And also Tim David is a high-paid Australian cricketer, 1.6 million. As that says Andy. But now it is going to be Bavuma. He's made his way to the middle, and he will have to build into this innings as well. But Makram just ended up getting a little bit of the outside edge. Although I say a little bit, it was quite a loud edge when it did go through. But currently New Zealand, they are sitting in a nice box seat here outside of the off stump, and it is left alone by Bavuma. And also you wait till Mako Janssen heads out of the crease. He's 208. I remember seeing those two at the crease. I think it was in India, wasn't it? That those two were at the middle, and it was on one side had Bavuma, and the other side it did have Mako Janssen. And it was like, I believe someone captioned it as like father and son batting together. But it's like the height difference between those two is absolutely insane. Well bowled once again by Matt Henry. That one looked relatively quick, 133 Ks whilst getting it down at. And Bavuma almost ends up just playing it to one of the slip cordon. And as I say, Mark, as on there, says that it was from Gareth Makram. Still rolling the R, aren't I? Makram. I can't stop my tongue from rolling unless I go as well. And please split Makram. Pronounced Mark Ram. You are facing difficulty in pronouncing Ram. Word Ram is biggest god name in India as well. So is it Ram or Ram? Ram? Mark Ram. As Tim David tearing up the BSL. Awesome. 20 so far. That man's got huge power. Like, no matter what, when he gets sent out to the middle, like, he can just hit six his first ball. And that's something that, like, not too many batsmen have the ability to do, to go out to the middle and just go, right, I feel good. I'm just going to go out there and I'm just going to smack this ball. Try Mark Rim. As on there says Rossi there. And I say, yes, it says Putki. But currently now it is going to be Vinderdusen, who is on strike. Matt Henry's been bowling very nicely. That's off the edge, it carries. And it's another wicket. That was a quick delivery. 141.5 from Matt Henry. And Vinderdusen is going to be gone now. And that is going to be New Zealand having the South Africans 4 down now at this stage. Vinderdusen. There we go. We'll put that. And he is going to be dismissed. 8 runs of 29 deliveries. That was very nicely bowled by Matt Henry. He's been going extremely well since coming into the side here. Mark Rim pronounces that, so it's Mark Rim. Hopefully that's not too bad. Bye-bye, says Benny Wagon. And there is we will go like this and we will go like that. Rassi Vinderdusen, he has gone 8 runs of 29 deliveries. And now the Kiwis have been able to pick themselves another one up. Matt Henry at the moment has been bowling very nicely for himself. That is actually his 3rd wicket of the day. And he has sat in 3 for 15 off his 7 overs. And I'm an Aussie, and I pronounce it Mark Rum. As that's why I said it before, maybe Mark Rim. Suits your accent better, as says Rossi 5. Yeah, for some reason his name just doesn't like my tongue, does it? Overall, and also, and then no issue with the Afrikaans names. And there says Gareth. Maybe I'm putting too much of an Afrikaans spin on it. A little bit, so it's Markram. I think I just have to say it with more of a Kiwi accent. No, we are we reach 100? I think there's still 100 on the cards for the South Africans. And also, so when South Africa get out, will New Zealand just keep batting till they are bowled out or decide to clear? I think they have enough runs. So I would say up against South Africa, you're probably looking at about 400 as enough runs, maybe 300, somewhere around there, depending on how many South Africa get. But they'll certainly need a few. And Hamish, if Matt Henry performs well in this test and takes more than 5 wickets, will Trent Boult be dropped in the second test? He might be, depending on what they decide on. And also depending on, I guess, how it's coming along with his baby type things. If the baby has been born relatively soon, maybe he will be back. But I feel like if New Zealand can get themselves in a good position to be able to win this test match, maybe being 1-0 up, you do give Trent Boult just a little bit more of a spell. And yeah, he's English as well. And it says Gareth, so it's Markram. Markram. I feel like I'm saying too much of the aren't I? That's the thing. I don't know where the tongue rolls come from, but I can't stop tongue rolling now. Like anytime I say any name, like even like a simple Kiwi name like Richard, or Mark Richardson, I guess could be a good option. Like I guess if I was saying it, I'd just end up going Mark Richardson. And also Lockie Ferguson, 1.32 million, a US highest paid New Zealand cricketer as well. So hopefully my fingers are just crossed that he doesn't get injured in that series. And it sounds bad to say, but he just ends up with so many injuries. And Afrikaans has an R as well. There says Gareth, and also Ben Cutting, also hitting six as well, also flipping off the bowler. It's an interesting one to be doing. I guess, did he get in trouble for that at the end for flipping off the bowler, or was it all right? That's going to be whipped to the leg side. Nicely played there by Vavuma, and it is him and Hamza now who are at the middle. And Hamza, he is going to have to face his first delivery now. Makram, best way to pronounce as well. And there says Andy Mike with the Makram and there as well. But currently we have actually only got another 28 minutes left of this session. Then we will be into the lunch break, which is 40 minutes time. Or 40 minutes worth, I guess I should say. And during that time, we will be popping off, but we will have the scoreboard just sticking up on the screen. And then we will be returning. And it will be 1:40 New Zealand time or somewhere around there for the second session of the day. So be sure to stick around. And also, if you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Well bowled by Kyle Jamieson there. It was an awkward ball. And he did end up almost losing his balance a little bit there, Hamza, but got enough bat on it to be able to go through and get himself his first run of the day. While Lockie Ferguson and Aaron Milne don't play Test cricket with their pace over 150, they can be lethal on these green pitches. Pretty much injuries. Like they don't seem to be able to bowl 150 more than a couple overs without getting injured. Pretty much. Adam Milne, I think, has gotten a little bit better at it recently, but overall, unfortunately, it's just one of those ones that you just end up, if you run in too many times, that's where Mark Wood, in fact, has actually been really developing his game in terms of being able to do so many overs in a row and just keeps on going. And also, we have got there, you're trying to stop saying Makram since he's now out and chat's not letting you off, as says Rosie. Yeah, they keep on bringing it up. Hopefully, I do have it right by the next time, though, for Makram. And also, we've got this, man, sad to see SJ not kick on as well. Great guy. And there, as says Gareth, for SJ. Who is SJ? SJ. I'm trying to think of who that is. And I can't think of him off the top of my head. You might have to let me know. And today got a day off school, says Xavier Brown. Got suspended. What did you do, Xavier? I mean, I hope you're doing well. And I hope you're having a nice day. But what did you do? What are you school's only just started like a couple of weeks ago. Also, I've got there SR as well. And there it says Gareth, and also batting is very difficult. Run rate is below 2. As I says, on this green top at Hagley, it is relatively tough for the early stages, and got a 2-day suspension for getting in a fight as well. So, you only just got back to school. You're already. And that's Steve Smith as well, Andrew Ty, Mickey as well in there, and also Cordonal, Faulkner, Suresh Raina, Shakib Al-Hassan, unsold in the IPL. So Steve Smith unsold, I think, was going to be a relatively big one. Andrew Ty's an unfortunate player to miss out. And also Uwe, and there says Gareth there. But yeah, 10 runs off 30. He did look like he had a relatively good start. And when they bowled him the short ball, actually got onto it pretty early. Was able to play the pull shot, get the 4 runs, and they both got fined 15%. Also, did the bowler pull it back at him or something? I feel like I'm going to have to look up that clip after the day, perhaps, of Ben Cutting pulling the fingers at the bowler. Currently, 2 extras so far for the Kiwis. They are both league buys, though. Well, bowl once again outside of the off stump. If the Kiwis can pick up one more into this one, it would be very impressive before we get to the end of the session. We have got a donation from Xavier Brown. Thank you very much, mate. Usually appreciated for that one. We will go like this and we will go like that. There we go. We have got it up on the screen as well. And you got the better donate. But yeah, we do appreciate you being here. It's a 2-day suspension for getting in a fight. I can tell you honestly, I don't think I ever got into a fight at school or at any time. That is because I think I would be too nice to be able to do anything. We were talking about it one other time, how, like, if I ended up punching someone, I would end up apologizing, even if it's midway through the fight, which is why I don't think I would have that aggression needed to become a fighter, such as a boxer or an MMA fighter, anything along those lines, because they'd just be like, oh, are you all right? And then they'd just punch me, and then that would be the end of it, unfortunately. Now, Henry, once again, he's been bowling very well. He's actually bowled so many overs in a row. That's looking close. A little bit down the leg side. No review. Taking us out. Yeah, he's flipping him off after they got him out. Ah, I see. Nice. It's a little bit of aggression. Who was the bowler, Gary? Do you remember what his name was? Oh, well bowled for Matt Henry, but I think it was just going a little bit down leg. Xavier Brown, where is he from as well? I think Australia Aussies have fighting spirit as well. He is from Australia for Xavier Brown there. Well bowled once again by Matt Henry. He's actually had a very long spell, but they haven't needed Neil Wagner yet because he just keeps on finding that line of length and putting them under all sorts of pressure here on the batsmen. But they are just showing the deliveries that he has been getting. It's all on the good line and length. It just makes it very difficult to be able to decide whether or not to go forward or backward. And that is when you get that little bit of indecision, which then creates the opportunity. Well, ball once again. Now Hamza hits it to the leg side, and they do want the two. They just get the single, though. And I'm Fawzi and go for the best rugby team as well. And then I guess the best hint for the best rugby team that he is going for is the colours of this badge that he has got as well. Yeah, it's just a nice little inside edge there for the one of Kyle Jamieson, I believe, that they are showing from a little while ago. They're actually showing that, one of my coverages is way behind. I've got two up at the moment. One was supposed to be an instant replay, but it has well and truly got lost. That's nicely done once again by the batsman and Bavuma, and that will be the end of the 21st over now, and it is 40 for 4. South Africa have an issue where they put batters or players into their franchise batting numbers as well. Australia get it right by starting players at 6. As 6 and grow up the order. And grow up the order. Tell you what, my reading was not good there, was it? And Ponting, Clark, Smith all started lower as well. Yeah, Smith actually started as a leg spinner back in the day. I believe he was a young leg spinner for the Sydney Sixers. And then from there, slowly got promoted up the order. Same with probably Marnus Labuschagne. He would have started a little bit lower. No, sorry, apparently it was an old feud as well. There says Gary. Oh, okay, so a little bit of something there between the two. I feel like it's cool seeing little rivalries, but I guess, yeah, you're not allowed to pull the fingers at each other on live TV. But sure, they would have probably not had a beer afterwards. They probably would have just continued to not like each other too much. Because I assumed cutting at him for a 6 or something, or a boundary, which is why he pulled the finger initially, Gary, or was it just out of fun? He was like, hey, I remember you. Have some of that. Now Wagner into the bowling attack. So this will be an interesting spell here for Wagner. Put a little bit too leg side-ish, and straight away runs off Neil Wagner there. And it's going to be worked to the leg side to fine leg. And it is just the single there. But currently 1.94 is the run rate for the South Africans. They will want to make sure more than anything else that they keep these two batsmen at the crease for a little bit longer. And also we have got there, do you know why Hooper is not playing for the Tars? Sees Xavier Brown. I did see that. He's not actually in the starting lineup for their match up against Fiji and Drua. The thing that I am thinking possibly might be similar to why the Crusaders and whatnot don't have Richie Mo'unga for the first 3 weeks. It might actually be something to do with a little bit of the time in terms of after Australian international duty, a little bit of a rest. And Owen Morgan also went unsold in the IPL mega auction as well. That's a big one that no one picked up. And also, brother, which is the highest paid footballer now and how much? I assume it's probably, is it Mbappe? He's right up there at the moment, Kylian Mbappe. For PSG. I don't know whether or not he's the highest, though. I assume Neymar also gets a fair amount of dollars. And then Ronaldo and Messi are both, of course, still right up there. But I feel like Kylian Mbappe might be making his way up there a little bit. But yeah, I think when we see the announcement of the other squads for their games today, for Saturday, such as the Reds and the Rebels, I don't think they will have all of their Australian players playing in that one. As I was so excited when France play England in the Six Nations, which is given. Yeah, that will be the last round, won't it? So that could be a big game for those who are actually, no, that won't be the last round, will it? Or it might be. Can't remember. I know that I looked at the schedule about 5 times and I keep on looking through all the weeks, so I keep on confusing myself. I think he's going to Japan for a bit coming later in the season. Says Gareth there as well. But yeah, I think they do have to have a little bit of a rest, some of the international players, which is why they have been left out. Because I believe, I'm not too sure whether or not we have had a few of the other sides for the New Zealand Super Rugby announcing their squads. I am actually going to be doing videos of that one. So the Crusaders have announced their side. They've got Joe Moody and their Will Jordan, George Bridge. Okay, so I guess maybe it's along the lines of, yeah, maybe they've just decided that they don't want to use them just yet. Last one, Le Crunch as well. And in there, wait, is it Le Crunch? Le Crunch? Is it La Crunch? Hopefully it's correct, but I probably haven't pronounced that correctly. Am I adding too much L? Oh, that's close. No, that was the old one. That's the replay. I got to watch this one. Now Neil Wagner charging in for the final ball of his first over outside of the off stump. A little bit wayward from Neil Wagner for that first one. Probably was expecting to be bowling a little bit earlier on. Oh, the Hurricanes, they've got Artie Savia. So I think it is just the case of maybe they weren't having maybe Michael Hooper is away somewhere else. And I was like, Hamish, why you are predicting a draw for this test match? Will rain play spoilers in this match as well? I know that there's 90% chance of rain on Saturday, and then also there is going to be a 70% chance of rain on Sunday. So if that is the case, I think this game might end up going a little bit deeper. Hopefully it's not the case. Hopefully we do get to see a relatively full competition of cricket between these two sides for the full 5 days, but there is a chance that the rain could be around. Jobless person can only can imagine how much money they received in their hand when they need as well. Says Andy Mike. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, huge money is made in football. Huge money is made in sports in general. That was a nice ball once again from Matt Henry. He just keeps on going. It's up to 8 overs bowled. And he's just going to keep on going and going and going. That's the nickname of England French. Le French for the crunch as well. And the Le Crunch. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I feel like I'm very slow today, aren't I, in terms of things hitting my brain. One moment, we're just going to go here. I'm just looking through at the lineups that the teams have announced for their Super Rugby. I'll probably end up making my videos about the lineups for the games a little bit later on in the day as well. And how good Squad Cooper NFL pass as well on there. It says was Xavier Brown. That was in the warm-up game, wasn't it? If I'm not, sorry, that was actually in Japan, I should say, rather than the warm-up game. But yeah, there's some good rugby being played in Japan at this current stage. So hopefully we do get to see a little bit more of it in the future as well. We haven't actually watched too many of the Japanese top league games. In fact, we haven't watched any on the channel as of yet. But hopefully that will change in the near future, and we can do a little bit more of it alongside also the top 14 Gallagher Premiership, URC, all those competitions. And Super Rugby, of course, where Reds are going to kill us on Saturday. I know Leota and Callaway, as I says Xavier. So yeah, that's going to be a big one, not having those two. So I think it is something to do with a lot of the players are resting after international duty, but some players are allowed to come back. So I don't know what the go is there in terms of what the rules and regulations are about why some players aren't playing and some players are playing type thing as well. And also, where's the rugby as well? See, I think it's a good question, mate, but it is going to be covered this weekend that we have got it. And it is going to be, where's the rugby is in the location of the country, or where's the rugby is in like rugby instead of the cricket? As damn, my badge is gold now. This indeed. And they do look, tell you what, looking at those gold badges, they look like, I think, 10 times better than we expected them to look for that gold. Like, it's shiny, looks bloody beautiful. As also Hodge is playing, makes no sense as well, says Xavier. Yeah, so I guess it's weird, isn't it? Although, was Hodge injured? And then, no, this is a rugby channel as well. And then says Isaac O'Gillis also, where's James O'Connor? Does he play for the Reds? He does normally play for the Reds. So I don't know whether or not he is going to be in there starting lineup for that next one. But Isaac, weather in Christchurch at the moment, is it nice and sunny? Because you are currently up there. Is it going to be raining on Saturday and Sunday as well? And why is Richie Mo'unga not starting for the Crusaders? I believe him and also Whitelock are going to have 3 more weeks where they aren't actually starting. I believe. Something along those lines. Maybe. I'm just going to have a quick look and see whether or not I can work out the reason. I know that someone mentioned it a while ago, how it was going to be that they weren't actually allowed to play due to something. I can't remember what it was. Wellness? No, it might not have been wellness or something like that. Okay, Hooper was in Japan last year. This year he's on holiday. come back for the last quarter of the season as well, says Gareth there, and also been a member for 1 month. And 0 Day Let's Go is also a perfect month in that one as well. I guess it's an interesting concept, because what happens if you became a member at the start of February? Theoretically, you could get your badge quicker than anyone else for 1 month because February's shorter. So I guess scientifically type thing. And also Hamish, why not on scorecard in South Africa is SA, or in the match RSA as cricket, not South Africa as well. So pretty much that is because it is the Republic of South Africa. It used to be the case of some do have an SA, but most do have an RSA for Republic of South Africa. I remember back at school, people used to think that it meant Russia for South Africa, but yeah, it is Republic of South Africa, which is why they have got that at the start as well. And it is a nice 3-letter one rather than just the 2, as it does look better with the 3 letters as their kind of shortened term as well. Now, Wagner, his radar's been a bit wonky at the moment there. Another wide ball from Wagner, but currently only 13 minutes left of this session as well, and coding Republic of South Africa, as I says Gareth there. Currently 41 for 4 here for the South Africans after 23.3 overs, so I believe they will be about 4 overs behind, somewhere along those lines. Maybe only 2 or 3. But now Wagner, once again, can he get the radar right? If he does, I feel like Bavuma won't know where it's coming from because of how often he has strayed wide. That one once again outside of the off stump. Seeing whether or not he can lure him in. It's interesting. I think Wagner, ever since he got whipped off the pads for the very first ball, he did bowl, I should say. He's just decided, you know what, I'm just going to put everything way outside of the off stump. Now, they're showing Colin de Grano. I assume he might not be too far away from getting a bit of a bowl, as Matt Henry has bowled 9 overs pretty much in a row for him as well. Skiing outside of the off stump from Neil Wagner. Persisting with it. I feel like he's got some sort of game plan here for Bavuma, and also making it fair for the rest of the league. Razor is so kind as well. And this is Gary. Although I've seen his lineup, it's still not exactly a bad side that he has gone with. That one we will go like this. And we will go like this. I'm just looking through at all the starting lineups for Super Rugby Pacific. I'm excited for these games that are going to be taking place. Hopefully, we have got some very good matchups, but we will be covering every single one of Super Rugby Pacific on the channel as well. A bit of in-swing there. And it is nicely played once again. But pretty much the games that are overlapping with the test match cricket, we will be doing the rugby, but then also afterwards, we will be going back into the cricket type thing. So it will be a bit of a balancing act depending on when the rain is hitting as well. Perhaps if it's rain delay for the whole weekend, it would be quite nice in some regards because we wouldn't end up having to decide between which one to go with in terms of rugby or cricket. But that is going to be the end of the Wagner over, and it is 41 for 4 now. Currently still ticking over quite nicely for the Kiwis in terms of their over rate, but they might need to speed up just a little bit more. We've seen 2 reviews used so far, one for New Zealand, one for South Africa, and our IDs, etc. has ZA as well for Zoid. Oh, that's a hard word. Zoid Africa, is that correct? For that pronunciation, Gareth, do let me know. Zoid? Or is it Zoid? Zoid? Not sure. I said that about 4 different ways, so hopefully I haven't confused you too much. But Colin Gronholm now can get his first bowling of the day as well. A little bit of outswing. Now, that's the thing. He doesn't bowl express pace. He doesn't bowl medium pace. He bowls Colin de Gronholm 120 Ks or so. But the way that he puts the ball up there and the way that it swings is enough to make any batsman, I guess, kind of, it's a weird one. You almost underestimate like the way that the ball's moving. So you think because it's a little bit slower, you can actually play it a lot easier, but it's not too easy for it as well because of the fact that if he does get it to swing away, get it to seam a little bit, he's always got a smile on his face, Colin de Gronholm. He's gone away from the mustache. He's gone away from, I think he almost had a mullet at one stage as well, didn't he? He is going to be ready to run in once again. And what's this badge? As on there says, or what's this badge? Says Gareth there. This badge, is it the one? The badge. Is it? Oh, the one that we were talking about a little bit earlier on. Pretty much it is the membership badge that we have got on the channel. So each month that you are a member, once you get to a certain point, it actually upgrades the badge that you have got. And also we've got the your demise. And then South Africa sucks as well. That's coming from a South African and Achilles, I believe it is. Welcome in, Achilles. Hope you're doing well, mate. How are you thinking South Africa are going at this point in time? 41 for 4. It's going to be a tough game, but they've got the capabilities to be able to build up that big partnership that they would need. And also we have got their Micah said, you could pass this. I feel like that's classic Kiwi slang, isn't it? Welcome in, Mike. Hope you are doing well, mate. But currently now, Colin de Gronholm. I feel like Colin de Gronholm, he looks like he could have played in like the 80s for cricket. Like he's got that kind of 80s look about him. Like he looks like he's in the wrong generation type thing. But currently now, we have got there. Go New Zealand, make them cry like always as well. And there says it was Achilles. How's it, brother? Says Mike. I'm doing very well, thank you, mate. Excited for some more cricket that we have got ourselves. Test match cricket, even though it's 6 hours a day, my voice seems to hold up not too badly, and hopefully that will be the case for the next year as well. But that is going to be the end of the over, and 25 overs down, 41 for 1. Anyone who is living in New Zealand, or 41 for 4, I should say, you have got the options of Spark Sport as one way of watching it if you have got a subscription. If you haven't got a subscription and you have got yourself a TAB account, believe it or not, this game is being shown live for free on the TAB. Just don't bet on it, I guess, is a good way of looking at it. You can literally click on play. You can watch this game fully for free, and it's actually ahead of Spark Sport. If that is something you guys are keen on, and you do live in New Zealand, and also supplementary says Achilles, I come in. Elijah Man, also KO Sport for Australians. Okay, so KO for Australia. Is it on Stan Xavier, or is it just KO? That has got on what time's the schedule to finish, says Rossi 5. So for this one, the first session is going to be at 1 p.m., so 8 minutes time for the first session. And then after that, we have got the final time that it could be finishing is 6:30 p.m. New Zealand time, but more than likely, Bavuma finally decided he wanted to chase a wide one. So I guess that was the tactic the whole time. See how patient the man would be. Currently sitting on 2 off 21, and also KO Foxtel get all the cricket as well. And yeah, it's not great. And there's Gareth. But Neil Wagner, he decided to keep on persisting with that wide ball. And also, who do you think is going to win, says Mike. Originally, I did say a draw for this one just because there is supposed to be a little bit of rain around. Another wide attempt there from Bavuma. He wants to get onto it, wants to feel better on ball here up against Wagner. And also, yeah, I'm on KO, and also for 30 my time cheers as well. So, yep, for you Australians out there, if you are in the regions that are 2 hours behind, you have got a 4:30 p.m. finish and a 9 a.m. start for the next day. But I think the way that New Zealand have been going very early on in this match, like currently the odds have them as the 76% favourites for this match. I'm Gareth, I'm South African, but our cricket not like what it used to be. Well bowled once again from Neil Wagner. That one was a little bit straighter, and he wasn't expecting it for that one by Bavuma. That's a good bowling from Neil Wagner, really keeping the batsman in two minds. So you've got their Black Caps batter Tom Blundell sprung walking home, and his whites carrying a souvenir stump. Do common New Zealand people not recognise their own cricketers in general as compared to rugby? I think it's more of the case of, I guess, like, people support the cricketers, but we also have this thing, like normally in New Zealand, if you see someone out and about, that's off the edge. Didn't quite carry though. But yeah, pretty much if you see someone out in public as well, like I don't think we have the mindset of like going up and just like, I guess not annoying them, but just like kind of going up to them type thing. It's kind of like you just let them be. Like definitely if they're just like walking somewhere, you just like, some people will go up, ask for a photo, and a lot of people don't mind it. But normally we just got that kind of casual, like, you know, he's just out and about, we'll just let him be. As I miss the days of Umla, Gibbs, Smith, Jacques Callis as well, and Pollack, and Atini, and so on. As yeah, some very good players from South Africa in the past. Have we got De Villiers on that list? AB De Villiers, he's got to be right up there as well, although probably not so much in test match cricket, is he? But that one, and I've been a New Zealand cricket fan myself as well. CSA is an absolute joke, can't support an organisation like that as well, says Gareth. And also would rather see Jonah Lomu play again or see New Zealand cricket win the next 2 World Cups for both day one or one day and T20. It's a tough one purely because of the fact that I feel like if I say Jonah Lomu, like it's a dark path type thing. It's a nice straight drive though. And they'll be able to get themselves a couple runs here by the looks of it. Do they get back for 3? No, they just get the 2. And also, so I would say, like, it would be great to see, of course, Lomu's still playing and whatnot. But then saying that, if theoretically, I know this is a rough one to go down, but theoretically he would be, like, how old would he be? He'd be quite old at this point in time. So I feel like he wouldn't be playing rugby at this point in time anyway, type thing. So then I guess maybe the World Cup's just because it's more current. But then also, yeah, it's a tricky question. If you told celebrities that they would be left, be in New Zealand, they would be on the next flight as well. Yeah, I guess it's one of those ones that, like, no one, like, some people do like it, but a lot of people, like, they like seeing people out in public, but you don't want to, like, chase them type thing. Like, some people who just, like, walk after celebrities going, oh, where's he going? He's going to the shop, isn't he? And then they just send an Instagram one and just be like, look at who I've seen just going into a shop to buy a mango. It's Ross Taylor. It's like, they just want to live. Also somewhere on a green pitch as well. And then also in India, the cricketers can't move in public because population is so much, and we Indians are so attached to the cricketers as well. And then where the Black Caps playing at, it is at Hagley Oval for this matchup. Nice straight drive, but it goes straight to the fielder. And New Zealand is heaven for top celebrities and important persons no one recognises. It's a cool place to live. As Elsie's coding, I mean, it's sometimes like people get recognised. It's just they don't get bombarded type thing. Like, and I guess that's because of, like, at the end of the day, we've got 5 million population, but you still got, like, plenty of space to be able to move around. Like, so you can go to the beach and not risk seeing, like, 1,000 people all know you, and you can just kind of chill out. It's quite nice. Overall, the sun's out at the moment. I'm getting very hot. So after this break, I think I am going to be having the shirt off, or not the shirt off, but the jersey off for the next session. Yeah, shirt off would be a completely different type of live stream, but we ain't going there for this one. Only 3 balls left of the De Gron home over. I believe we will have time to get one more over in after this one, which will have them only 2 overs behind the over rate. Well, bowl once again from De Gron home. Getting behind it was Hamza. He's been able to play it very nicely. Currently sitting on 3 runs of 23 deliveries now. And as I hope you have been doing good, mate. I'll finish school. Woohoo. As I says, Ollie. So, yeah, hopefully you've been enjoying a little bit of freedom there. Are you going to university or something along those lines? Ollie, it's been a bit wet down here, which has meant that George has had quite a few days off work as he does work outside. So we've had a lot of time to film videos, just hang out around along those lines. So that's been pretty good, seeing as I didn't actually get to catch up with him for around a month in his busiest season. So, yeah, we've had plenty of fun over the last little while. In your locality, are we live? How much people you saw in one time as us is going? So pretty much our population here where we are, I believe, if you're not counting like kind of the outskirts of the town, we're probably only sitting around 5,000 people. So like you could go down the main street at like 8 p.m. or something like that, and you see like 5 people type thing. And also we have got the Amish, you should make an iPhone rugby game. That would be pretty cool to be able to somehow make a game like on a phone or something like that in the near future. Although I would have to try and find a company. I had a game that I played a little while ago, and I thought about reaching out to them and seeing whether or not they wanted to do some sort of like special collaboration thing, but I never got down to it, or got round to it, I guess I should say. And the USA, the celebrity bodyguards beat you up as well, says Gary there. See, I think that's the thing. Over here, like, you don't even need a bodyguard. You just go out in public. Like, I think it's just that kind of chilled out, like, yeah, we'll just let you be about your business. It's Jish is in the chat and said hello from Austria, Vienna as well. Welcome into the live stream. What time is it in Austria at the moment? Do let me know. It's sunny in Hamilton. So it says Ollie there. So yeah, it's currently pretty nice in Christchurch, which hopefully will continue to be the case for the later stages. Neil Wangton bowling a short ball. Something that's not really surprising, but it is slightly surprising for that one, as he hasn't bowled too many short balls throughout this whole matchup. So far, he has been persisting with that line of length outside of the off stump. Although one big thing that has changed is the fact that now it is going to be the other man on strike. And that is Hamza. They've brought in the back pad of Will Young. As on how many funds we're up to. And as I says, Xavier, I think we've got about 6 funds at the moment. Just from, like, that's the thing. They've all been created, I think, purely by you guys, possibly. Like, in terms of, like, I'll mention something that I'm like, oh, we're thinking about doing this. And then you guys are right. This is the fun. Like the chicken nuggets, for instance, how we are going to be doing that video once Isaac is down. Like, yeah, I was like, oh, we're going to do a 50 nugget challenge type thing. And then all of a sudden it was like, right, the chicken nugget fund is now being started. And we had just everyone going, chicken nugget fund pretty much. But that one is our come on as our fellow high school alumni as well. That's pretty awesome. Or alumni. I feel like I say that word very wrong. Alumni. I think it's alumni, isn't it? Maybe. But yeah, that's pretty awesome that you did go to the same school. So I see in foreign countries, homes are shaped as beautiful huts with so much greenery and farms and mountains. So you also have the same shape hut or same hut shape house as well. I guess we're not hugely hut shaped, but we got like a bit of a tinted or like tilted roof type thing, and then we got a backyard. We're pretty lucky in the location that we are as well. We've got a mountain that way quite a bit, like probably a K or so, a K and a half. Be a short ball. Once again, is someone just honking their car horn? Someone's car might be getting stolen. Welcome to New Zealand. No, we don't really have too many car robberies. I think someone might just be honking their car for the sake of it. And also Hutch, that the Hobbit Village in New Zealand as well. And there says Gareth. Now currently 2 balls left of this session. So pretty much we will be returning at around that 140 mark, which is in 38 minutes time after this over is finished. And then that will be for session 2 of the action. But I do thank you all very much for tuning in so far. If you have been enjoying, be sure to leave a like and subscribe once again outside of the off stump. From it was now Wagner, and also been to Queenstown, incredible scenery as well. And there, yeah, it is very nice indeed, and also not. And then there says Xavier, not. I assume that might have been the enter clicked a little bit prior, maybe if I'm not wrong. But currently, yeah, it's going to be interesting, that chicken nugget one, because 50 nuggets doesn't sound like a lot, but I said it, and I said that George will probably get bored of eating nuggets before he gets full. Like, he'll just be like, I'm sick of this. So I just will end up being like pretty much just, he wouldn't be bothered continuing to keep on eating them maybe. But we'll have to wait and see how it goes. It should be hopefully within the next month or two that Isaac is down. He lives actually in Christchurch, which is where this game is located. But yeah, hopefully should be a very exciting one. We might even get Daniel involved as well. We'd have to buy about $140 worth of nuggets, which some would say wouldn't be worth it, but others would say it would be a very good investment for that one as well. Interesting. My TAB has just been like, you know what? It stopped working, but that is going to be the end of this over. 44 for 4 now for this one, and it should be a very exciting second session. But thank you all very much for tuning into this session. Currently, the 4 wickets have been falling. Elgar lost his wicket early. Urwi, Makram, and also Fundadusen was the other man who did end up being dismissed. 44 for 4, though. Decent start to the match for both of these sides, and I am looking forward to see the next session take place. So thank you all very much for tuning in. We will be back in only a short amount of time. What I will quickly do is I will add that on this little ticker that is going across the bottom. I will go, we will, oops, I can't type. We will be back at 1:40 p.m. New Zealand time for session 2. It's quite hard to type when you're under pressure, isn't it? There we go. We will go like that, and we will go like that as well. So that will be going across the bottom. But thank you all very much for watching. Good luck for New Zealand. One on my fatigue. Team loves you, New Zealand, as well, says Gesh there in the chat. But yeah, at the moment, they've got themselves 4 wickets. It was actually Matt Henry who has been able to pick up 3 of those wickets after replacing Trent Bolt. And also, we have got the device where you like, as well, there says Gareth. Yes, South Africa, it's getting really late, isn't it? I really want the 12-month badge. I believe that's the diamond one, isn't it? If I'm not wrong, you'll be there eventually. Unfortunately, there was no way of being able to kind of speed up the process type thing of that badge. But once it is there, it's going to be awesome for seeing all those diamond ones. And Piff forgot as well. Hi, you just came in. Time for lunch as well. And there says Dad. So yeah, we will see you a little bit later on. I feel bad for disappearing now, since we are going to be going away for about 30 minutes. But thank you all very much for tuning in. Shanu, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. And I will see you all after the lunch break for the next session of the cricket. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are all doing well. We will go like this. There we go. We are back to the right sides. We are currently waiting for the second session to get back underway. A good start to this match for the Black Caps, getting 4 wickets down. But then South Africa, they've got 2 very capable batsmen at the moment with Bavuma and Hamza. Both have the ability of making a lot of runs in a hurry. So we will have to wait and see. We'll be able to get the battle, or get the better of this battle, I should say. Currently, very nice conditions in Christchurch. It's looking like a great day. We will be getting the full amount of play in that we will be after. And then after that, we have got another good day tomorrow. It should rain on Saturday and maybe Sunday. So that means we could have a little bit of a rain delay throughout those days as well. But currently, I hope you are all doing well. I hope you all enjoyed the lunch break. We have got another 2 hours now of Test match cricket that will be taking place between New Zealand and South Africa. But yeah, at this stage, Bavuma and Hamza at the crease, like I mentioned. Currently, Matt Henry been one of the pick of the bowlers, getting 3 wickets for himself for only 15 runs of about 9 overs in a row. That man was bowling Neil Wagner. One thing has been taking place for Neil Wagner is he's bowling a little bit too wide, but then it was actually Bavuma who got lured into trying to chase one of those wider deliveries. Almost got him in a little bit of trouble. What I will quickly do as well is we will go like this, and we will take away the part about us being back for session 2 at the time, because we are back. So we are ready to go. This one, but Bavuma sitting on 4 runs off 27 deliveries at this current point in time. No hurry at the moment for that man, but they will be just trying to rebuild a little bit more of a partnership here for these two and try and get their way towards that 100 by the end of the session. I think would be a massive goal for South Africa here. And if they don't lose any more wickets as well, would be even better for themselves. And just making sure we're all running smoothly and we aren't having any type of glitches or anything along those lines. I believe we're good for this one. Yes, we are. Right, first ball. And straight away, it's well bowled by Tim Southey, who only went for the 9 runs off at 7. And I'm so angry right now, as I see Xavier. Why is that, Xavier? Do let me know. Is it because of the badge or is it because of something else? But I can tell you the lineups for all of the New Zealand sides. They have actually announced them. And during that little break, I actually filmed my lineups videos that will be coming out a little bit later on tonight. So I will have to edit them, but then they will be out at maybe around 7:30, 8 o'clock, somewhere around there for New Zealand time. So be sure to check those out when they do come out as well. A little bit leg sidish from Tim Southey early on in the second session. And it has worked away for the single down to fine leg. And I believe that is Kyle Jamieson. The way you can tell it's Kyle Jamieson is because if he is too tall to go through a door, it's Kyle Jamieson. He's the only player for New Zealand is at that stage, although one of the South African players also knows that feeling, of course. We'll be seeing him back a little bit later on. South Africa want to join the Six Nations. It makes the World Cup less exciting as well, says Xavier, although I think they locked in for Sansa for a little bit longer, didn't they? Till about 2033 or somewhere along those lines. So hopefully they do, I guess, keep to that one for as long as they said that they would, and then we will be, I don't know, from there we might see a whole heap of interesting stuff. That's a great shot down the ground from Hamza, and that is going to be starting off the second session with a boundary. He doubles his runs as well. He was only sitting on 4 before that shot. Now he is sitting on 8 off 31. But anyone who does want to know where you can watch this game, Foxtel and KO for Australia is your best option. I believe DSTV will be the option in South Africa if we have got any South African viewers up at this late night hour for you guys over there. I think I hear a weed whacker as well. At this stage, hopefully it's not coming through the microphone too loud. I do apologize if it is. Well, that one now, it is going to be worked to the lead side once again there, nicely done. And that is going to be just the single once again. I did just open the window. I might have to close that window just to see if that does help a little bit more. Whoops, I just slammed my desk. One moment, we'll go like this. We'll go like that, and that will be a little bit more quiet. Yeah, that's a bit better. So we will go with that. And also, South Africa set to join the Six Nations in 2025. Is it actually the case that it is that soon that they will be joining? Is that for Italy, I assume? That's a nice cover drive, and runs are just flowing at the moment here for the South Africans. There's going to be another 2 runs. And very nicely done. A little bit blurry for us at the moment here by the looks of it. That is all right. Currently, I'm excited to see how many runs South Africa can get for themselves. And at this over, we are currently sitting here. I believe we are up to the 28.5 overs through this matchup. And already seeing quite a few runs starting to flow for the South Africans. So is it confirmed that they're joining it? in 2025, Xavier? Do let me know. I haven't actually read that news yet, so I guess I probably should end up reading that one, catching up with the news a little bit later on. But now Southie once again going to be running in. Leg side of shits in the air, and it's the wicket though. And that is going to be Devon Conway taking the catch. Tim Southie picks up the wicket, and that is going to be now Bavuma, who is on his way. We will go like this, and we will go like this. Bavuma. Here we go. He is going to be dismissed. 7 runs off 31 deliveries. Not the start to the session the South Africans would have been after having quite a few wickets falling in the first session. This one would have been the perfect opportunity. Start rebuilding, but that is going to be Bavuma. He is out 7 runs off 31 deliveries. Demba Bavuma caught by Conway, bowled by Southie, and the Black Cats now have the South Africans 52 for 5 down. And at these conditions at Hagley Oval, so a good wicket to have early on though for that one. Currently, that is actually the last ball of the Southie over, and it is his first wicket that he has been able to get for himself there, Tim Southie. He'll be relatively happy with that one, I would think. Now making his way out to the middle, it is going to be Verenya. Is that how you say it? Verenya? I'm waiting to hear the commentators say it. Is it Verenya? He doesn't want to say it. He's not going to say it. Okay, he's nice. Commentator's doing everything but say his name, so I think he's avoiding it for that one. Verena. Okay, it's Verena, not Verenya. Okay, Verena. We'll call him Verena, and hopefully that is correct. He is going to be at the non-strikers end for this over. Kyle Jamieson will be bowling once again. He was able to pick up the early wicket for himself. I believe that was the wicket in the end of Urwe. Ended up losing his wicket, but now Kyle Jamieson, 6 overs, 1 maiden. So far, and also an economy of 2.6. Bowls it nicely in behind the ball, though, for the South Africans. That is going to be another dot ball. It was a good start to the match, though. They were able to get themselves, or a good start to the innings, I should say. And also, we have got any chance you could collaborate with the rugby guy as well. Says Xavier Brown. I believe he is the English fellow, isn't he? He's probably a bit too large in terms of size to want to collaborate with us, possibly, but it would be quite cool to be able to do something in the future, perhaps, if he is interested. But yeah, I think it would be quite hard to get in contact with him just because he is, I think he's got about 90,000 followers on Instagram or something along those lines, doesn't he, Xavier? Or maybe a little bit more. I'm not too sure of the exact numbers, but I've seen a few of his videos in the past. Very funny guy. So at 29.2 overs down at the moment here, 52.5, or sorry, 52 for 5, I should say, for the South Africans. And currently, it is going to be a beautiful day at Hagley Oval. We should be getting the full 90 overs, and I would think more than likely, if we don't, it would be a little bit disappointing. Definitely because of how nice it is looking. Unless, of course, we do end up having South Africa bowled out, and then the changeover might end up costing a bit of time, but these two would like to stick in their heels a little bit, try and stop that from happening. If New Zealand can get through the South African lineup by the end of this session, South Africa would be in some real trouble, but I don't believe that will be happening. He was born in South Africa and moved to England. He has 142K followers. Okay, so a little bit more than I thought it was for that one. Yeah, I'm trying to think of, that's the thing, I'm terrible with like numbers in terms of how many followers and whatnot people have, but I think that is because I don't actually really look at our numbers either. I'm more of just like, as long as you guys are enjoying the videos, that is normally all I need to know, rather than a subscriber count or anything along those lines. Currently 29.4 overs down currently in this matchup. South Africa, they've been put under real pressure with that early wicket. Hamza is at the crease by himself at the moment, it is Sam, but now if we go like this, should have a nice friend. There it is. And Verena is the man who is out there with him. Currently quite a few dot balls in a row for Kyle Jamieson. Now, Kyle Jamieson going to be charging in. Hamza on strike, sitting on 9 runs off 36 deliveries. Let's get right in behind that no run called. And it will be at no runs once again off that one. But currently, I would say if we get to see 3 more wickets in this session, New Zealand would be very happy. Or in fact, 2 more wickets for the session. If they get a session with 3 wickets, that's normally a pretty big win for yourself in the session. Whereas if they do end up getting themselves a real good partnership here for the Proteas, it would be very nice. I've just looked at this. My headset is extremely tangled, isn't it? I'm going to see whether or not I can kind of untangle it a little bit. Pretty well played once again, but it is a maiden for Kyle Jamieson. This headset does not like me very much at all. There we go. It's a little bit better. I'll yank on the cord a little bit, and that should probably cause a little bit more straightness in the cord. But currently 30 overs down, a third of the way through the day. I guess you could look at it that way. But the next session, it will be ending at 3:40 p.m. New Zealand time. And then after that, we have got another hour, or sorry, a 2.5-hour session if we do need to make up a little bit of time for the day in terms of the overs. But overall, it's looking like a very nice day. Like I mentioned, Saturday and Sunday, there should be a little bit of rain around for Hagley Oval in Christchurch, the location of both days and also, both test matches that we are going to be having. The original one, there was going to be one at Mount Maunganui, but due to restrictions, does mean that they decided we're better off having the players all in the same location for 2 weeks in a row rather than trying to ship them over with the transit. Well, bowled by Tim Southey once again. So the All-Star, it seems like he's really found his line and his length for this one. Although saying that, he was relatively expensive when he did end up picking up that first wicket, which was a bit of a gift in the way that Bavuma just ended up spooning it up to a Devon Conway at mid-wicket. But currently, do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, who's going to be the highest run scorer for South Africa? I think that is going to be the big question at the moment. Markram, I should say, is actually leading that with 15 runs. So able to get for himself. Will Hamza go above him? Going to be 2 legs sidish. And now Verena will get his first runs of the day. And do you know any free editing software for a laptop or to upload videos, but editing software? I have none as well, says Xavier. What type of laptop have you got, Xavier? I know that if you've got an Apple device, maybe something along the lines of an iMovie might be a good choice. It's a couple dollars, but it would be good if you did want to go down that route. And also, what phone do you have, Xavier? Out of curiosity, do let me know. I will try my best to come up with a good alternative for you as well. But yeah, editing, it is one of those ones. It takes a lot of time, but it is very rewarding. If you do enjoy it, that's off the edge. Did it carry? We have to wait and see. But Hamza there has gone away. And it is going to be at least the 2 runs here. And they do get just the 2 off that one. So Southey so far actually going for the 3 runs so far. And pretty crap laptop. It's a Chromebook as well. And there says Xavier. Oh, okay. So Chromebooks. I'm trying to think of what we used at school. Because I know that they brought in Chromebooks right when I was leaving. Chromebook. What do they use? I can't think of what one they would have used for school. Because I know that we did a little bit of editing and whatnot. I think it was probably Microsoft. Was it Microsoft? No, not PowerPoint. There's a Microsoft one, isn't there? If I'm not wrong. And I'm back looking forward. Or looking good so far as well. 5 wickets so far. And as I said, Gary, yeah, quite a few wickets falling in a hurry for the South Africans. New Zealand, if they can do anything under 150 here bowling their Proteas out, they'd be very happy with that. Just off the outside edge for one of those other deliveries. Did it carry? It was close to Cully being able to take that catch, but I believe it just might have fallen short or just didn't quite read it properly for that man at Gully, but his finger is sore after that one. Nicely done. Once again, getting in behind that ball was a very nice block from South Africa, and they just need to kind of survive this early onslaught as well from the South Africans, or sorry, from the New Zealand bowling attack. Although I guess in some regards, I know Kiwis don't like hearing it, but I guess in some regards, some of our bowlers could be considered in the South African bowling lineup, such as the Wagner, such as the Gronholm, and Windows Movie Maker. Is that the one? I think it is Windows Movie Maker that we did used to use. Is that free, Xavier, or do you need some sort of program to be able to use it? But I think it was Windows Movie Maker. I remember we did one for a poem in English, and it was a poem about fighting, or like as in one of the world wars, I think it was, and we did a kind of reenactment during the poem, and I remember Daniel smacked his head real hard on the ground. He accidentally did it because he was doing the I'm getting shot, pretty much, to put it bluntly. and he kind of overestimated where he was going. So he kind of did a whole heap of backwards like steps trying to regain the balance and then just smacked his head. And it was all on camera. But unfortunately, we don't have that footage anymore. We've actually got a few times that Daniel's fallen over on camera because there's a security camera at school, or there's quite a few, in fact, because they did have to bring them in just for the safety side of it. And we were out on the field and he slipped over and smacked his head on the ground. He's luckily not had any concussions, Daniel, overall. But they actually talked to the security person, or not really security, it's just the IT guy at school to see whether or not they were allowed to get that footage of Daniel falling over. And they did find it. And I was away that day that they did show it to Daniel, sadly, so I didn't get to see it. But I wonder if he still got it somewhere, whether or not they did let him keep it. Now, Verena is the name. He is going to be facing off with Kyle Jamieson. Currently, New Zealand, they haven't really had too many moments that they've been over a run rate of 2 per over. It's well played once again late on that one for Verena. Needs to make sure that he doesn't get an outside edge, because if he does, it's going to be some trouble for himself, I would think, with Kyle Jamieson. That extra bit of height that he does offer just causes all sorts of problems for batsmen, because at the end of the day, you don't want yourself to get caught out behind like this man was a little bit earlier on. They're showing the deviation off the surface of Kyle Jamieson, the variation. Did you look up the bin cutting clip? I didn't get a chance in between those two, as I did actually film my Super Rugby lineup videos, which somehow worked. I had the camera set up on this one, then I switched it off, and then somehow it actually did end up letting me record. I haven't actually heard the audio for that one, though, so I'm a little bit worried at whether or not it was clear or whether it was like me sounding like a robot, but hopefully it's all right. And yeah, they will be coming out a little bit later on, but I will look up that one probably after the next session or in between this one and the third session. So that is going to be at 3:40 that one will be ending. So we've still got plenty more time of this session and the next one. So if you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back for most of the days as well. And the only reason I say most is because some of them will be overlapping with some rugby, and also some of them might be affected by rain, which does always make it a little bit harder for the commentary, because we can't really commentate each raindrop that is falling. Or we could, but it might not be that entertaining. Maybe, depending on the time, though, it could become maybe like a live stream to help some of you South African guys get to sleep, because it will be at probably about 3 a.m. or something along those lines for South African time. So, yeah, I could just commentate the rain, try and make you all go to sleep. I don't know whether or not I'll be any good at that. I'll probably end up cracking up laughing, and then that would just make you wake up straight away. The one from Kyle Jamieson, another dot ball. Only Hamza, he's sitting on 11. He's getting close to being able to get a few more runs. What happened there? Okay, he's going over the wicket. I think that was from the umpire. No. Oh, okay, one of the fellows, it's the St. John's. They have actually got themselves down by the sight screen, and there's a massive reflection from the window of the front windscreen. It'll be played nicely by Hamza. Gets himself the single, and that will be closing out the over. And once again, it is going to be 57 for 5. And that just makes me realize my scoreboard is very behind. There we go. Has just updated itself to a little bit later on this one. But the next wicket falling, if they can get Hamza out, then they will be in a very good position to be able to possibly go on to about 150 bowled out. I don't know. That's the thing. They've still got some very capable batsmen in this lineup for South Africa. So it's not really over till it's over in terms of New Zealand being the batsman for the next stage. I'm about to sneeze, which would be unfortunate. It's coming. And it's game. Your pick for Super Rugby Amish as well, says Gary. I would say Crusaders are a hard side to knock back, but I'd like to see someone along the lines of maybe the Blues might be able to challenge them a little bit more. If you're looking at Australian sides, the Reds have got a very good squad. And then also, I mean, that's the thing. The Western Force always play with such passion that it's hard to tell what's going to be kind of coming from them, because they've got some very good players. They lost a lot of good players, though. So I did tackling training on Tuesday for the first time since last season, not used to getting hit. So I said, Xavier, yeah, I guess it's one of those things that as you do it more, you kind of like become accustomed to it. And then when you haven't done it for a while, then all of a sudden when you get smacked with it, you just, you all of a sudden go, geez, that felt a little bit harder than it used to. So nicely bowled once again. And also the Rebels are good as well, says Xavier. I mean, I'd like to see the Rebels do well. How do you think they'll go in their game up against the Reds? Xavier, do let me know. I know that you mentioned no Leota, no Callaway for them in that lineup. I'm trying to think of other players that they've got. I assume they've got Matt Tamua will be playing in that game. And Reece Hodge, I think, was another one that you did mention that will be playing. Who else they got? Fa'amasili, I think he is playing in that lineup for them. Neil Wagner at the moment. He hasn't actually had to bowl too much, and looking forward to seeing Roger Tuivasa-Sheck for the Blues. And it's weird. His debuts are just all that short. It's going to be pulled away nicely, though, by Hamza, and that will bring up more runs for him, and he moves up onto 16 now. But yeah, every time Roger Tuivasa-Sheck is like due to make a debut in a competition such as the Bunnings NBC, he didn't actually get to play any games because of the games being cancelled and postponed. And also now these games, we've already seen Moana Pacifica and the Blues game getting postponed. So hopefully he does get a chance for the Blues at some stage. What position will you play him in, Gary? You going with him as a centre or a winger or a fullback? Do let me know. No chance of winning. And there says Xavier Brown. Yeah, it's going to be a tough game for them. But hopefully we do see a good performance from the Rebels. Can try and push them a little bit. Although saying that preseason games, we've seen a few upsets. So who knows? Maybe first round of Super Rugby could be the difference. All they need is to get in the top 8 for themselves. And if they are in that top 8, then they do qualify for the quarterfinals. In fact, I'll say you want to be top 6, because that way you at least get to face someone other than maybe the Crusaders or the Blues, someone along those lines. So I think that's the way to go. Go for the top 6 and hope for the best. Currently now we have got there, do you like horse racing as well? Or horse racing or horse raising? Do let me know, Xavier. I mean, I know horse racing, I get compared to a horse racing commentator quite a bit because I do talk at a frantic pace. But overall, I mean, I'd watch it if it was the only thing on, but I probably wouldn't watch it specifically if there is something else on. Like if there was a game of cricket or horse racing on, I'd probably go the cricket 9 times out of 10, unless there's a certain horse or something like that that I do know, like because like maybe someone owns it, such as a famous sports person. Maybe Brendan McCullum owns it as well. Fullback for me, your thoughts, says Gary. I think he would be pretty awesome at fullback. I know that other people are saying maybe inside centre alongside Rieko Ioane is the other position that he might be considered for, but I don't know whether or not that's where he wants to play or that's just where other people want to see him play. But yeah, he'll be an exciting prospect because he's got that talent. But the Blues, their backline, like you look at their backline, you got number 10, I believe they will be going with Beauden Barrett, more than likely. Beauden Barrett, number 10, 11, Caleb Clark, 12, just for instance, we'll say Roger Tuivasa-Sheck, 13, Rieko Ioane, 14, you've got Bryce Heem or Mark Talia as the option as well. And then at number 15, could be going with maybe the youngster Zahn Sullivan. Also in that backline as the reserves, you've got Harry Plummer. You've got, you've got Bryce Heem or Mark Talia. One of those two, whoever doesn't end up playing, you've just got a lot of depth. So I feel like I'm missing a number 15 as well, but I can't quite think of his name off the top of my head. But that's the problem when you've got so many good players for the Blues. And also, who took the 5th wicket? I missed it. Which batsman gone? So it was Bavumu, lost his wicket, 7 runs off 31, and it was Tim Southey was able to pick up the wicket. And it was in the end just hit in the air, caught, and it was well taken as well. So they are 5 down now at the moment, South Africa, after the 33 overs or so. But Jameson, he's been bowling pretty nicely for himself. Well, that was almost a yawn, but we did catch it. It's quite difficult to do. A little bit of in-swing there for Kyle Jamieson. And with that extra height that he does have, does mean you can get a little bit of extra pop off the surface. South Africa right-handers at the moment, they've been hitting it all around the ground as well. We've actually seen a few 4s go on the offside, also the one down the ground with the straight drive, and then one pulled away to leg. Other than that, though, everything else has been singles, 2s and 3s, and Hamza is fighting well. His defence looked well. And there says Golding, and yeah, at the moment he's the top run scorer for the South Africans, and we'll be looking. That's the thing. If he can get his way to 50 here, it's going to be huge for him. Nicely whipped off the pads by Verena. There's going to be once again another dot baller, Kyle Jamieson. So we have still got another hour and 34 minutes left of this one. 34 it should be, but I did end up saying it with a bit of an English accent. Currently, I mean, this day is going to fly by. And I always love watching Test match cricket, but I also hate how quick the day goes when we watch Test match cricket. Like, it's going to be bedtime soon for myself. Probably not. I'm probably going to stay up way too late and regret it tomorrow. But currently, we're getting the sleep schedule slightly sorted out with these New Zealand games as well. I'm actually going to move the camera a little bit. That's the wrong way. We're going to go to about there. We'll go about there. We're a little bit more central now for that one as well. I say as well way too much. I know that I say it too much, but I just can't stop saying it. I feel like I need to have some sort of forfeit every time I say as well. Try and cut it down a little bit more. And also, you're going to die before you know it as well. And there says Xavier Brown. You're going to die before you know it. That's very deep, but I guess it's correct. I guess. Kyle Jamieson now had it down the ground. And I guess I know this is getting a little bit deeper now, but that's why, like, if you have got something that you want to do, just do it, because, like, in terms of if you want to travel, of course, now it's a lot harder to travel, but once travel opens up, if you've got somewhere you want to go for it as well. You only got one chance a lot of the time to be able to do some certain opportunities, so be sure, take them with both hands. Like, you want to play rugby, Xavier, you play rugby, mate. You keep on training hard. Maybe you're in the Rebels side in the next few years. Who knows? That would be pretty awesome, in fact. If you did end up making it through to the Rebels, it's going to be now once again just another dot ball, and that will close out the 34th over. 61 for 5 now for South Africa. And Tim Southee, he will be possibly bowling again. You see well as well. And also we have got there into there from Crazy NZ. Welcome into the live stream. I hope you are doing well. Currently sitting 34 overs in. It's been flying by this match so far. It's a beautiful day outside. Like, the sun's actually out. It wasn't supposed to be this hot, but it actually is, which is why the jersey has come off, and now I just got my shirt on for this one, because or else then I would have been cooking big time. Even without it on, it is still very hot. Currently, New Zealand to win this game, they are sitting $1.19 favourites. The draw is $10.20, and South Africa to win this game is sitting $5.75. I won't make the Rebel squad. I don't play for the big Melbourne local clubs as well, says Xavier, although it only takes one scout to come and go, we might just check out one of these other games. And he sees you flying down the wing / through the middle, because I think you're a forward, aren't you? So you flying forward and goes, geez, we might have to check that man out, see whether or not he does want to give it a little bit of his time to the Rebels. It's a beautiful shot down the ground. And it is going to be another 4 runs. For those that did the Melbourne Stars jersey, come for your mum as well, says Xavier. It's getting very close. We sent it to someone in Australia, like a family member, to then send it over to us. So I believe she sent it last week. So it should be here hopefully either tomorrow or maybe next week, but it will be here before the second test match, hopefully. And if that is the case, then she will be wearing it. And I'm a flanker as well, says Xavier. A specialist 7, 8 or 6. Xavier, do let me know. I think you've mentioned before, are you a blindside flanker, Xavier, or are you trying to take Michael Hooper's spot as number 7 perhaps in the future? Currently now 34.2 overs down. I'm about to sneeze again because of hay fever. Short ball ducked under it there for Hamza, who moves up onto 20. You guys can see how hard I'm trying to stop the sneeze. I think we've done it. I've done all right. But New Zealand, they actually won the toss and they elected to have a bowl, which was a bold decision, but you can see why they did it here, because they have been able to pick up the early wickets. If they continue taking wickets here, might be able to have South Africa bowled out by midway through the last session of the day. I was on the bench as well. And there says Xavier. Although I guess everyone starts on the bench and then you work your way up. So at least hopefully that will be the case for yourself as well. Nicely bowled by Tim Southee. Bit too much swing on that one. Would have been going down leg. 123.9 Ks for Tim Southee. And it seems like the slightly slower bowling might be beneficial on the service so far. And played most of the second half. Played on the open side. Oh, okay. You are the number 7 for that one. I mean, number 7 seems to be one of those positions you must have made, I assume, a lot of tackles. And number 7, like normally number 7 is the workhorse of the team. Just keeps on going and going and going until the lungs burn out as well, which might be why you go on at halftime, due to the fact that the first guy's probably completely just shattered after it. Nice bit of outswing there for Tim Southee once again, and that will close out the over now. Or will it? No, they've still got one more. They're actually updating the scoreboard extremely quickly. That ball, they had almost updated it before it had even reached the keeper. Although my team is struggling for numbers, says Xavier Brown. I know that for my side, or pretty much my town, anytime we had a team, the first 15, they actually only had it for about 3 years of high school, just because they couldn't get enough numbers to be able to take part. I think that's the rubbish truck going past now. I don't know why I decided to inform you guys of that. We went to the league side once again, and it's just a single also Hamish at lunch. I'm eating red sauce pasta. Which pasta you like? White sauce or red sauce pasta? I would say if I had to pick one, it would probably be red sauce, but I don't really eat that much pasta overall. If I end up having something, it's normally rice, maybe chicken fried rice, something like that. I did used to make that pretty much every single night for myself. So something along the lines of probably more of a, or if I had to pick something that was an Italian dish, I'll go pizza, just because I do love myself a good old pizza. Even if it's just a cheese pizza, it's still nice. And also I went on at halftime because last year was my season, and I wasn't that good as well. It was my first season. And there it says Xavier Brown, I assume that was, and I wasn't that good. Although that's the thing, you'll continue to get better. And I think the big thing is fitness. You can never underestimate how much it helps to be able to run around all over the place for large periods of time. A little bit leg-sideish there from Jameson, and they do end up getting themselves back for the 2 after the misfield from Henry. Hamza now moving up onto 21 runs, I believe it is. Or actually, he'll move up to 23 now. But also, we have got the old chips as well. Chips are very nice as well. Hot chips are just such a basic food, but they go so well. No matter what, if you got your hot chips on, you're pretty happy, I would think, overall. But yeah, first season. So pretty much, how's your fitness, Xavier, overall? Are you quite a fit individual, or do you end up struggling a little bit in the later stages? But yeah, any chance you get to improve that fitness, I 100% recommend it. That's something that throughout any sport that I played, I didn't take seriously enough, was the fitness side of it. I was like, oh, I'll just run around, it will be all right. And then you end up puffing after 2 minutes, and you're like, geez, I should have done some running. But then also you never end up running. So be sure, if you do want to get better, fitness is the first thing that you should be looking at as well, just to be able to run all day. And then it kind of helps with all the other aspects, because if you get to the breakdown quick, then they'll be looking at you going, okay, he's getting around the park very well. You've got to keep an eye on him. Currently, Kyle Jameson, another dot ball for himself. Still the run rate of only 1.89 as well. All right. I've been on lots of runs this month as well. So, yeah, that will be a very good idea to keep increasing that fitness for yourself. There's Christchurch. That's actually water, which is the water, theoretically, that is way over that way from myself, because we are living on the same coast as Christchurch. It takes a little while to get to the sea for us, maybe about half an hour, somewhere around there, maybe a little bit less, actually, probably about 20 minutes. And how's the pitch? Is it a Mumba as well? And there says Gareth, it's looking like it's relatively green at the moment, but I don't believe there's been too much variable bounce or movement or anything. The swing is still well and truly on offer at the moment. It seems like you might be able to, I want to say a degree amount, maybe about 2 degrees of swing, somewhere around those lines. That man knew a thing or two about swing. And that is Sir Richard Hagley, who was watching on for this game in Christchurch. And I lost 10 kgs last year. Then in January, I gave up and put it all back on, and I've been losing weight this month, says Xavier. So, yeah, I guess the big thing is, as soon as you lose that weight, it becomes a lot easier to put it back on as well. Brilliant delivery from Jameson outside of off stump, left alone. Or in fact, it was a play and a miss from Verena. I believe it's Verena, isn't it? I keep on saying his name wrong. I keep on getting too much involved in the words. But, yeah, I guess the big thing is, if you've got that dedication to just keep on going and going and going, you are going to have patches where you have a cheap week, or I know they say cheat day, but cheap days become cheap weeks. So it's how you fight back from that as well, and just make sure you keep on sticking to that grind. It sounds like it's going all right for you. And hopefully you do end up getting a few more minutes this season. Well bowled once again by Jameson. Hay fever. Gotta love it. Tell you what, if I keep on getting hay fever, I might have to get myself a tissue sponsor. Would be kind of cool as well, or a hay fever tablet sponsor. So if anyone sells hay fever tablets and they work, let me know. I would be keen to try them out. Currently 36 overs down, 67 for 5 here for South Africa. So they did lose that very early wicket of Bavuma, but other than that, they have been building up a partnership quite nicely. It's been at least 25 balls, I believe, this partnership, and Hamza moving up to 21 runs in the air. Almost beautiful cover drive, though, from Hamza. And that one should be racing close to the boundary. It does pull up in the outfield, though. I did mention Hagley does end up slowing up pretty quickly. I'll hopefully start if the club I'm at gets a team as well, says Xavier. So, yeah, how far away would be the closest club that you can play for, Xavier, in general? Because I guess that's the thing. It always makes it more difficult if you've got to travel to be able to go to a game and everything along those lines. Like, if you've got to travel like half an hour just to play, it does normally put a lot of people off for that one. But hopefully there is a club that is relatively close, does let you go and just keeps on going. And also, we have got their rugby coaches generally don't look at skill levels at a junior level that can be taught as well, and also work on your work rate and make physicality as well, says Gareth. Yeah, if you always get into those breakdowns and you just keep on going, and like if your gas tank is deep and you can consistently just make it to the breakdown, then that's probably one thing that if you are an open side flanker, that's one thing that they're looking for. They're looking for someone who's going to put in 20 tackles a game, but also just get to those breakdowns, try and win the ball for your side and get a couple turnovers. Well, hell yeah, turnovers. I assume that since you are first year or second year now, maybe you haven't done too much of the training in terms of turnovers, but they can also be a very good thing. Try and help convince the coaches that you need a little bit more game time as well. Although, I guess at younger levels, it probably gets penalised a lot more when you're trying to get in the breakdown, just because I assume the refereeing might be a little bit less, like, I guess, less strict, which might be that they don't know when and when not to blow the penalties type thing. But now Verena, once again, be on strike. 1 run off 18 deliveries. He has been slowly ticking over. South leaves that one alone. Southey giving him a bit of width on offer. He says, no, thank you. I will just be happy enough playing these straight ones. Currently, South Africa. If they get to 200, I would say from here that's actually probably a pretty good total to have for yourself. If you get 250, that would be even better. And if they can somehow work their way towards closer to that 300 mark, that would be absolutely huge for South Africa in this game. But that is a long way away. It's probably going to be happening around the second session tomorrow if they do end up working their way right up to it. Currently 36.4 overs down some Southey. Nice bit of swing. I believe it was the in-swinger from Southey, and they will be able to get back for once again. Get the single? Yes, they did, just the one there rather than run on the 2. But Southey's gone for 33 runs so far. He's actually gone for almost half of the runs of his side. He has bowled a third of the overs that they have bowled as well here. But Neil Wagner, he will be excited to get back into the bowling attack. We know how many overs that man can bowl. There's actually quite a bit of wind by the looks of it in Christchurch. Looking at the way that the pants and also the shirt is kind of rippling. Looking here, we haven't got too much a couple hours south of Christchurch. So normally that's the thing. If it's raining there, it's probably going to be raining here as well down the leg side from Southey. Just straying a little bit too straight. That is going to be the end of the 37th over, 71 for 5. Currently, they are just showing the waterfront in Christchurch. It's a very nice region. Nice for tourists if we are allowed them at the moment. I know that things are kind of ramping up in terms of numbers and everything for New Zealand. So I'm not too sure how long until they maybe start to make a decision about the second test match. I really hope both of them take place. It would be a shame to have South Africa over here and not let them play both of the matches. But it does just depend on who ends up with the positive cases and everything along those lines, and they will kind of take it as it comes for those matches as well. Currently, Verena, I think it is, isn't it? And Friday tomorrow, yes, it is indeed. Friday, Super Rugby Pacific, the first game we are going to get to see, and that is going to be the matchup between Fiji and Drua and the Waratahs. That's a great shot there from Verena, and that is going to be racing away to the boundary. His first boundary of the day. Don't judge an innings until both teams have batted as well, says Gareth. Exactly right. Like, that's the thing. Once we do get to see New Zealand at the crease, we thought that they were in a good position up against Bangladesh. Look what happened. Wicket for about 35 runs, and Bangladesh won that game. So I would think it seems to be the slower deliveries, but also I remember the delivery of Henry who was bowling 141 when he got that wicket. But I'm wondering the extra height factor that one of the South African bowlers does have, who's actually going to be batting very soon, possibly depending on how it goes. And I'll say, hey, howdy, I hope you're all well, says Katie. We are indeed, and we are excited. Test match cricket is back, and it is happening in our own backyard here in New Zealand, Christchurch, 2 hours 30 to 3 hours up the road. I wonder when you were going to make an appearance, as I says, Gareth there. So currently for Katie, I want to say that it is currently 6:22 a.m., but it probably isn't. Is it, Katie? Have I got the wrong time? No. Take that back. It's not 6:22 a.m. It must currently be evening. It's 8:22 p.m. for Katie. Maybe that's going to be nicely played once again there. A little bit more swing on offer for Kyle Jamieson, but that extra height that he does bring to the table, it always makes it a little bit more deceptive for how much it is going to be going up off the surface. I believe Kyle Jamieson, he did end up getting himself a contract, didn't he, in the IPL, and groundsman at lunch said pitch drying out. She'll be great batting deck for the rest of the test as well, says John there. So yeah, it might end up being a good toss for New Zealand to win, and the fact that they will get to bat second and also fourth in this one. Jamieson once again, and that is why New Zealand will want to get South Africa out as soon as possible. They don't want to give them a massive opportunity. And what is the temp there at the ground? Currently, it is sitting, one moment, I will look at Christchurch temperature. They are sitting 20 degrees, so it's a nice day up there in Christchurch. I would say with the wind that they have got at the moment, it's actually supposed to be quite blustery at 5 p.m. by the looks of it. But yeah, it says this feels like 20 degrees, but with that little bit of wind, I would say you're probably sitting around a real feel around 18 degrees, somewhere around there. Still a nice day for them as well. And I was happy birthday, Geordie Barrett, says Katie Dixon. And it is also, I believe, his Hurricanes teammate, Reed Princep. I think he is also having his birthday today, if I'm not wrong. So a couple of Hurricanes players celebrating that one. Hopefully they'll be able to celebrate with a good performance in Super Rugby Pacific at 6:23 p.m. in the high desert Irish. Oh, I got it wrong, didn't I? I said 6:23 a.m. so confidently. But then I realized that I got it round the wrong way. I'm getting there. No, I'm not really. I'm getting worse, aren't I? There's a time zones. I'd like to think one day I'll get it again, because I got it one time in the past, but other than that, not really too many other times. Now, once again, Jamieson bowls it to the leg side. Worked away for the 1 run. Close out the over of Kyle Jamieson. Now South Africa almost moving up to 38 overs, and it is 2 runs per over now that they are sitting on. So if they can increase that to around that 2.3, 2.5 region by the end of the session, I would say that they'll be pretty happy with that as well. But currently, do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, your next wicket in this game, in your opinion, for South Africa. What is the total runs that they're going to be sitting on at the time of losing the wicket? And if you want to get more specific, which over is it going to be in? That's actually a very hard question, but I'm going to predict, I'm going to say it's going to be in the 43rd over, and it's going to be when South Africa is sitting on 86. I'm going to have to write that down. So it's when they're sitting on 86, and it is going to be in the 43rd over. There we go. We'll just put 86-43 there, and I will just mark that. I think I just went, what's 43? And then I went, what's double 43? 86. And I was like, oh, yeah, cricket college as well. And there says Katie Dixon for that one. And yeah, we got plenty more test match. And also my mum, she will be joining me for some of this test match as well. That was almost the next wicket right then. Hey, they're actually sitting on 76, in fact. My scoreboard is well and truly behind. So I think I'm going to, if we don't mind, I might change my answer. You know what? I'll stick with my answer, even though my scoreboard was well and truly off. So that is the new total. So be sure to check that one out. That one as well. I feel like that might not actually be a mile off for that one with 86-43. Even though I was working on the theory that they were going to be up in that run rate a little bit more. It'll be well bowled once again by, I believe it's Matt Henry, who has been brought back into the bowling attack. He's just very consistent with the way that he bowls. County cricket has been a star over there in England for a while. Now he's getting another opportunity here for the Black Caps, but currently in test last 10 years, winning toss and bowling. New Zealand They have got the highest winning percentage for when they win the toss and bowl first. 93% of the time, they win their games when they do such thing as well. When they do such thing, is that actually, that wasn't quite a sentence, unfortunately, but it was close. Uh-oh. Currently 38.3 overs down the run rate. It is just below 2. And also, Hekia, the Donna machine, as I said, Katie Dixon. So I believe, I don't know, she might be here for the last session of the day. That's a nice pull shot. It is going straight down to deep fine leg, or deep back with square leg almost. Kyle Jamieson was lurking and one and taking it nicely. But yeah, I would say hopefully last session of the day, maybe the last hour or something, she might be here. And if not, I believe it will be the second session tomorrow that we do end up having her on for, and then the third session as well. So hopefully by then, New Zealand will be batting. I think she does enjoy watching New Zealand bat, although I think she also likes seeing them take wickets as well. So we'll have to wait and see which one she gets to see, because at the end of the day, we might still be watching these two batsmen at the crease and going to be lucky to get to 150 super inexperienced team here, as says Gareth. So who do you think will be? Do you think actually Hamza, does he get the 50 here? Gareth, do let me know. I think he'll be able to go on. I remember it was that young Bangladesh player, wasn't it, who was able to go on and get a 50 in New Zealand in these conditions. And with it being so hot, there was a caught and bowled opportunity, and Hamza could have been gone right there, but Matt Henry puts down the one-handed catch. It's a big mistake, because Hamza could have been on his way, but that will be the end of the over now. 77 for 5. How close does he get to this one, Matt Henry? It looked like it just kind of floated to him. Or drop catch there, and Viren out at over 42 at 82. As I says, Gareth, liking it a lot. He's even gone, you went more specific than me, and you see which batsman is going to be out. I do like it. Like the confidence. And we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, anyone else who does want to have a bit of a prediction, what over do you think it will be in? And also, how many runs do you think they will be in at the time that they lose their wicket? As well, do you want to go even more specific, Gareth? Who's the bowler? If you get it completely right, I'll have no idea what to do. I'll have to give you some sort of prize, surely, if you can guess the bowler as well. I don't know what prizes I've got, but I don't know. Do you like prizes? I'm looking around for something. I don't really have a lot in terms of weird things that I can give up. I got a party popper that would probably cost a whole lot more to send to you than it would in terms of the use of the party popper. In fact, how about this? I'll pop a party popper if you get it completely right with the bowler as well. And it was such an easy catch, which is dropped according to New Zealand standards as well. Yeah, we'll be disappointed with that one, Henry, because he did get the hand to it, and it just ended up smacking into that hard part as well. Just couldn't quite hold on to it. It just kind of hung in the air as well for quite a while there for Hamza. He's disappointed with himself, Matt Henry, there. How much of a difference could that one I've had? It's going to be nicely played once again. Another dot ball. Currently, we are sitting. So the 42nd over. So I guess, is that when it's ticking over to like 41.5, or is that when it's 42.8 or not 42.5? Which over does that count as? I guess it would be the 41st over, and also the zap there, or the zap pen. The worst thing is I know where it is as well. Maybe the zap pen could come out for a little bit. It's been hiding. It's in my room at the moment. Nicely played once again by South Africa, and they do end up just getting the single for that one, moving up now on to 48 runs for themselves. Yeah, the scoreboard people have been on fire today in terms of updating it right when it happens as well, except for my scoreboard people. They have not been so great at doing the updating. And also no 50s. I think Janssen and Rabada getting to the high 20s as well. And they are, oh man, remember those party poppers stank as well. And there they did indeed. They were not great in terms of the smell of those ones. So I'll probably have to pop it out to the side. At the end of the day, might not be a terrible idea. But I was saying, oh, good, you found it as well. And there's Katie Dixon. I did indeed. It was sitting down behind the desk, and it was actually broken, but I put it back together, which probably wasn't the best idea because now it works again. And it's a zap pen, so not ideal currently. Now, this partnership is working quite nicely for them. I believe it's moving up near the 20 mark. hopefully we do get to see a little bit more of a combo forming. But Saturday, 90% chance of rain, 70% chance on Sunday that we will see rain at the Hagley Oval. So the off stump, Neil Wagner once again just left alone. He's bowled 4.5 over. I've just realised my scoreboard has done a thing, hasn't it? It's decided to hide the actual players. Where's it gone? It's actually got rid of the names of the players. I think someone's pressed the wrong button, but I'm hoping it does come back very soon. But I want to apologise for the technical difficulties, right? When I said that the scoreboard was having fun, I was have you accidentally stepped on it. Luckily, it takes a little bit of force to kind of push it down. But if I squeezed it between my feet, I think I could zap it. Although I did learn scientifically, it doesn't actually zap you in some other areas, which I feel like I need to clarify because that sounds kind of dodgy. Like if you zap your thigh or something, you don't actually feel it unless you really push it in. So I don't know whether or not it's something to do with, like the contact of the hand. Like maybe the nerves in your fingers are sensitive enough to like kind of zap, because if you do it about there, it also works. But if you go too much higher, you don't actually feel it. So I don't know what the science is behind a zap pen, but yeah, there's certainly something there that I don't think I have the intelligence to be able to work out. So what is the average age in New Zealand to get married? And also, do some Kiwis enjoy to not get married and enjoy life? I feel like that's an interesting way of wording it, but that is going to be racing away for the 4 runs there. Just off the outside edge. But I guess average age probably like around maybe 30, somewhere around there, maybe a little bit earlier, maybe 27, 28, somewhere around that mark. But I think nowadays, like it seems to be more popular to not like get married, not in terms of more popular as in like all the cool kids are doing it, but more of the, like it's more common to see people not end up getting married and just kind of stay as like partners type thing. Like pretty much unofficially married type thing. That one is going to be racing straight to gully. Currently, they've got the 82 here. So they need a couple maidens in a row from Matt Henry. Although, to be fair, if we weren't going with the overs, getting married equals you will not enjoy life. Love you coding as well. This is Katie Dixon. It's a great way of wording it. So, isn't it? Right, is my scoreboard behaving? It is now. And by the looks of it, and it has started updating again. Although what we will do is we will go up a little bit more to about there. There we go. We'll go like that. But the scoreboard, hopefully it will end up updating throughout the whole live stream. Sometimes they do end up taking a little bit of a turn and going all wonky. Who's that man with the afro here? I almost just knocked my phone off the desk and I almost, my heart went as well. But Matt Henry now sitting on 3 wickets taken so far. 3 big wickets for that man. Currently got 2 more balls left of this one. He's still bowling about 135 to 140 for a majority of his deliveries. Oh, okay, it's the playing personnel. And like they're saying, you'd never get a batting helmet on his afro. Or not without extreme challenge and difficulty. Henry bowling once again. They do take the single. It's going out through cover. It's going to be just the single once again. I've just realised as well, 86 is only 3 runs away. But I don't think I'm going to be right either with it. Although I did originally say 83 when they were on 69 runs, I think it was. So they did get an extra 7 runs. So theoretically, maybe we accept 90. Just because I make the rules. Kind of, not really. I feel like you guys are probably more in charge than I am at times. Which is probably a good thing because I can't make decisions. To say myself nicely bowled by Henry, and that will close out the over. Now 41 down, and it is going to be 83 for 5. But it is Verena. I always say his name wrong, and I think I've said it wrong about 15 times, but Verena, he is sitting there 14 runs off 38. Hamza sitting on 24 off 65. This is a great partnership starting to open up for them, but it is the wicketkeeper alongside Hamza, the batsman. And they should be able to get themselves maybe towards that 50-run partnership in a very short moment as well. That was almost a yawn, but we saved it. We're good at saving yawns. At this stage, saving them for later. My sleep schedule, though, over the last couple of days has been very strange. Like, I stayed up for about 30-something hours, which I shouldn't say, but don't do that. It's not smart. And then after that, I ended up sleeping for about 12 hours, and then I stayed up for another 24 hours. So now I'm sleeping at weird times, but this is going to be actually, I slept at a normal time last night, and it felt quite normal as well to do so. So hopefully I can do that again at some stage because, sleeping's quite good for you. I've heard a rumor. Currently, it sounds like maybe Tom Blundell in the field just trying to really G the boys up, see if they can get themselves another wicket soon. I think it might have been also Latham giving them a bit of an applaud, saying, come on, boys, let's get another one. Wagner bowling outside of the off stump. He has persisted with that line and length throughout pretty much the whole match so far that he has been bowling. Total of 5.2 overs. Wagner has been bowling Tom Young at the moment, just shining that ball. Is that Tom Young? No, that's actually Tuffle, I think it is. Or Tuffy. I think it's Tuffy, isn't it? Or is it Tuffle or Tuffy? I'm trying to think of who it is. It's I've seen him. Is it Tuffle or Tuffy? One of the two. Can't think of which one it is, though. So the off-stump once again played nicely. Well fielded, though. And it is going to be cut off. We have got the be right back, y'all. As I said, Scotty Dixon, we will see you a little bit later on. But currently, they are working their way closer and closer to the 100. Devon Conway going over. Show his appreciation for that little bit of fielding. He just continues with that outside of the off-stump line from Neil Wagner. We're actually already an hour down in the session, which does mean we have only got another hour to go before we get to the end of this session 2. And then we've got another 2 hours, maybe 2 hours and a half, depending on how far behind for the over rate that the Black Caps are. And then it is going to be the end of the first day. I've been enjoying it so far. It's been a good matchup. I realize I still say as well and so far about the same amount, which is way too often for one individual. But tomorrow, for anyone who is wondering what we have got on the channel, it is going to be some more of the test match between New Zealand and South Africa. Also happening tomorrow, it is going to be Super Rugby Pacific, the Waratahs taking on Fiji and Drua, and what should be a very exciting contest. Then the day after that, we have got Highlanders versus the Chiefs. We've got Hurricanes versus Crusaders, and Reds versus Rebels. 3 back-to-back encounters for Super Rugby Pacific. We may even have the morning session of the cricket as well, just to end up warming up the vocal cords and also keep you guys informed of what's happening, although it might be raining for that Saturday. So because of that, it might be a little bit damp, and we might not get to see a huge amount of cricket in Christchurch for that day. Then on Sunday, we have got a little bit more of the cricket and also a bit of Super Rugby. Western Force taking on the Brumbies and that contest. And then other than that, I believe that is pretty much all of the weekend covered of the rugby. We may have some random hour game of the Premiership, depending on how it's going for the kind of time zone and sleeping and everything along those lines. Quick single taken, well run between the wickets. That's the end of the over. And the current run rate actually sitting above 2 for one of the first times in this matchup. It is sitting 2.02 at the moment. If it was sitting at 20, they would certainly be sitting a lot higher than the 85 runs, but they're currently doing very nicely to rebuild this partnership after the early wicket in the session of Bavuma did end up losing it relatively quickly, and it was Southey who was able to pick up the dismissal. Now, what do they decide to do with the bowling attack? I assume Wagner will get a few more overs, and maybe I'm interested to see whether or not he changes up his plan, because currently bowling outside of the off stump, it may be economical, it may be effective in that regard, but he's normally a wicket taker. Now, Wagner is well and truly up there. I believe he's about 7th for the overall wicket takers. Trent Boult and Southey are both up there as well, but Trent Boult out for this match, and instead Matt Henry was brought in. And speaking of Henry, he is going to be bowling this over, sitting on 22 runs for 3 wickets off his 11. Once again, bowl well, straight delivery, and it is forward defensive from Hamza, who's looking pretty good in defence at the moment. Hamza, he doesn't look like he's had too many that he has missed it. There was only the advantage, or sorry, not the advantage, only the 1 drop catch. And thanks for keeping me live as well. Says that, no worries, mate. And also, depending on the country you're in, you may be able to watch this game for free. Which country are you in, Sam? Do let me know. But I know that we've got a free option in New Zealand if you do have a certain account. That's a misfield there. Bit of a yes-no call, but they do get back, no problem there for South Africa, although the calling was a bit questionable for that one. It seemed like Hamza, he turned his back and went straight to the hands of Tom Blundell. although I don't think it went through the hands. It looks like it hit him right on the finger by the looks of it. He's actually shaved his beard. I feel like he's one of those guys who always look really different without a beard. Yeah, just ended up smacking down. I think he tried to take it, and it just chops straight into the bottom of about the middle finger, I believe it would have been. Henry, a little bit of an outswing for that one, but it is going to be taken at point by Devon Conway, who will be hoping to get himself a lot of runs today. We've got that series coming up against England at Lords. That man on debut getting a double century, not just at any ground, but at the home of cricket in England. And he'll be hoping to get himself quite a few runs in this one. He's actually got a huge he's got a huge average at the moment in Test match cricket. He was actually picked up in the IPL for a lot cheaper than I thought he would go for as well, but he's still quite a young player in terms of the amount that people have seen him. And I feel like if he has a couple good games in the IPL, he will be one that is sought after in the future seasons as well. And never run on a misfield, as well, says Gareth. It's good advice. It's probably why I've been run out in the past. I probably decided, you know what, I'll just see whether or not. Okay, I was wondering what they were talking about there. That's off the edge, was it? Yes, it was. And it's going to be the wicket of Hamza, and Matt Henry picks up his fourth now. And that is going to be Hamza gone, sitting on 85 runs in the end. And that was also, I mean, that's, hang on. Right, so Gareth said that it was going to be in the 42nd to 43rd over, which is correct, Gareth. You were able to get it. You said that it was going to be Henry bowling. You were able to get that part. You said that they were going to be on 82, I believe it was, which isn't too far off. I said 86 at 43, which wasn't terrible as well. Gareth, I think we deserve a high five. There you go. Have one of those. I hope that wasn't like me hitting you. As I was they're so close to your prediction. And 2 for 4 right. As on there says Gareth. Too bad, 50%. And that one, very nicely done. I feel like that's going to be a fun game that we try and do in the future. It's probably not so fun if you were hoping that Hamza was getting himself a half century. But do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, next wicket, what over will it be falling in? How many runs will they be on at the time? But Hamza, he was dismissed for 25 of 74 balls faced. He just stuck in there for so long, Hamza, just to lose that wicket. And it was Henry who was able to pick it up as well. And also, what a peach of a delivery, just swinging away from Hamza as well. And also, we have got their party popper time, says John. Oh, yeah. I just remembered that was part of it, wasn't it? In terms of if it was, although that was, if it was the exact one. Tell you what, can I make you a deal, John? Can I do the party popper at the end of the session so that I get to walk away and not breathe in the fumes in a hot room? But I have got it here. Party popper is lurking. Whoa, it looks weird. Yeah, we'll do a party popper in 55 minutes time, if that is all right. I'm trying to bargain my way out of it, or not completely out of it, but just at a different time so that I can go pop and not have to pretty much breathe in the terrible fumes. Was that a good enough sell? Was that a decent job in terms of trying to maneuver my way to a later stage? But it's another good one from Matt Henry, and also John has got the laughing face in it there as well. That's the thing. My negotiation skills are not good. I know this very, very much so because I'm terrible at pretty much any form of. That's the thing. I don't get into arguments, but if I did, it wouldn't go well for me because I'd just be like, "Hey, I'm right," and they'll be like, "No, you're not," and I'll be like, "Yeah, I guess you're right." And so not only would I say that they're right, but I'd also say that they were right in the regards of me being wrong. That is the wicket of Hamza, and Janssen making his way out there, the big, tall man. He's very, very tall, 2 meters 8, I believe someone mentioned as well, but currently New Zealand, they are the favourites to be able to go on and win this game, and also you should make a Kiwi Lads rugby club with your own jersey as well, says Xavier. Be pretty cool. As well, I know that you can make custom ones on Rugby Challenge, so maybe that could be an idea to have like a Kiwi Lads rugby team on Rugby Challenge or something like that. Although Rugby Challenge, the more I play it, the more I realize how many glitches are in that game. Like me and George played it yesterday, and the game was just so bad. Like I don't know what's happened to it. It just seems to get worse and worse. Which is the most premium brand of beer and whiskey, Kingfisher versus Carlsberg? Oh, it's a good question. I don't actually know. I feel like I'd have to ask my mum, which sounds bad, but She has done more drinking on the live streams than I have. So I feel like that would be a good question to ask. And also we've got that brilliant idea. And there says Katie Dixon. It would be quite cool to have a custom one though. Although people would be very confused. They'd be like, which rugby club is that? And I'd be like, mine. And they'd be like, what? And I'd be like, my rugby club. And then they'd be like, when do they play? And I'd be like, they don't. And it's just my rugby club. It's just what I got. And, you know, mate, that's the thing. I feel like if we were to make our own rugby club, yellow's got to be on that kit. Yellow, probably a bit of black as well. It's pretty much the Hurricanes kit, except with the Kiwi Lads logo on it, I guess, which is probably copyrighted, so we can't do that. We need some sponsors for the kit. Put the Xavier Brown logo on it for the sponsorship. So, but Marco Jansen, at the moment, 4 matches, 60 runs. His best is 21. He's a very tall individual, and he will be loving these New Zealand conditions in terms of the bowling, for creating that little bit of extra bounce for himself, possibly. Could be a very crucial aspect in that bowling attack. Him and Rabada, in fact. And if Rabada bowls any no balls, I will be probably quite annoyed, because he bowled so many of them in the South Africa versus India series. At one point, I think he had about 8 in an innings or something like that, which is just a huge number for any bowler off the face of the bat. And Neil Wagner falling over for that one. It wouldn't be a match without Neil Wagner getting hurt and then just continuing to play as if he wasn't hurt, because that is just what that man does. If he falls down, he's got his knee bleeding. If he's got a broken foot, he'll just keep going. He cracked a rib, he'll just go, yeah, nah, it's a bit sore, but she'll be right. Still face a few bounces and play some pull shots. Now Wagner at the moment. Oh, I realised we didn't actually have our guest, did we? For the when the next wicket is going to be falling and what the total is going to be. I've realised that it's still got it 5 down as well. My scoreboard has really been sleeping throughout this one. I'm going to say it will be the 40 straight away, 47th and 93 came to mind. But I don't think I want to. I think Kyle Jamieson just having a chat with Janssen because of the fact that they're both very tall. And I think they're having a conversation about, where do you find your bats from? Because I can't find one that's long enough. So the odds done once again. I'll go 90. What did I say? 93 at 47. And also we have got there, no offence to Bangladesh history as well. Hindsight Henry would have made a difference as well. Says Dan Castro. It would have been quite cool seeing Matt Henry get an opportunity. So who would you have replaced him with, Dan De Castro, if you did have to choose? We need a coat of arms with a zap pen, a piece of fried chicken, some air fried chips, an empty can of Fanta, and a glass of human blood as well. And then 44th Henry, 13 and 87 runs. Oh, that's next over, isn't it? Poor Varenne, he's about to go on his way, if that is the case. Currently, Matt Henry, he is looking like he is going to be able to get the 5 for here in this match. Currently, Varenne, he is on strike. So for that one to happen, it will have to be maybe a single at some stage. Here we go. A little yawn. Always yawning. Always. That's the thing. I'm always yawning, but I'm always enjoying the cricket, which doesn't make sense. Because yawning, you would think, would be like, oh, you must not be enjoying the cricket. That's off the edge. Didn't carry. Let's all calm down. I'll just sit back in my chair and relax a little bit there. But pretty much, like, I think it's, like, I always blame this light. But whatever it is, this light seems to just have yawning powers. Because, whoa, I look red. What's happened here? I'm not this red, I swear. There we go. I fixed it. Jeez, I was red. I look like I had been burnt by the sun. Hello, Mr. Lads. How's it going? Says Siddhartha. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Going very well. The moment, very exciting to see Test match cricket back. New Zealand taking on South Africa. Currently, New Zealand have a very good start to this match. That was an in-swinger. And a half from Neil Wagner. It looks like they will be getting the 2. Yeah, man, that's a problem. I don't know who to replace as well, says Dan De Castro. Because personally, the way that Kyle Jamieson bowled, if you knew he was going to play like that in the first one, I probably would have replaced him. But they weren't to know that he wasn't going to be able to kind of perform in that one. But yeah, Matt Henry at the Bay Oval, though. Because this is Hagley, isn't it? So I guess it's different. It's a hard one. It's a hard one for the selectors to be able to decide at the moment. He's just very tall, Janssen, isn't he? Like, anyone who he's out there with, even if he's 6 foot, the other guy, he still looks short compared to one. And also, right, says Dan DeCastro, is the USA and Uruguay in any rugby video game? Says Xavier Brown. I know that USA used to be in rugby 20, but rugby 22 do not have their licensing. Uruguay, I don't believe are in, or Uruguay might have been in rugby 20 as well, but I don't think they were in rugby 22. But you can get the modded kits on Rugby Challenge. So I think that's about as close. And Marco Janssen, 2 meters and 5, taller than Jamison as well. Yeah, so those two, they were having a bit of a chat earlier on about probably where they get their large bats from. Now, Henry bowling. Nicely bowled, nicely played, though, by the big man. And hopefully Janssen can be our new Morkel. As well says Gareth. I mean, he's got plenty of potential. Like, straight away, when you've got that much height, like, it just adds a whole new dynamic to your kind of game of cricket. Because that's the thing. If you're a pace bowler and you're, I guess, 6 foot, you're normally considered as a relatively big unit. Whereas if you're a pace bowler and you're 6'5" plus, definitely if you're getting closer to 7 foot, then you can all of a sudden, like, the deviation and the way that the ball kind of propels off the surface is just a whole new ballpark for a batsman. And it just means you get that extra little bit of pop that normally the 6 foot bowlers get when they do get the seam right. Whereas you can get the seam wrong and you're still going to get the pop. So imagine what it's going to do when you get that seam bouncing off the surface, a little bit of outswing as well, maybe. You're going to cause some big problems. Well bowled there from Matt Henry. That one was in the perfect place for that delivery to be, and Janssen just missing out on the outside edge. Currently 1.96 as the run rate. So it's been consistently around that 2 mark in the last little while. 33 runs was the partnership that we did see between the last 2 batsmen in Vereni and Hamza, but they need to make sure that this one is also a good partnership, or else they could be bowled out for less than that 150. That was very close to the outside edge from that replay. Well, played once again, and by it was Janssen. And it seems like he's hogging the strike a little bit, which does mean that Gareth, you might, or actually, still one more run here will put them up to 88, and then he would get the opportunity to face off with Henry. Ooh, okay. Could this be a possibility? We do get to see Henry currently. He wants his fifer. I'll play it once again. Well fielded there by Henry. Does cut that one off with a diving take to the right. Seems like he's well and truly. That's the thing. As a bowler, you don't always end up, I guess you could say, you don't always end up reacting as quickly as you do for your first caught and bowl. But as soon as you've had one that you've missed, you're always like up on the toes, ready. Going to kick myself as Janssen out because that was my first thought as well. Says Gareth there. So this ball here, you'd be 100% correct other than the batsman. Is it going to be the case? No, he does manage to block it there, and that is going to be the end of the over. And also, we have got there from the relevant brother. It said Janssen is actually 2.09 meters, and his brother Dwan, or is it Dwayne or Dwan, is 2.04, according to an interview with them. It's a tall family. Do they have any other siblings, relevant brother? And if so, how tall are they? I feel like surely if you've got 2 siblings that are very tall, there's got to be one that's like 5'5", just because the other 2 have like taken all of the height from the genes. As I'm looking at the screen pitch, how much total Proteas look supposed to be competitive, as their bowlers will be as lethal as well. I would say anything over 200 on the surface is probably a very good first innings total, because they did say that it is going to get slowly quicker in the later days, and then from there you're probably going to get a lot more of that classic batting conditions that we have seen on New Zealand surfaces. So I'd say anything over 200, 250 is huge for them in this first innings, I would say. Nicely glided there. Goes straight out to point. Okay, like they're saying, you don't want to get out defending, which is probably the big one. And that could happen here, depending on how it goes at this stage. You would think Verena will go a little bit more defensive, purely because of the fact that they have just lost that wicket and you want to rebuild your next partnership. But Janssen currently, he has faced 7 deliveries for himself, and he is sitting on 0 runs. My scoreboard is just updated. I need to make sure I keep my mouse in the right spot, or else it does end up kind of just going away. But Verena, he's sitting on 17 runs or 48 deliveries. Will he be able to get more than Hamza? was able to get up to 25 in the end off 74. So ticking over quite nicely here for Verena. I'm going to say he will be top run scorer. I feel like wicket keepers just have that extra little bit of a grind that they will just keep on going as well. And WWE, former wrestler from India, the great Hagley, is 2.16 meters tall. He is so huge as well, says Coding. He's a large individual, although sometimes I know that I've seen it in the past that WWE sometimes do exaggerate heights. So he may be 2 meters 16, but there's also a chance that he might only be like 2 meters like 08 or something like that, but they've just added that little bit extra to say that he was 7 foot something type thing, if that makes sense. But I think he could be 2 meters 16, very big boy. And also New Zealand went on a drive to improve their test pitches to have better batting as well. It's led to New Zealand becoming a better team. So says Gareth, and I know that people mention it about nice ball shot. Once again from Wang, a little bit too short. And it does lead to the single to the leg side. Yeah, some people talk about, I think it's Bangladesh, is it? That they are saying they would love to see them incorporate. Is it who is it? Bangladesh? Yeah, it is Bangladesh, who have very much so spin bowler surfaces. Because of that, they play very well at home because they're used to those conditions. But people are saying that maybe if they were to increase the chance of a little bit more of a pace wicket in Bangladesh, kind of have a bit of a mixture, maybe that's when their pace attack really starts to develop. Like they've already got some very good players. Like we saw Ebert in New Zealand. Who else do we see? Some of those other young guys. But also maybe if you make it more of a batting surface rather than the bowling surface, then you can find your way into being able to bat on other people's conditions rather than just in Bangladesh. If that makes sense. I hope it did. I kind of rambled a little bit. I do like to ramble though, which is why these 6-hour live streams of test matches do work in my favor because I will just keep on talking and talking and talking. Wagner outside the off stump, left alone once again by Janssen. Currently sitting 45.5. Did I say 47th or 49th over? I hope I said 49th, but I think I said 47th. I said 47th. 93 overs as well. So that will be from 47 to 48. I believe is going to be the 47th over, although I think the next over might be the 47th. There's a strange stats in New Zealand pitches shown in live commentary of the match that 90% of team winning toss and chose bowl first has won matches in New Zealand. Yeah, there's a huge one, that is for sure. That is going to be the end of the over, and it is 46 overs down, 88, I should say, for 6 there. And New Zealand went on a drive from Gareth. I do like the fact that we have got, I mean, even that game up against Bangladesh, it seems to be very even at times throughout who's batting and bowling. The second one, not so much, but the first one, like the back and forth, I think is what really makes a test match. If it's going to be a one-sided one, normally people lose a little bit of that interest in it, which is why I feel South Africa have still got a little bit more fight left in them for when they are going to be bowling. I think they're going to be able to bowl New Zealand out for maybe around the same as New Zealand bowl South Africa are out for. And then it will all come down to those second innings when we get to see so much potential in the batting because the pitch would have dried out. It will be a little bit quicker coming onto the bat nicely. It's going to be exciting. We are going to be covering a lot of this test match. I believe the only times we won't be covering the test match, he's given it as not out, but I gave it as out, and I'm the boss. So he should go upstairs. I reckon that's good, is what someone said. They're going upstairs for that one as well. I gave it out before it even finished. But something that I did see, they showed a replay of the communication last time they went up for an LBW. And it was weird because they did end up going for the... What did they end up going for? They were showing that Tim Southee, like they were saying now, like, oh, it might be a little bit high, it might be a little bit high. But the thing that they forgot to mention was the fact that just beforehand, oh, it could be down the leg side, was given as not out, so it has to hit the stump fully. And I was like, that is interesting and almost kind of eerie. Is on there, says Gary Dixon. Did he get a bit of bat on it? Oh, is that the smallest edge or is that just a noise? No bat involved. As the call, there's a clear gap and a bit of a misleading stat as well. How many teams chose the ball compared to bat as well. And generally, when a team chooses the bat, it's missing. No, it's hitting the stumps. And that is going to be overrun. I was looking at the wrong one. I was looking at the green of not out, but that is going to be out. And Verini now He is going to be on his way, and Matt Henry picks him up. Gareth, are you ahead of us? Because you seem to be picking pretty much everything almost exactly. But Matt Henry gets the 5 for himself. He has been outstanding throughout this one, but now it is going to be Verena who is going to be gone. But yeah, they were showing the fact that it was the height earlier on that they were questioning, but then Southey was just dropping F-bombs like it was going out of fashion, and they were like, you know what? This is great content. We're going to show this again for the children listeners who are watching in the replay of like the big break that they did have. And also we have got there in the chat, bloody hell, it's the other two this time as well. Says Gareth, and also we've got that your prediction is so close, bro. You're so good. And cricket also, I think I'm just getting very lucky. Oh my goodness, so what is the favoured pitch as well to play on a cool pitch or a warm pitch, as well, says Katie. So normally when it has ended up, it's normally if it's a dry surface, we see a lot more runs. Although if it is too wet, then you can also see, like if it's raining, normally it does favour the bowlers just because the batsmen are on and off a little bit more. But I would say your ideal surface is one that is not really a green top. I'm so intrigued as well, says Katie, like a good old solid, I guess a good example, maybe somewhere like where do we want to say, maybe somewhere like the SCG or the MCG is normally a nice looking pitch, I almost just said, but normally they don't have such a green top on there as well. And also, hello, Hamish, good morning. Welcome in, Vishal. Hope you are doing well, mate. Currently, New Zealand have got themselves 7 wickets here. Weather, cool and overcast, good to bowl as well in there, says Gareth. And grass cover as well, says Gareth. Right. So the big question now, here we go, Gareth. You're close. You got 2 from 4 for that one as well. Who's getting the next wicket? When is it falling? I am going to say for myself, I feel like I need to try and do better because Gareth is kicking me butt at this stage for these predictions. Rabada's going to be out by Yorker there. Southey? No, Southey's probably a wee while away, actually. Wagner in the 51st. What else am I missing? 51st. And with the team on, how many runs are they on at the moment? 88. I'll say if they're up to the 51st over, they will be up to 95. There we go. That's my prediction. Have some of that, Gareth. No, you're probably going to outclass me again for it. And also Tim Southey on stump mic. This match has spoken so much as well. And Rabada Henry, 2 balls time. 2 balls time. Wait, so that's the next ball that we are going to get to see. That's very confident. And congrats, Henry as well. Oh, it hit his pad, but it was going down leg. I'll allow you to have another one, Gareth. It's on full tail too. There's Dan and congrats, Henry. Great stifling partnership as well, or stifling partnership, I should say, with Wagner's low economy rate. Cheers, Dan de Castro. Yeah, how many overs has Wagner bowled? I feel like I might have picked the wrong one, didn't I? Wait a minute. Is Wagner even bowling the 51st? I feel like that would be a great question to ask. Rabada's gone. Henry got him, which in a way is almost 2 balls time from when that came through. Rabada's gone. What is going on here? At the moment, I feel like Gareth is a mind reader and a fortune teller. I feel like, yeah, it's going very well at the moment. He's gone. Henry's got him. Henry moves up to 6 wickets taken now. Rabada's gone off 3 balls. And New Zealand are now well and truly in the box here. Oh, sorry, you faced 4 deliveries for that one. Also, we've got that 2 balls time as well. And this is Gareth Dawson. Good start. But still early days, Black Caps need to take advantage of the bat. And what happens if anyone gets the prediction right, says Siddhartha. We didn't actually end up going over it. Gareth is at the ground. Gareth's actually in South Africa. So, and also we have got there, something Gareth causing this to happen. So, yeah, he's tricksing them big time, isn't he? And also, for this test match should end inside 2 days, I think so, or 4 days, I think so, says Michelle. And I was like, oh my God, Henry is running through South Africa. What a bowling performance. He's going very well at the moment. Just keeps on going and going and going. Currently 46.5 through this one. Now making his way out to the middle. It is going to be another change here. And Rabati didn't last very long at all. I thought he was going to be able to stick around for a little bit longer, but Janssen at the moment and OMG South Africa season same Warrior. Yeah, a lot of wickets falling in the last little while. They've still got another 34 minutes left. Insane symmetry as well. 44 for 4, 88 for 8. Hilarious as on there. Does that mean 99 for 9? Could be on the cards. They'd like 99 runs at that stage here for South Africa just to keep on building towards a good total, but it's going to be Sturman now. Sturman, I believe it is. Stearman, I believe it is. Glenton Stearman. He's on debut, I think they just said. This is going to be a tough one. And give you a prediction how much wickets Henry will take and how much South Africa will score. As LCS coding at the moment, let's say Henry gets 7. I think he's bowling well enough to get himself another. He's got another. No, they've said no. Yes, he has given it out. Okay. He's walking off, and that is going to be Henry getting that one. So I guess another one added on. He's going to get at least 7. That's going to be another wicket. They hardly even updated it to say that Stearman was at the crease. He's just on absolute fire, Henry. At the moment, he's tearing through the South African lineup. We're going to have a drinks break very soon by the looks of it, depending on how it goes. But it's going to be 9 down now for the South Africans. And Stearman is going to be on his way there. And also OMG Matt and 103 all out, says Chris and Duck as well, says Gareth. It's a golden duck there for Stearman. And also 89 all out as well, says Chris out there. And also MFG Matt says Dan DeCasho, yeah, he's going very well. Matt Henry has been able to pick himself up 7 wickets here. And Trent Bolt, he'll be like, geez, I'm glad we had our baby when we did, because Matt Henry has just gone through hat-trick shortly as well, says coding there. And also I sent Duck before that evidence, says coding there in the chat. Yeah, right, it's a close one. It's a close one indeed. Right. Big question, Gareth. Who's going to be the top run scorer for England? No, sorry, not for England. They aren't playing. For New Zealand, I should say. And this one, do let me know. Top run scorer, exact amount of runs that they get. If you get it correct, I don't know what I'll do. I'll pop another party popper for that one as well. Currently 47 overs down. Matt Henry does pick up another wicket for himself. And like they're saying, the local boy, Matt Henry 88, as more symmetry as well. And in there, and also we've got who's playing in place of Ross Taylor is Williamson playing. He is not playing for this matchup. Williamson still injured, unfortunately. But the other man who is coming in to replace, I believe it's Daryl Mitchell getting added in at 5, Henry Nichols at 4. And then at number 3, it is going to be Devon Conway. And also being brought in Colin de Gronholm and Matt Henry, who has been, I mean, he's been bowling all right, hasn't he? 7 wickets, it's not too bad. No, it's very good from Matt Henry. He's making Bolt a little bit nervous and party popper for days, y'all, as well. Says Katie Dixon, but it just ends up clipping the glove in the end. And Stearman gone for the Golden Ducks. I'm still shocked about Stearman. Feel like I'm in the Matrix as well. And that's going to be on the stump. And it is going to be hit away. No, it wasn't. It just missed it. And like they're saying, they've got South Africa on the ropes at the moment. For New Zealand to win this game, is paying $1.06. For South Africa to win is paying $10.20. And then for the draw, it is $16.50. For anyone who was wondering about New Zealand odds, because I am actually watching this on the TAB because it is free to watch on there. So anyone who does have a New Zealand TAB account, I do recommend checking it out. Although I think you don't actually have to bet on anything. You just have to pretty much click on the play button and you can watch it. And yeah, no, going to be whipped away once again. And now it is going to be once again for the 2 runs. Janssen gets off the mark. And they are a couple crucial runs here for the South Africans. They want to bring themselves up to 100. I said that 200 would be huge for them at this stage. Getting to 200 from here would be crazy for them. And Henry, line and length is so accurate, plus lethal seam movement in the formula to take wickets on this pitch. Well, is the formula to take wickets on this pitch? Says coding it is indeed. Matt Henry currently sitting 14 overs bowled, 7 maidens, and 22 runs he has gone for there as well. Now Wagner short ball to Janssen. And Oliver, he's going to need a big day with the ball in hand because they will be bowling before the end of this day. They may even be bowling before the end of the session, depending on when the next wicket falls. But currently 3:11 p.m. in New Zealand. The next session, it will be ending, or this session, in fact, will be ending in 29 minutes time. New Zealand cricket team just home Tiger out of home week cat as well. And hello, Amish, Katie Dixon and friends. I hope everyone as well Says there we are indeed, mate. Test match cricket back. And I'm very excited for it. Currently 9 down for South Africa. Not what I was expecting. Almost 10 down there, just outside of the off stump. But Janssen does end up missing the outside edge. Currently, we have already had a total of 2 hours or in fact 3 hours. 3 hours and a half of cricket that we have covered on the channel. And we have still got plenty more action coming. Super Rugby later on in the Tomorrow region. That's a weird way of saying that, but it will be Fiji and Drua taking on the Waratahs. And also later on tonight, we will have the lineup videos for the New Zealand sides coming out with the Hurricanes taking on the Crusaders and also Chiefs taking on the Highlanders. It's going to be the end of the over, 48 overs down, and it is going to be 90 for 9 now for South Africa. New Zealand, they're currently huge favourites to be able to go on to win this game. The run rate is sitting at 1.88. And Matt Henry, he's just been bowling extremely well. He doesn't look like he is gassing out at all. As he's bowled 2 big spells for himself. And also, hey, buddy, how you do? And I hope you're well. Says it, Katie Dixon there. Currently. Oh, that's a good question as well. For anyone who is a keen rugby supporter, which game of the Super Rugby Pacific games are you looking forward to the most? And I hope so South Africa will come back in this game, says Wilson. I hope they do too. I hope it is a close one between the two sides. I know that rain is forecast for day 3 and also a little bit of day 4, so that could end up playing factor in this one. But Matt Henry now on the hat-trick ball, he is going to be bowling here for it as well for Matt Henry. Currently, Oliver on strike, the number 11 batsman. Can he get a hat-trick? They've got batsmen, or they've got bowlers and also fielders, batsmen all around the bat. And he get it. It's outside of the off stump. It swings away. It's going to be a few byes by the looks of it. And Tom Blundell's just taken out second slip by the looks of it. Who was it? It was Tom Latham who ended up getting taken down. And an anticlimax there as it has raced away for the 4 byes. And that will move them up to now 94 runs, I believe it is. Just ends up missing out on that one. And also got to be Blues versus Crusaders as well. Says Chris Howell, Blues versus Crusaders or Hurricanes versus Crusaders, I think, will be the first game. Although I guess that's for the whole Super Rugby Pacific, isn't it? Yeah, Blues versus Crusaders. And also, I think I'm looking forward, for some reason, a game that's really standing out for me is going to be, I think, Blues versus Brumbies again. That game last time was a pretty entertaining one. It's almost off the edge, not out though, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Says Katie Dixon and also Janssen now on the 4th ball of the over. Says Gareth there for his prediction. And if he somehow gets this one right, I mean, Oliver would have to get a single here for a start. But if you get this one right, I'm going to have to get you to pick my numbers for the lotto this weekend. See whether or not you can make me the millions. Oh, that was close to the outside edge. It was also close to the outside edge. And I'll say, oh, yeah, buddy, good vibes. Says David there. But yeah, currently, I mean, New Zealand have started this match a lot better than I was expecting. I thought that South Africa, Dean Elgar at the top of the order, I thought he was going to dig his heels in a bit more. Same with earlier, who both went for the 1 run and the 10 runs. Then Mukram looked like he was going to be sticking around for a little bit longer. 15 runs for him. Van der Dussen getting 8. Bavuma 7. Hamza 25. And then also Verena was getting 18. Rabada for the Duck and Sturman for the Duck as well. I miss Super Rugby so much it hurts as well. Says Katie Dixon. And yeah, it's going to be awesome seeing it back. I'm going to play Lotto myself after this Stearman call. He's Gareth. Do let me know how it goes. Hopefully you do end up winning the big time. But currently South Africa, to win this game, they will certainly need to bowl well. The thing is, I have full faith in their bowling lineup though. Oliver, also Janssen and their Rabada. These guys can take wickets in a hurry for the South Africans. So New Zealand will have to make sure that they do bat out that early stage that can cause so many wickets to fall when you haven't quite got yourself in on Hagley Oval surface. That's played once again by Janssen, getting behind the ball. He's currently faced 16 or 17 deliveries now, I believe it is, for himself. Currently 132.5 Ks for Matt Henry. 7 wickets taken. That man has been absolutely sensational. And there is no way you cannot take him to the test matches in England, in my opinion. Like, he is certainly, like, the fact that he dominates county cricket over there and now it's bowling this in New Zealand conditions, you got to give him a chance in 120 days' time or so. But that is the end of the over from Matt Henry. And it is going to be 95 for 9 now. What was my prediction? I said, okay, Rabada out by Wagner in the 51st with the team on 95. Okay, so other than the fact that it's not Rabada, I think it is going to be Wagner, and he will be bowling the 51st over Maybe. No, this will only be the 50th. Damn, it's close. And struggling to think of top scorer for New Zealand. Don't know the players as well as the South African guys as well, says Gareth. So I guess best bowling figures for South Africa. Who do you think you will be going with for this one? But so far, Colin de Grandhomme is only get to bowl 2 overs. Daryl Mitchell is actually coming in as more of a batsman for this match, but he hasn't been needed for the bowling side of it, as pronouns Stierman, but with rounded lips, pronounced it's not coming out. Stearman. Is it Stearman? Do let me know, John. Stearman. How do you round your lips? Stearman. Oh, is it Stearman? Stearman. Maybe. Sorry, I've said about 20 different pronunciations all in one go there, so hopefully one of them was close. Catch. It's gone in the air, and that is going to be Oliver out on 95 runs. South Africa have been bowled out on TV channel P-High. As I said the buck, and also I was actually hoping you'd stream the Super Bowl average as well. And there says David the Mod. I did end up, George actually came round on that day, so we did end up watching like 20 minutes of it, and then we were like, you know what? Let's just film some videos, and we were like, yeah, all right. So I think overall, I didn't get to see a huge amount of that match. I think the Bengals won, didn't they? Close as hell for Stearman. As over, that is going to be the wicket falling. And South Africa, they are bowled out for 95 runs now. Matt Henry was able to get himself a total of 7 wickets, 23 runs, 15 overs bowled. Phenomenal figures for that man. He is getting a lot of praise from the Kiwis. Neil Wagner's loving it. He was happy that he got himself the 1 wicket at the end, though. But that is going to be Oliver, who is going to be out. And we will go like this, and we will go like this as well. But in front of your home crowd, like, that's the thing. Last game at Hagley Oval, home crowd, Tom Latham double century. Highest score anyone has ever scored at Hagley Oval. Then this game, you see Matt Henry go out there getting 7 wickets for himself. Sir Richard Hadley, I'm sure he's had a few 7-wicket hauls in his time. And also world champion performance so far. And there says Dan Nicastro, yeah, very good performance from the Kiwis. Now Richard Hadley, giving him a round of applause as Henry. Did I call him Sir Richard Henry or Sir Richard Hadley? Hopefully I said Hadley, but yeah, Henry bowling extremely well. Decided to bowl first when they won the toss. Seems like a very good choice at this point in time. We've currently got another 20 minutes till lunchtime, so both of these two guys will have to go out there, Latham and Will Young, for a very short amount of time. Oliver the bowler, 5 for 47 as well. And also, hi, what happened? When I go to work, I home as well. And there says Brandon. So pretty much we've seen a great bowling attack from Matt Henry, who has really led the charge up against South Africa. I saw some very good batting potential from South Africa in that middle stage, though. So hopefully the bowlers from South Africa can really keep them in the game here. And also we have got there, should they just do tea now or bat 10 minutes, I guess? And there says Dan Nicastro, I believe they're going to bat 10 minutes. I believe. I'm just waiting to see whether or not they do say, as Arnold Hamish, you think over defensive mindset, South Africa batsman leads to these poor performances, not even a single attacking shot played, says Coding. It was quite defensive, but then saying that when the bowlers from New Zealand were just doing like that line of length outside off stump, it always makes it a little bit more tricky to be able to go aggressive. But Matt Henry at the moment getting interviewed, 7 maidens, 7 wickets, 23 runs off 15 overs with an economy of 1.53. And also I was hot today at work as well. It would have been relatively warm. I think majority of the country, we didn't have too much rain around, which is always nice. But anyone who is new to this channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be back with the rest of the day of cricket, and also Super Rugby starts up tomorrow, and we will be covering that on the channel also. So please do hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and be good to get a lead today. On top bowling figures will be Oliver, 5 wickets, 47 runs as on there. Liking it a lot. I feel like there should be the opportunity, a big opportunity here for a 5 for one of the South Africans, and best figures by a Kiwi versus South Africa ever. Jeez. That is a stat and a half for Matt Henry. Okay, 3rd best figures ever for New Zealand and Tests as well, alongside that, and the best against South Africa. But Matt Henry, he's a very happy man. He's walking off, getting the big round of applause there from Neil Wagner, who does like to appreciate John Reid in 1964. A little while ago. That was before I was born. 6 for 60, as I says John there. Geez, that would have been, was that in South Africa or in New Zealand? John, if you do know, do let me know. And top scorer Nichols for 57 as well, says Gareth there. So we will mark that one as well. What we will do, we will also grab ourselves our glass of water, hopefully not spill it on anything. We've done well. That was quite a lot of water. And it's good. And also, how long are you having a break for, Hamish? Or am I getting all confused as I says David the Mod? So pretty much at this stage, they have got themselves about a 10-minute innings break that will be taking place. Dunedin. Oh, okay. Liking it. Cold conditions more than likely because Dunedin gets very cold. No matter the time of year as well. And also beverage. And there says David the Mod, we have indeed got ourselves a nice beverage of water. There's one on a new YouTube channel is here. It's called More Brandon as well, says Brandon. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. But they are just showing there the best figures. AJ Patel at the top, Sir Richard Hadley in second, and then Matt Henry in third with 7 for 23, actually matching Sir Richard Hadley up against India in Wellington in 1976. So that's a huge one. Like to be able to share the honours board with that man with the same bowling figures, very impressive indeed. Although I think Hadley may have bowled a few more overs for that one. Beverage. Got to be good for you. That's what they say anyway, water is. And also, hi, Brandon, as well, says David the Mod. Currently, my biggest hope is that my voice sticks around for the whole weekend and also all of the test match cricket that we have got going on because there's plenty of it happening. We've got New Zealand versus South Africa today. We've got it on all other 4 days as well, and also the beverage emoji from Katie Dixon. Also, it is my old YouTube account as well, says Brandon there. Currently, we are just waiting for the next innings to get underway. New Zealand will be batting Latham, and Will Young will be the opening combo. And Sir Richard is a living legend. He is indeed. He's actually at the ground for this game, and he was giving him a big round of applause for the man, Matt Henry, who is the man of the hour at the moment. And he took most of his wicket in the last hour for himself. And hi, David and Katie Dixon as well. And there's Brandon. But currently, it was Janssen, the big 2 foot, or not 2 foot, the big 2 meter fellow was able to stay not out. There was actually only the one LBW, and that was Verena, whose name I still pronounced wrong. Luckily, he's behind the stumps, so it does mean that I won't be saying his name too much, I wouldn't think, for out this next one. Although saying that, probably a few catches going to him. Patel also took a lot of runs and lost the matches, as says Gareth there. And also Hamish Bro, Hamish Bro, it was, this is the lowest total South Africa test cricket as well, says Vishal. Is it actually the lowest ever for South Africa? If it is, that's a huge stat as well. There's a lot of stats being made for this matchup. I do see a lot of players have been able to take the 7 wickets, I should say. But it is just the factor of only going for a few runs. I'm just moving my sock. It was on my ankle at a weird angle. And also we've got there Hamish. Also, I wish I could watch this. Going to be a cracker going to be a cracker, as already says Gareth. So which country? You're in South Africa, aren't you, Gareth? I assume you don't have DSTV, though. So I would recommend Black Cap's YouTube channel. I think we'll have highlights as well. I have a testing day at work. So it says Brandon. So hopefully it does end up going all smoothly for yourself as well. But currently, do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already, who will be the top run scorer for New Zealand. I will go through their starting lineup so that you guys do know exactly who you have got as your options. You have got the options of these players: Tom Latham, Will Young, Devon Conway, Henry Nichols, Daryl Mitchell, Tom Blundell, Colin de Gronholm, Kyle Jamieson, Tim Southey, Neil Wagner, Matt Henry. And also, no, it isn't, as I'm there. As Gareth, wait, do they not have it on the Black Caps one? That's a shame that they don't, not even the highlights of the one up against Bangladesh. I think they did have the highlights of that one on New Zealand Cricket, is it called? That they did have the last one. I'm going to have a quick look, see if I can find the information for you. New Zealand versus Bangladesh. Oh, is it not on DSTV? It sucks. Okay, so it will be on the New Zealand Cricket website, I believe. I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to go like this as well. So that is the link to where you can find the highlights. As well. Hamish, how are you, mate? See, striking down on it. Doing very well, thank you, mate. 100 runs was almost what South Africa were able to get for themselves, but I feel like it's going to be a very good second innings of this matchup, and hopefully South Africa can fight back hard, but hopefully it is all going smoothly for yourself as well. What's the temperature like currently where you are? Because I know that we're sitting 19 degrees Celsius here in New Zealand, which normally means you're probably sitting about 30 or somewhere around there. So hopefully it's not too hot for yourself. And also, surely Devon Conway will score 100 in the screen pitch too. So, and yeah, I'm going to back Tom Latham, I think. And also, we've got the 1924 South Africa all out for 30 as well. And also, Hamish Protea early taking or innings break. This will match stop, or this was match stop. So they have decided that they are going to be having about the 10 minutes or so, or maybe about 14 minutes, I believe it will be. And then we will have the tea break, which is 20 minutes. And then we will be returning at 4 p.m. for another 2 hours, maybe even 2.5 hours of test match action. And then we got the other days of the matches as well. I'm very excited for this test match. I've been waiting for it for a long time. Now that it's finally here, I hope that it goes to 5 days. And I watched South Africa all out for 95 as well. Exactly right. Somehow that is the case. Like, I didn't expect, I was thinking around that 200, 250 for a majority of this one, but then the wickets just started falling. Matt Henry, 7 wickets for only 23 runs. Did very, very nicely. And talking about the lowest total as well, says Gareth there in the chat as well. But currently we've got a few Devon Conway supporters in the crowd by the looks of it. He's got the number 88 on his back. Will he get more than 88 runs today? I think Latham gets his 100. If anyone gets 100 here, I think it will be Tom Latham after the performance that he had last time at this ground, getting that double 100, getting the highest ever score at Hagley Oval. There will either be too much pressure on him to get a high score, or he will be able to just continue going the way that he was. Nice big yawn. Once again, we love a yawn. Definitely if it's the middle of the day. It's actually quite sunny, as you can see there. When I open that, you see how bright it is. It's actually a nice day here, which is something like we haven't had to many times. Morse will not be happy as well. He's trucking down under. Yeah, I don't think we'll get too many surprise appearances from him throughout this one. But yeah, certainly not the start to the match that the South Africans would have been after for this one. But hopefully we get to see it go relatively long. I know that Saturday's supposed to rain. Sunday's supposed to be a high chance of rain. If that is the case, maybe we get to see a draw, but it's currently 16.5 as the draw possibility. And also, I'll be back in a minute. I just want an up and go, or I can wait. And there says Brandon. So we will see it a little bit later on. We have still only got another couple minutes till the next session. So you have got time to be able to go and get yourself a beverage and be all ready to go for about 10 minutes of cricketing action. So only about maybe 3 overs or so. I won't bow to the DSTV overlords as well. It's very expensive, isn't it, for DSTV, if I'm not wrong, Gareth? I wish they'd have a free alternative for like sport, but it just doesn't seem like they're going to. Like, I love the fact that World Rugby do the sevens completely on YouTube, although I think it depends on the country you're in as well, whether or not they do actually have the sevens as an option. New Zealand batting lineup contained 2 white ball attacking batsmen, 2 Daryl Mitchell and Colin de Gronholm, which will score quickly. So he's cutting. I remember Daryl Mitchell got his half century, didn't he? I got to apologise to Morse. I bullied him about Jay-Z. Wait, bullied him about Jay-Z. Who's Jay-Z? Oh, as in like the artist Jay-Z? What was going on there? And I feel like a jerk about it. As does says Katie Dixon there. I mean, it's one of those ones, he normally gives out a little bit of stick as well. So I feel like it's one of those ones that he must expect some sort of something back. As well, like the names that he uses for Australians, like I think he calls them convicts and all sorts as well. So it's an interesting one for that one. I'm sure he hasn't taken it to heart though. Like I feel like it would be fine. I want to see whether or not Saxon comes back because we had plenty of puns about his name, and I've been waiting for the opportunity. And also, yeah, during the Jay-Z Busta Rhymes conversation as well. This is Katie Dixon. I can't remember all of that conversation. I feel like any time that it goes to like any one outside of sports, I always forget everything, and it's weird. Like if it was like about 2 sportsmen, I probably would have remembered it till like 5 years time. And Katie Morse gives as much as he takes. Mate, he will be fine as well. So he's trucking down under. Yeah, as well. Yeah, does like to give it out quite a lot for that one. But yeah, we haven't seen Saxon back since that other live stream. I don't know whether or not all of his accounts have disappeared. And also, I think he's Hamish as well. And there's Katie Dixon. Fire sirens going here. I do see, and also I got new shots of was on my YouTube channel as well. I got a new shots of was on my YouTube channel as well. I got new shots. YouTube channel, and also where Sebastian Gurmai is always there for all live streams as well. He's going, I believe, in Romania at the moment. He might be sleeping. Romania time. What we sitting at for Romania, it's currently 4:41 a.m. So it's completely understandable that he is not here. Definitely with the factor of Super Rugby just around the corner. I know that he'll be staying up till random hours to watch those games. So, yeah, it's all good. It feels weird. Like, it feels like that slight missing piece in a way. But, yeah, I just hope that he is getting a nice sleep because he's always very busy. Like, the amount that he does for the channel is just absolutely huge. As Katie with a thumbs up, and wasn't Saxon bit of a nut job? Yeah, he was. But we were enjoying making puns for his name. And then he came back with a terrible pun for his name. And too early in the morning for Saxon as well, says Gareth there. But yeah, there were plenty of puns. I do enjoy a good pun, which I feel like is why he was allowed to stay around. He just loved freedom of speech, even if it meant that, like, it was something very offensive, you know? And also, sorry, I seen a video. Is on there. Says Brandon. So I got a new video was on my YouTube channel. So that's this Brandon there. Currently now we are almost ready to go. We're only going to get about 2 or 3 overs in for this session. Then we got a 20-minute break. And I was average where we're playing at or what went wrong for South Africa. So it is at Hagley Oval, which is in Christchurch. And it is currently, the thing is, it's quite cool having a game at Christchurch because it's actually only 2.5 hours to 3 hours up the road from myself as well. But so far, I guess it's just Matt Henry found that line and length, and he just went, yep, that'll do me. I'll just keep on putting it there. Like someone like a Wagner who normally has a very good performance, like up against anyone, didn't really get the opportunity to. He wanted to bowl very wide, and I think that was part of a game plan. But, yeah, anything was just coming out of the outside edge. A couple cheap dismissals in the middle for South Africa, but hopefully, New Zealand, they can stick it out for a little bit longer. But also we see a few in the later stages. Has your Spark Sport been playing up as well? Says Shane. It has a little bit. It was freezing earlier. I'm actually watching it, though. Have you got a TAB account, Shane Hayes? Because if you do, you can actually watch the game on the TAB for free. And it is a little bit ahead of Spark Sport as well. And lol, free speech stacks as well. And okay, first wicket Latham by 4-4 by Oliver, 4th over. Let's go. There we go. He has put out the prediction. Let's see if he is right. Well, that one on New Zealand need to score 550 plus score. First innings to win this game, just first innings. As I says Michelle, I mean, if they got 550, I think even somewhere along 400, 300 even might be enough. I swear to God, he was here on one of the sock puppet accounts for the Six Nations Italy game. And also, or do you see my shows coming back in 2 weeks? I haven't actually seen it at this stage, Brandon, but hopefully I will get to see it in the near future. It's on. Yes, says Shane. So yeah, I would recommend if you do not mind watching it on a slightly smaller screen. TAB is a very good option for yourself. And if you're on a device such as an iPad or something like that, it can actually take up your whole screen and you are sorted and you do get access to the coverage for free as well. And also for sure, that name was sus, says Katie Dixon, or says Gareth, and also didn't like twerking in potatoes. And Hamish the beard is coming along nice, mate, as well, says trucking down under. Thank you very much. Yeah, it takes a while. The mustache, I have no idea what to do with it, whether or not to keep it, but the beard, this side doesn't like playing the game like this side. It always takes a little bit longer. But hopefully, one day, like Isaac has a bloody good beard. Do you know Isaac? You might know Isaac. And I actually have Isaac as one of my virtual backgrounds for that reason, so I can show everyone his beard. Look at that beard. It looks a little bit rough there because the chair and everything, but his beard just grows very well. And I wish I had a beard like that, but it just doesn't work. And it makes my face go like this. That's George, one of the other Kiwi lads, ladies and gentlemen. But now back to Hagley Oval. Well, I don't know. So we've got I'm glad you saw that too, brother. We had detective monocles on that day. But now making their way out to the middle, Latham, and be ready to go. We've actually only got 5 minutes left. So we're probably going to get 1 or 2 overs here of this session. So it will be a very telling 2 overs, though, for the South Africans, because at the end of the day, if they do end up getting an early wicket, then that will almost be tea, I believe. And to keep the Momate porn star look with the thumbs up as well. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It's an interesting one. I guess it's not a terrible thing to be compared to, is it? I don't know. I mean, it certainly does look a little bit 80s ish as well. And also, we've got the have you been watching Australia versus Sri Lanka games and Super Rugby tomorrow night? I have been watching a little bit of Sri Lanka, Australia. I haven't actually watched all of those games, which is weird because normally I do watch every single series that has taken place for the cricket. But Super Rugby tomorrow, we're covering all of the games and all of the games for Sunday and Saturday as well. And Hamish, have you used VR headset virtual reality? The big new thing coming to internet. People say in future 5G internet will change how people interact in YouTube 3D interaction and live streams. So that's his coding. So I haven't actually used a VR headset, like a proper one. I've got one of those, like we got one when Dad bought some wood, like from a local building shop. He got he got some like goggle type things that you can put on for your phone, but it's not anything too fancy for that one. It would be cool to have a virtual headset, like an actual one, and that is majestic. He should wear plaid as well, says Gareth. And also we've got there how Auntie, she coming during this game of final session. I really miss Auntie as well, says Michelle. She will be here. I'm not sure whether or not it will be tonight, but it will definitely be tomorrow. So I want a Dollar Machine t-shirt with her face on it as well. And I was like, good for you, not so good for me. As well, says Drucken Down Under. So yeah, if it does end up, that's the thing. The beard, it does grow quicker if you shave it, doesn't it? So I feel like if I do want it to grow out to be decent, I probably need to shave it off again. But then that just leaves me with a mustache. And I just, like, it feels so bare, just the mustache on it. Currently now Latham and Young at the middle. It's going to be 1 over bowled of this tea break. Oh, nice bit of swing there from Rabada early on. Currently trailing by 95 runs, sitting in the box seat for this match. But Rabada, he is a very capable bowler as long as he keeps that foot behind the line, because he had way too many no balls in the South Africa-India series. So hopefully this one will be a lot different. But trailing by 95 runs at the moment, like I mentioned, for the Kiwis. If they can shut that down by the end of today, having a lead going into tomorrow, that will give them a lot of confidence. 3 slips in a gully here. Going to be hit to the leg side, and Latham gets them off the mark. Does end up getting the single to mid-wicket. Bowling at 136 Ks as well, so getting some decent speed on a Rabada early on. The question is, do we get to see a second over here? We're up to 3:38 p.m. the moment here in New Zealand. There are only 2 minutes till the tea break. I'm kind of surprised they didn't take the early tea break, with it being that they were only going to get like 1 over in of this one. But currently we have at a total of 50. This will be 50 overs exactly almost, or 51 for this one. So now we're a little bit behind. We'll still need a few more overs made up in the last one, but that is because we've had the innings changeover, which always ends up affecting it. How many overs do they have it that the innings changeover counts as? Is it 5 overs outside of the off stump? Will Young leaves it on. He actually has been going very nicely in New Zealand conditions. Got 54 in the first innings up against Bangladesh, I believe. Currently now looking to rebuild to another decent total. But Rabada has got that extra height. Not as much height, though, as the man from the other end, which is, of course, going to be Janssen. Okay, 3 balls left. We're up to the last minute. I don't believe we'll get to see another over. So Will Young, it's a weird one. You've got to get yourself hyped up, and then you're straight back in after the tea break, after 20 minutes as well. So you kind of get ready, play yourself in, you go out there, you play 2 balls, you go back, you eat a sandwich, and you come back out later on, try and get yourself towards a 50. Which is, of course, what both of these batsmen would love. If they can both get 50s here, like, that's good. That would be very good for the Kiwis. But currently in South Africa, I believe you guys are sitting at 3:40 a.m. So thank you all, everyone who is tuning in from South Africa. It is hugely appreciated, guys, tuning in at all random hours of the day. Short ball there from Rabada. Nice bit of carry there. 138 Ks on that one. Only the 1 ball left of the session. Then we will have a 20-minute break, and then we will be back afterwards, and it will be at 4 p.m. New Zealand time for the last 2.5 hours of the day of cricket. It's going to be an exciting one. Will New Zealand lose a few wickets, or will South Africa be under a huge amount of pressure and not be able to break through? We'll have to wait and see. Hey, Kitty, what's been happening? Hamish, where's Kiwi Mum? Is she at the game? She is not at the game. She is bowling at the moment, I believe it is. That's a good delivery from Rabada. Is that going to be over in drinks? I think they've got time for 1 more over. By the looks of it, they have run through, and they will get 1 more over Justin as well. But yeah, she is going to be maybe home for the last session, or if she's not home for the last session, she will be home for tomorrow for the afternoon and evening session that we will have. And Matt Henry is very fine bowler as well, but his performance under Shadow sometime bowl and shadow Southie bowling, I think, says Michelle. Yeah, he doesn't get too many opportunities, but when he does, it's dangerous. And what they opening with Janssen and not Oliver as well, says Gareth. In fact, they're actually going with Oliver for this one. Oh, no, it's actually Stearman who is getting the opportunity here for the opening. So I guess they're going to give Janssen and Oliver the second set or the second spell from both ends. And Rabada needs to bring his aggression back. As we saw we saw some of it against India. ICC really affected him as well. But those with those demerits and game bans and 441 here. Also, it's actually even later in South Africa. And also, hey, RDA, Uncle Gamble Bags. Just chilling, says Katie. Latham going to be on strike here, and Stjerman will be the man who is bowling. Hopefully that's relatively close to the pronunciation, but it might still be a little bit off, or the pronunciation, I should say. Currently now charging in Stjerman. Can he get the early wicket? It's a good Yorker, but it is going to be whipped away, and it does end up racing away to the boundary for 4 runs there for Tom Latham, or does it? I think it actually went straight to the man there, and it's just going to be the single. I didn't actually see where that ball went. I think he got just enough on it to hit it down to fine leg. Trailing by 93 runs. I'm kind of whispering, and I think that's because I'm worried my voice is going to disappear at some stage. I haven't been used to talking for 6 hours in a row, and I think you should share your political views during the tea break. I think that would not be a good idea, because that would get me in a whole heap of trouble no matter what side that I say that I am on, purely because YouTube do not like that. And also all the drinks breaks, says Siddhartha. Currently now Young is going to be out there 0 of 4 deliveries, and he is still at the crease, which is important. Good bit of swing there. Stjerman trying to lure him in. But no man, Elgar, what are you doing? Or what are you doing? And there says Gareth there with the looking up as well. Oh, that's moving very nicely, and God, no politics as well. And there says Katie Dixon. And that's going to be, I mean, that's the thing. Stjerman, for him to be opening, they must see something in this over. And they think that maybe he will be able to be the man. Does get them the breakthrough. Young on strike. Yet to get off the mark as well. 131 Ks for Stjerman, who has gone for the 3 balls so far. And this one, and also Elgar is getting out for 1 as a skipper as well, says AFL, sorry, I should say. And also we have got there, that is a bold statement of you to make as well. Here's Katie Dixon. Yeah, Elgar, that's what he's doing in there. Yeah, unfortunately, he has been dismissed relatively low. Although sometimes, that's the thing, some of these South African players, if they get a low score in one innings, they normally go on and get a decent one in the next. That was a great ball there from Stjerman. Almost able to sneak it through Will Young, but he does defend nicely. This will be the last over of the day, and I believe because it is running quite late, we're actually only going to have a 15-minute break, and South Africa in trouble. I reckon my predictions are out opening with a novice bowler in Oliver's bread and butter conditions as well. So, yeah, maybe he just gets this over because he was closer to the mark. Could be one thing, maybe. And also we have got he did get out for 1. I'm not saying he will. This time, as says AFL. And then, hopefully he can get himself a few more. In fact, leading wicket taker for this innings for South Africa. Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be the end of the over now. Oh, no, still 1 more ball, sorry. And also, so did they age discriminate against cricket players the same way they do rugby players as well? I mean, do do they call you a dusty mummy if you're still playing at age 38? Not so much in cricket, I don't think. It's more of the case of normally, like people, I guess that's the thing. Normally the batsmen just do the talking with the bat in hand as well. Like normally you don't see too many bowlers sticking around until 38 unless you're Jimmy Anderson or someone along those lines. It's going to be well left once again. And how many overs left? Here's UPSC. I believe that is going to be we've got another over. Did I do the maths wrong? Maybe the time that we lost from that last one, we are now making up now. So we might actually still have a couple more overs. And I was like, right, says AFL. I thought that was actually the end of the session due to the fact that we are now sitting at 6 minutes past the original time that it was going to be stopping. But I believe because of the stoppage, we do go for a little bit longer. As an also top pace bowler ever, still bowling at 38 as well, says Gareth. So yeah, I think it's normally, cut shot there. And well played by Latham. Rocks back onto the back foot and does hit it out through cover for 4 runs. Rabada trying a little bit of the shorter delivery, seeing whether or not the outside edge would be on, but Latham strikes it early. But yeah, I think overall rugby players normally get a little bit more of the stick than anyone else. And also we have got there because sometimes I hear people talking about Johnny Sexton's age, and I think there was a whole entire mummified rat running around on the field as well. And also that is good to hear. And how's the pitch? Also have every batting failure. And there says UPSC, great ball from Rabada just outside of the off stump. And Latham plays and misses with the cover drive. But yeah, I think it was, I don't think the pitch was doing a huge amount. But I think South Africa just stayed a little bit too, I guess, slightly too defensive at times. And then also Matt Henry, he got 7 wickets. As soon as he found the line and the length, he was just hitting it 9 times out of 10, and it was causing all sorts of problems for the South Africans. Once again, left alone outside of the off stump from Latham. Johnny Sexton, nice name. It is indeed. Johnny Sexton, very good player as well. Been around for a very long time for the Irish, although now Ross Byrne and Joey Carberry want to try and put their names in as the Irish fly half. It's just a good shot from Latham. They're showing the way that he rocks back. Does stay very tall on the ball, which is hard to do when you have got someone like a Rabada. Does like to bang it into the surface. Once again, it's going to be, okay, that hit the finger of the keeper quite hard. I think that one kind of swiveled it in. Sexton, like furlong, a unit of measurement as well. And there says Katie Dixon, is that actually a thing? Is a furlong a unit of measurement? How big's a furlong? Katie Dixon, that's a weird question to ask, as you do say he's your husband. So the measurement of the thing, and also bowlers did get to 32-ish due to injuries. Batsmen generally 35, I'd say. Nice cover drive once again from Latham. Good scoring shots so far from the Kiwis. And that is going to be racing close to the boundary. They're going to be taking the 3, and they do get it. And also, I'd say, but if you can stay fit, age isn't really spoken about as well, says Gareth. Yeah, because that's the thing. Some young players who are like 20 can have just as many injuries as some of the older guys. I guess it's all down to, if you've got a technique that lasts type thing, similar to, I guess someone like a Jimmy Anderson we do see. There's a young player, I think it's Mohammad Hasnain, who is coming up through the rankings for Pakistan, although he did actually get cited for his bowling action. But something he does is when he plants his front foot, it's on a very big angle. And the commentators a while ago were saying, it's only a matter of time until he ends up kind of hurting his ankle and maybe doing some serious damage. So it's all about that technique. If you've got a smooth technique, you can just run and go through, and kind of get out of it without having any injuries. You can have a very long bowling career. That's the end of the 3rd over now, and it is going to be 9 for none. I know furlong is an 1/8 of a mile, and so furlong low. And there it says Katie Dixon. Trailing by 86 at the moment now, and also its advice are used in naval navigation as well. Carly, it's a very nice bridge in Christchurch over a nice little lake. And I think that lake actually has the George Hotel is on the face of that lake, or the stream, I guess I should say. And also I think that's sextant as well. Okay, so a sextant and a furlong. I'm learning so much. German now going to be bowling. Still haven't quite learned how to pronounce his name to perfection. Do try my best. A little bit leg side-ish. Well kept. There in the end, could have easily rolled down the leg side for the 4 runs, but up to the challenge, the man who did have a sore finger a little bit earlier on. Looks like he has come right now for Verinen. Okay. The dismissal so far for South Africa, there's only one delivery that they've bowled so far that has hit the stumps or would have hit the stumps. So it is really all over the place. It's very scattered for the South Africans at the moment, and they need to try and really perfect that line of length. That's a better line of length there. And Bavuma, it wasn't actually Bavuma, it was Stearman did bowl that one. And I think that one has been added to the pitch map. But yes, Sexton has something to do with the church. Get them mixed, as on there says Gareth. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of last names and first names that kind of relate to other things, isn't there? I remember my initials, we used to try and work out what it would be, and the best way to describe it was a pencil. So I guess that probably tells you my initials, maybe. 3.2 overs down at the moment. I got Sexton is a gravedigger as well. Are these jokes right themselves? Says Katie Dixon. Yeah, that's probably unfortunate for him when you think about it, because people do say that he is relatively up there. So at some point, someone's going to say something about self-explanatory one, I would assume, as well. But we will not say it for Johnny Sexton because he is still a very good player. Big yawn myself, but I believe we have got another, maybe 1 over, 2 over, something along those lines to fill in for the time that we did miss out on. But currently 3.3 overs bowled by the South Africans. Oh, that's hit him hard there, Latham. I think it smacked him in the back leg, trying to walk it off as if it didn't hit him, but everyone saw that it did. It was probably quite painful for Latham, but currently he's not the tallest player around, so he does sometimes get a bit of short stuff, which might be their method later on. Oh, geez, that's popped quite high and probably hit him in about the stomach. They're saying plenty in the surface for the way that it is moving around. Latham sitting on 9 runs of 12. I'm losing it as well. So here's Katie Dixon there. Left alone outside of our stump once again from Latham. It's that angle straight across him that he sometimes can get lured into trying to cover drive. Can get him in a little bit of trouble. Definitely if it's a tad shorter than the halfway. Another one. We're on fire. The good news about the breaks is the fact that I can turn off that light. And I have it. And South Africa all out on just 95 as well. Says I don't have it. They were indeed top run scorer for them. I believe had 25 run, and that was Hamza. Other than that, they did struggle a little bit. These are all the dismissals. We're going along the bottom. Matt Henry getting 7 wickets. No run called from Latham, and that is going to be the end of the 4th over, and it will be 9 for none now. I think we've still got another couple overs. I have no idea what's going on at the moment. It seems like they're just going to keep on playing till the end of the day, perhaps. Well, I assume they're trying to make up the 10 minutes or so that they did have for the changeover, and also South Africa as well. And it says Unhaven, they're basically the maintenance man and grave minders at churches as well. Says Gareth there. So, yeah, I feel like I learned so much from these live streams. Like, no matter what the game of, like, or whatever the sport is that we've got on, I always end up learning something else along the same lines. Like, whether it is something to do with, like, what a certain name means, or, like, something to do with the side that I didn't know. Like, I feel like that is why these live streams are just so much more fun than just doing commentary, because I get to chat to you guys throughout them and hear a whole heap of random stuff as well, which is what makes it different. I guess you could say currently now Bavuma, it's actually Rabada, I should say, who will be bowling once again. They're showing Oliver. I assume he won't be too far away from the bowling. It's interesting that they did decide to go with Stierman as the option. I mean, he's only gone for the 1 run, but would it have been better for Oliver to be able to get the early opportunity with the ball in hand? So bowled. Is it caught? It's hit the leg. It has bounced up. And also we have got the Hamish. When will TP taken? I thought it was going to be at 340, but it is not at 340. So I assume more than likely it might be 4, maybe in 6 minutes time, somewhere around there. College sometimes. I put it on the shirt as well. And also we've got the years that is college sometimes. And there's us, there's Katie Dixon. There's also South Africa were on their prime until they defeated, or before they were defeated as well, because Rohit wasn't there in the Indian team as well. He's and yeah, very good side in India. Who is their next test match up against? Do you know? I know that they've got, I think they're playing the West Indies at the moment, aren't they? But are they playing them in a test match or just in the shorter format? Do let me know if you do know. In fact, I can probably look it up here. And I will get that up in a very short moment, so we will be able to work out what the go is. Well, once again, and well played. Keep it out. And India versus West Indies T20 as well. And there's a West Indies versus India. It's actually in 1 day, 10 hours time that the next one is actually taking place in India playing Sri Lanka. Oh, yes. In fact, that is going to be India, Sri Lanka. They have a T20. Then they've got 2 more T20s. And then I think it's in March. Is it that they play off in the test matches? Yeah, 1 test 2 tests. And just 2 tests. And it's actually a day night of the second one, which will be quite exciting to see. South Africa hasn't been in their prime since 2014 as well. There's Gareth there. Yeah, some very good players from the past South African sides that we have got to see in action. But yeah, anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel as well. It's hugely appreciated you guys all being here for this live stream. We have got the last session that we will be covering on the channel also. And then we will, alongside that, have the rugby tomorrow and the cricket and no test matches in that series, and the clean sweep Windies 3-0 in the ODI as well. Says Arnav there. Once again, well played by Will Young. Still yet to get off the mark. Has faced 17 deliveries. Or 16, in fact, sorry. And that is going to be 5 overs down. Okay. We've still got at least one more over. I'm very confused because this session so far has gone for 2 hours 17 at this point in time. And also, where's India versus Sri Lanka being played? I think it is in India that series has taken place. One moment, I'll get it back up for a second. We will go like this. But yeah, I think it is a Sri Lankan tour of India. And lowest score by South Africa in an innings versus New Zealand. Previous lowest 148 and 153. And Johannesburg, South Africa, previous lowest score in New Zealand 223. In 1964 Dunedin as well, or 1953 for that one. And also, do you know Shark Tank India? As I says enough, I do not. I know the Shark Tank show, if that's the same one, which is pretty much how like people have their inventions, isn't it? So if it is going to be there as that one, I guess if it's the same as it is over there, then yeah, I do know of it. I haven't actually watched it though. And also we've got the New Zealand, not generally as well. Says it, Gareth there. So what we will do is we will have a look and see Sri Lanka versus India. I believe it is going to be in India, though. Yeah, it is India that they are taking place. It'll be hit almost in the year, but it is going to be safe once again. And also, yes, it is played in India first test and in Hagley and second in China's way. And that would be, I believe, the day-nighter for that second one, which is pretty awesome that they are having day-nighters over there. And India will be interesting. Maybe a little bit of training for next time they do have a day nighter up against the Australians. And also, Chirag has said, as well, welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. Do let me know who you think is going to be able to go on to win this match, and also who you think will be the highest run scorer for the Black Caps. Stearman just a little bit down the leg side for that delivery. It was close to an LB, though. Yeah, pitching outside leg, 134k. So he is getting them down there at about mid 130s mark. At the moment, Hagley Oval is the location of not just this test, but also the next test we will be seeing as well. And also Virat is going to play his 100th run, or play his 100th run in the first test of the Sri Lanka series as well. Will you cover Australia versus Pakistan? Says Siddhartha, Australia versus Pakistan, I am very keen to cover because normally I do cover a lot of the international games, but Australia versus Sri Lanka, I wasn't able to due to the fact that Sri Lanka, they seem to always give us copyright strikes. So because of that, I wasn't able to cover those ones. I was like, there are not any of the old people that come to the live stream or come to watch the stream as well. Says Arlo, was that someone banging on the window? No, it wasn't. I thought I heard someone banging on the window there. And also Virat is going to play his 100th test match for that one. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see how he goes because I know that he hasn't been in the absolute greatest form recently, but he hasn't been in terrible form for that one either. Currently now 5.5 overs down in this game, and they want to be able to survive. And also hi from Arlo Ryan. Welcome in. I hope you are doing well, mate. I hope you are excited for Super Rugby. I haven't been on here for ages because I didn't have your channel on notification for some reason as well. I couldn't find it. As I said, there's no worries, mate. But hopefully you have been keeping well. And also, are we going to do anything for Maxi for his birthday? As I said, Katie Dixon, that's coming up, isn't it? What date? What's that one? Was it the 22nd of February, Katie? For that one? No, I might have the wrong date there. But yeah, I don't know whether or not. I feel like I slightly forgot about it. And I feel bad because we will have to probably organize it maybe for like the week after or something along those lines. And also, Virat should retire and focus on his ad career as well. And there says it was Siddhartha, and also welcome back, brother, says Katie Dixon. I mean, that's the thing. He probably gets paid more for his ads than he does for the cricket at that stage. On 5th of March, same as Dan's. As I said, 5th of March is probably, I guess it could be doable, hopefully. And free fire is banned in India as well. What is free fire? Which is free fire? Not too sure what that would be. Arnav. Currently 6 overs down. It is 9 for none here. Is it lunch? No, is it tea? And also, hi. See hello to Katie there as well. So it started at 11, went through to 1, 140, then to 340 is normally the next session. They're still going. My brain is confused. And I was over yeah, I can drop those stats too, but I didn't think those records were in any danger, says John. Pull shot there, nicely played by Will Young, and that has got him underway now. And who's your favourite player, says Arnav. I love watching, favourite player, I'll go with Kiwi. I love watching Kane Williamson, of course, because he is a very strong player. Who is Maxi? Glenn Maxwell, the ex-All Black. He has been on the channel a couple of times. As we were going to make him tell Dan Carter stories, but then we found out that he and Dan Shearer birthday, Maxi born in 76 and Dan Carter born in 82 as well. But yeah, he is an ex-All Black we have had there. And which New Zealand ground has mountains in the background? Christchurch versus Wellington versus Basin Reserve. I think. Oh, that's another 4 runs for Will Young. So now he actually moves up onto 8 runs of only a couple deliveries as of late. And Norm Maxwell and there. And also I think it is Wellington. A look at the ground that looks so amazing as well. So this one that we have got here, it is at the Hagley Oval. So that is the one in Christchurch, the one where this game is being played. You have got your mountains in the background there. Yeah, some very nice scenery around New Zealand for the cricket grounds. Mount Manganui, also with the Mount being there, it is another very exciting one that you can see. And I think they like going straight up straight up the mountain. It's kind of like the training side of it as well. That was close to the off stump from Rabato. He's actually gone for 16 of the 17 runs so far. And also I like Chitishwa Pajara as well, but people tease me because he is not in good form. I mean, that's the thing. Players, they will have good form, they will have bad form, but like, as long as you're sticking by your favorite player throughout that whole time, I feel like it's just one of those ones that, like, if you enjoy watching him play, and like, I mean, if you're talking test match cricket, a man like him is just able to sit out there for so long. That was a well-bowled delivery once again from Rabada. Also, we got that up and goes full hot chips. As on there says Brandon, I don't know whether or not hot chips are on the menu tonight. I might have something slightly healthier for myself. I had a lot of hot chips lately because of my random hours that I have been doing. I did say it a little bit earlier on about how I did end up staying up for about 30 hours, which was not a good idea, but I did it because there were live streams going at random hours. So I just kind of carried the momentum through. Then after that, I am going to have, or I did actually get about 12 hours sleep, then woke up, then did another 24-nighter or 24-hour shift, and then went to sleep for about 12 hours yesterday. And that gets me to today. Also, here's my role model as well. Says Arnav, and also second test will be played in the same pitch or different pitch, Hamish. It was originally going to have one at Christchurch, one at Mount Manganui, but due to restrictions, it does mean that they are going to have both games at Hagley, which, I mean, like they were saying before, like there are worse grounds that you could play a couple of back-to-back test matches at. It's a very nice one, plenty of space on the embankment for those who are around, and that is going to be the end of the over. 17 for none now. And they've still got another over. Maybe they're playing an extra half an hour due to that one. And also the Hamish machine. It's on there. Says Katie Dixon. Oh my God. And it says Brandon as well. But yeah, I've been on some weird hours that I've been up and then I've been sleeping and then I've been up and then I've been sleeping. Like my time zones have gone all out the window, but I'm still like, that's the thing. After all that, I would have thought I'd be more tired, but I'm feeling pretty refreshed going into the weekend. Like another 12 hours sleep tonight and I'll be good to go for the whole weekend, I would think, hopefully. You know, if I end up sleeping at a random hour, I think the thing that helps me big time is the fact that most of the games that we are covering, we are going to end up like kind of being at normal hours in terms of when the sun's up. Nice shot there for a lay from straight out to point, though. Doesn't quite sneak it through. I like test matches because it is a true form of cricket as well. And this is enough. Yeah, I love the 5-match format or 5-day format, I should say, just because like in a T20, it always is the case of some side can get very lucky. Test match cricket, you just got to keep on going. And what ball does New Zealand use? I think we use the Kookaburra. And you are funny as well, says Brandon. Thank you very much, mate. Man, I've got to go, but be back soon as well, says Ali. So hopefully we do get to see you for the live stream tomorrow for the rugby. We have got Fijian draw versus the Waratahs going to be worked to the league side. No run taken by the Kiwis. And I will turn on notifications, says Arlo. Although you will get quite a few, I will warn you. We have got the lineups videos coming out later on tonight, which we will have kind of, I guess, not spamming your chat, but we will have 2 videos coming out after this one, and that will be Hurricanes versus Crusaders and Highlanders versus Chiefs as the 2 lineup videos that we will be having coming out at around 7 or 8, somewhere around that mark. Now, Latham, once again, going to be really funny thought. If New Zealand get 95 for none, it's as if they get 3 innings as well, says Danny Castro. I guess that's a good point. That's down the lead side almost. Get on to that one. Just a little bit too quick for Latham to whip his hands round to that one from Stearman's bowling. And Karun Nia, had a 300 against England in a home condition, but did not get a single chance in 6 years as well. And I guess that's kind of like Ajaz Patel, not really completely similar, but he got 10 wickets in India. Great spin bowling. He comes home and they go, we're going to get this guy Ravindra to be your spinner for this next test match. Even though you got 10 wickets, we're going to go with someone else. And Ravindra didn't get any wickets. What a surprise. That's all they got done once again. That is going to be just left alone. We have got their laughing face of Ramanav there as well. But currently Latham sitting on 9 of 24, Young sitting on 8 of 22. Now, these 2 have had some good partnerships in past games. Well, Young still very early in a test career, so hopefully he does get a little bit longer. As Ajaz Patel playing as well, says, I know if he is not, they didn't go with him in this game. They did instead decide to go with the Gronom, and also I'm going to play on my Xbox, says Brandon. So hopefully you do enjoy the process of that as well. I think if we have 2 more balls, we might even get 1 more over in here. Now, charging in once again, well bowled from a gentleman with the wide ball as well, or in terms of the wide delivery in the crease, going right round, going over the wicket as well. He should be, I guess, because he took 10 wickets where he was born as well. And there says, and they've, but like, it seems strange to go with, right, we're going to pick a spinner. We're going to go with someone who hasn't picked up many wickets or hasn't scored many runs off the bat recently, rather than a guy in form who's got 10 wickets in his last game. Ajaz Patel still not playing in this series too. It's just the state of spin bowling in New Zealand. If New Zealand want to win series in India and subcontinent as well, they need to play 1 spinner just to change bowling as well. I'm pretty special feeling for Ajaz as well. Exactly right. The only player in New Zealand bowling history has been able to do so. And also, is it 3 or 4 South African players in the New Zealand team didn't check their lineup, says Gareth. So pretty much, if we're going down the New Zealand lineup track, Devon Conway, Colin de Gronholm, Neil Wagner. Okay, we just got the 3 today. Not too bad. They have decided to go without BJ Watling, or else he would have been another one added in there. But we got the 3. That's 3. Currently 8 overs down. We've still got 1 more over coming by the looks of it. So actually 8 overs in. So I really didn't expect to see so many overs bowled for this one, but I believe it will be 4:10, which then means the last session will be going from 4:30 to 6:30, maybe even 4:30 to 7, if we do have a little bit of extra time to make up for. Roberto once again pitching it up, and it does bounce just above of the stumps there. Well, Young, if he can get through this session alongside Tom Latham, it will be very useful for the Black Caps. They've got 17 runs and BJ Watling retired. He did indeed, sadly. I'm very sad about that because he was a very good player. He was one of those guys who was probably underrated. Like, everyone probably, when you look at the lineup for New Zealand, go, oh, Ross Taylor, Kane Williamson, etc. But like, BJ Watling, very impressive man with the bat and the gloves on. De Gronholm is from Zimbabwe, not from South Africa. Okay, my bad. So 2. We got 2 for that one. So we're not doing too bad overall, having only the 2 South Africans in the lineup. We'll take it. Who else have we got who's from South Africa playing in New Zealand or in the New Zealand lineup in the past? And do you know what happened to the IPL auction here? What happened in the IPL auction? Hugh Edmeades just collapsed as well. I did not know about that. Was he all right in the end, Unf? Because it's been a couple of days, hasn't it, since the auction? Have you got any other update and can't see the game live? Can you just give us a bit of your opinion on Stearman bowling says John. So I'd say so far he's actually been pretty good. Overall, he's bowled 3 overs, or 4 overs, in fact, 3 maidens, 1 run off it. It's been just kind of, I'd say it's line and length outside of off stump that he has been consistently being able to find. He's trying to lure in Latham with a straight drive or an offside, maybe cover drive, but overall, it's actually been a pretty good spell from him. Rabada's been the more expensive out of the two. I guess he is fine. I know he came for the last hour of the auction as well. Oh, he wanted to leave that one there, Will Young, but he does end up just hitting it down towards the slips as well. Currently, he doesn't really want to play him when it's outside of the off stump. Will Young, he almost ended up chopping that one onto his stumps. Yeah, Rabada's been the more expensive out of the two. Yeah, but Zimbabwe is in South Africa continent as well. And there says Dan de Castro. Apparently now trailing by 78 runs here for the Black Caps. Like I mentioned, if they can get a lead going into the last maybe last 20 minutes or so, maybe they go a little bit more aggressive. And that's one, but currently just the 1 ball left. And I believe after that ball, it will be tea. And tea will be till 4:30. And I don't know when the last session is going to end, whether or not it will still be 6 with an extra half an hour, or whether it will be 6:30 with an extra half an hour, taking us through to around that 7 mark. Rabada ends up putting that ball down, unfortunately, when he was thrown. It went a little bit too far over his head, and Charu Sharma did a very good job into the rest of the auction. He was having his lunch when he got the call for the auction in a 30-minute barrier as well. So he's done very well there to kind of come in and all of a sudden just be, I guess that's the thing. You don't expect to have to do things like if you're just kind of the reserve type thing. Same with when you're like the 12th or 13th man in a game of cricket. Maybe a little bit different because of the fact that you still expect to field it a little bit. But such as Manus Labuschagne, who got brought in for Steve Smith in the 2019 Ashes, Glenn Phillips is from South Africa as well. Says John there. Oh, Colin Munro, another one who we have got. Who else we got? We got plenty of South Africans, don't we? This session isn't actually over. We've got another over. Matt Henry, his team, IPL me as well. And there's Chris, a cricket lover, but now Stierman pushing the ball up, looking for the single, doesn't get it. Almost ends up running himself out there for Tom Latham. I remember that these two, they're normally very quick between the wickets, but sometimes a mix-up can happen. They haven't got Ross Taylor in the lineup anymore. And also, there's nothing like having a cold one and listening to the cricket absolutely even, as Al says, David the Mod. Yeah, it is a very nice day here in New Zealand. I assume you're sitting somewhere around the 20 mark in Rotorua as well. David, do let me know. But we will be having my mum a little bit later on, maybe today or tomorrow. She will be joining me for a live stream, which will be exciting. And she has also got the Heineken, which more than likely will end up coming out. And also, he is asking in, which team is Matt Henry there in the IPL as well? Okay, so Matt Henry, did he sign for an IPL team, Arnav? I don't know. I don't actually know whether or not he did get picked up by a team in the end. I assume if you watched the auction, Arnav, would you possibly be able to help me out here, please, of whether or not he did end up getting signed? I know that there's a few that missed out in terms of the Kiwis. Ish Sodhi, a bowler, didn't get selected. Also, Martin Guptill did miss out on the IPL auction once again, but still quite a few that had come through. I don't know as well. And there says Arnav. And I was like, could New Zealand, South African 15 or 11 beat the rest of the Black Caps? New Zealand, South Africans 11 beat the... I mean, the names that we were saying, the Harry Javelin, that's off the edge. It's dropped. Latham has been put down. And that is not what they would have been wanting there. Stierman would have had the first wicket, first opportunity for Janssen, and he does end up dropping that one cold. But yeah, we've also got Grant Elliott as another South African that we have got. That carries Jensen. Sorry, not Janssen. He does end up putting it down. 24 degrees here, Hamish. Oh, looking forward to seeing Donna. So I said David the Mod, and also hi, bye. And it says it was 60-35. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. Currently, a put-down opportunity for South Africa. You cannot afford to drop catches in the early stages. And that's one thing New Zealand, I think only Matt Henry had the drop catch. And how much of an impact will that have? Latham could go on and get himself maybe a 50 or 100 here. And Jensen will just be thinking back to that one that he did end up putting down. But we're currently sitting 4:15 a.m. Or sorry, 4:15 p.m. here in New Zealand. I don't know whether or not this is the last over or whether we have still got a little bit more time that we will be going. Grant Elliott is a heartbreaker as well. And there says Gareth Ferguson. And there. Yeah, his nickname's the Hairy Javelin, isn't it? Which, I mean, it's an interesting nickname for yourself. I don't know whether or not I would have it. It seems unfair this long session as well. Says Dan De Castro. Yeah, it is strange. I don't know why it's so long. I'm sure there's a perfectly logical explanation, like maybe with the fact that it's an innings changeover, maybe you've got half an hour at the other side or something like that. But it's been an extra 20 minutes of this session now. And does that time come off the last session? Or does it end up going, does it end up going off the end? I don't know. Uh-oh. Big yawn once again. We have also got support. Good shout at Titans in this season as well. Is that one of the new teams have gone up for the LBW? Is it close? They have said no. Will they review it? Maybe a little bit down leg batsmen were in field or they need rest as well, says Dan De Castro there. And also I have got 2 videos out at 7 p.m. as well. It's going to be the end of the over once again. That's 10 overs now. So that is a total of 60 overs that we have had. And we still keep on going. And also we have got the, would you do the day 2 live commentary? We are indeed going to be doing the commentary for that one. So yeah, be sure to tune in. Tomorrow we have got plenty more action coming on the channel for the cricket side of it. We've also got rugby coming up, but we will be doing the whole day of cricket tomorrow for day 2 of this one. Unsold Kiwis. It is Colin Munro, Kulian, and then also Guptill and Sodhi. Yeah, so Colin Munro, he'll feel a little bit, I guess, disheartened by that because of the fact that he did play very well for the Perth Scorchers throughout their season. But I guess everyone's probably already got their big openers as it's nicely bowled once again. Latham hits it back down to Rabada. It's the bowler for this over. Another yawn. I'm not sure what's going to be happening for the last one, and my exam is there tomorrow. As I said, Shanav, or Arnav, sorry. My exam is there tomorrow. Isn't it sitting like at a random hour in the morning for you, Arnav? So hopefully you will be able to get enough sleep and be well rested before that exam. You've got Rabada now outside off stump once again. It's just going to be left alone. And I was like, it's working. Latham almost out repeatedly. As on there says Dan De Castro. But yeah, it seems, I don't know. I'll have to ask someone about it probably when we do get the innings break about why it is an extra half an hour. So I think, and whether or not that does mean that we have half an hour less later on in the day, because we're currently sitting 20 past 4. And also we've got the I'm in India here. It's 8:48 a.m. as well. And don't think Henry was considered for the auction as well, says John there. Oh, so he didn't get a chance. I guess his better format is slightly longer format, isn't it? 50 overs and then also test match here shown. And how do this work as well? And there says Brandon, how do this work? Says Brandon, is that with the 2 videos going out at the exact same time? They will just both be in there and you'll just get one notification, I think. But is that all the best with your exam? And also you've got the no wickets until Dwayne bowls. Don't worry as well. So that would be, of course, Dwayne Oliver, isn't it? If I'm not wrong. And also I live in Mumbai, says Arnav. Very nice place. Very nice place. I'd love to watch a game of cricket in Mumbai. I feel like that is one of those ones, the bucket list. I mentioned the MCG. I mentioned Lords, Mumbai as well. Something kind of in South Africa as well might be a good option. And also thank you as well, says Arnav. Currently New Zealand. They've faced 10.4 overs so far. So the off stump left alone by Latham. It's currently sitting around 20 degrees there in Christchurch, so it's relatively hot. Another yawn. I'm on fire. Trailing by 77, and also take a guess. Taking a guess the tea break is for the fielding team to rest more than the batting team as well. But seeing there was an innings change, I took that as an early tea break. Oh. Okay. I'm liking the way that you're thinking, John. Does that mean this is the final session now? And maybe they just take a slightly longer drinks break? You might be onto something, John. Maybe. Are we in the 3rd session? Is this 3rd session at the moment? It actually says day 1, session 3. So I think you might be right, John. Well, they want another game as well. And also IPL is in, that's a hard one to say. Shrata. And this year, Mumbai comes in. Maharashtra. I felt like that was terrible pronunciation, wasn't it? And also, no wicket still Dwayne Bowles. Don't worry. I hope my words. And also, maybe says John, yeah, because it has got session 3 there, doesn't it? So I guess they just continue saying, maybe my dream has always been watching the Black Caps beating England at Lords and watching them play in Mumbai as well, says David the Monster. Sounds like we're going on a road trip, David, or an air trip, I guess you could say, seeing as you would have to fly somewhere. Unless, of course, you take a boat ride, but that would take a very long time. And can I do this game on Cricket 19? I think you can. Overall, the teams aren't licensed, but you can get their kits off the fan hub. And how long was the innings break? Should have been 20, not 10, then if not mistaken, as well, says Gareth. Yeah, it was in the end about, I think it was supposed to be around 10 for an innings change, but I think they went about 15. So maybe that is why we are going to keep on going here. But now it is going to be Jansen bowling. It's off the bat, and it's the wicket. It's the wicket as he hit it. I think he's hit it, but they are going to be checking this one. Are they going to say no, or are they going to say yes here for the South Africans? Jansen looks like he is going back, and also how bad South Africa played as well, says Lonnie. I mean, they haven't been terrible overall. Like, I know that sounds weird to say because they got 95 all out, but some of their players look promising. It's just they were very unfortunate or very unlucky with the fact that Matt Henry just found his length in RC. And also we've got their Maharashtra as well. Maharashtra. I get too much R, and there is a R. I'm like a fax machine. R. And so do fax machines go like that? No, it's probably more the phone, isn't it? Currently, New Zealand 11 overs down, and they are continuing to try and trail by less than the total of 77. I think by the end of this one, they might be able to get them perfect, because else there's only have there is for Maharashtra. Or Maharashtra. As okay, answer not Dwayne or Dwayne as well, and also but Skidderman is out, so point mate, as says Gareth there. Currently now, I assume maybe he's not too far away from the other end. You know, a chance here. Well, I remember almost able to get the wicket there for Jansen. He's a very tall individual, 2 meters and plus 2 meters, I guess I should say. He did put down a catch a little bit earlier on in the innings, though. Will Young is gone, and he does end up picking up the wicket, and it was Jansen who was able to get it. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to go like this, and this, and we're going to go New Zealand wickets as well. We're going to put them on the same page so that you guys get a nice summary of what has been happening in the game. But the wicket falling outside edge, just a little clip on that one from Will Young, and that is going to be the end of him. He is going to be gone 8 runs of 31 deliveries. The surface looking like it could make it a very exciting contest between the two. And there we go. But Will Young, he's sitting there 8 of 32 deliveries, and he is going to be on his way. Did I put 32 or 33 in the end? I hope I put 32. We'll have to wait till it does end up going across New Zealand wickets. Please be 32. Please be 32. Oh, no. Right, we're going to have to go back, and we're going to have to wait. Yeah, we're going to have to go back and change that to 32. One moment. We will go like this. We will go like this as well. And Bumfa, just like that. We will put that up down the bottom as well. And also we've got Hassan is a Mr. Beast of India as well. And it says Arnav. He must be very popular, I would assume, in starting an innings bowling with a debutant on a good surface. Only South Africa, as well, says Gareth. Although luckily for them, Jansen has now got that breakthrough wicket that they were needing. 11.4 overs down. New Zealand sitting 18 for 1. I think it's going to be a draw. Pitch going to flatten out after day 1, says Lonnie. Yeah, myself, personally, I did say at the start I thought it was a draw just because of the rain that is supposed to be around for Saturday and also some Sunday. So it could be a draw. And I hope everyone's well. My goodness, what an innings from New Zealand as well. Says Sebastian, welcome in, mate. We did actually look up the Romanian time a little bit earlier on, and you are sitting 5:25. You are a very early morning riser, but I hope you are doing well, mate. And yeah, hopefully you're having a good morning and excited for Super Rugby. Very well bowled by Matt Henry, getting 7 wickets. For us, I'll sing the song as well, says Arnav. I think I would be embarrassing myself if I did try it, unfortunately. So I think I will have to politely decline. Politely decline. Politely, I don't know what that word is. And also, hey, howdy, hey, brother. Hope you're well, says Katie. Now, Janssen, he's currently sitting 4 balls bowled. He's already got himself a wicket. Can he get another with that extra height factor? Side of the off stump, and Devon Conway leaves it on the left-hander with a very good average for the Black Caps. Like they're saying, Devon Conway playing against the country of his birth for the first time. That's not a nice Sebastian. How's it, brother? And there says David the Mob, but it was a great take in behind the stumps from the keeper. And Janssen picks it up. You from New Zealand, says Lonnie. I am indeed, mate. And it is currently sitting 4:26 p.m. here, which is always good because some of the games that we cover on the channel are starting at like 3 a.m. and whatnot. So this is quite a nice, pleasant one. That was well bowled. Devon Conway under pressure, no problem, brother. It is okay. You're not so good at Hindi, so it is okay. As I says, yeah. Probably a language I haven't really spoken a lot of in the past. I think I've only said maybe like 3 words, and that's when people ask me to say the words as well. Now, currently 18 for 1 here for New Zealand off a wicket maiden over from Janssen. Janssen, sorry. Trying to get the South Africans back into the game. For them to win from here is a $9.50 underdog over New Zealand, who are sitting at $1.09. New Zealand, though, haven't won against South Africa in a test match in a very long time. Hagley Oval, it's looking very nice. Blue sky in the background, no clouds around. And it's still a little bit of a crowd that they are allowed to have at this one. But currently, the only wicket falling, it was Will Young to end up getting dismissed. 8 runs off 32 deliveries. Latham still not out. 9 runs off 38. And Conway sitting there 0 off 3. Well, bowled by Rabada. That ball took off. And that is absolutely phenomenal work behind the stumps from Varane, who has been able to stop that one from flying away to the boundary. I love those Super Bowl ads as for the halftime show, OMG as well. And yeah, and also we've got the Hello Katie and David woke up earlier to catch some of the stream. I had to get some sleep last night because I was knackered as well. Says Sebastian. So yeah, that is well and truly fair enough there. We thought that you may have been resting up for Super Rugby, perhaps, so that is why you were having the sleep. Seeing as like it is a normal hour to sleep, I guess you could say as well. Like Kane Williamson in New Zealand because of his cool-minded nature as well. Yeah, he's very casual, Kane Williamson, and very good with the tactics. So I didn't even watch a single minute of it this year, brother. I was completely consumed by the rugby. Says Katie. Yeah, me and George, we were going to watch it, but then we watched a few minutes of it, and then George was like, should we play Xbox? And I was like, oh, yeah, I guess so. And then that's how it happened. We played Xbox. Water. Roberto at the moment, they seem to be persisting with him. It's a good ball once again. He's starting to find his line of length, though, in the last couple of overs. Also, we have got there, New Zealand should Glenn Phillips across all format as well, says Lonnie. It would be quite cool to see Glenn Phillips. And at least, he only gets T20 opportunities, doesn't he, lately? I don't think he's had many other ones. I like him as a player, though. He's a very good player, Glenn Phillips. And he seems like he's very mature in regards of, he knows what he needs to do when he's out there, and he just tries his best to make sure that it becomes a reality out on the field. And also, I'm not sure why he's a wicketkeeper. He's like 5 foot as well. His AFL there, he may be 5 foot, but that was a very good take down the leg side. I mean, it could be worse. They could put Bavuma behind the stumps. And he is, how tall is Bavuma? No, think about it. South Africa cricket, Bavuma. How tall is Bavuma? Bavuma is 1.62 meters. And I'm just going to quickly do a quick check of Veranen. He is, how tall is he? He is keeping his height a secret. It's not going to tell me, unfortunately. Once again, left alone outside of the old stump. And I wouldn't, you want a taller wiki though, as Al says AFL? I guess so. Like a lot of the time, your wicketkeeper is one of the shorter players in your team, but not normally too short. So I think so probably around that kind of 5'9", 5'10" mark, somewhere around there. And so my worry now is if Sterman opened, does that mean he can't do the job with the older ball as well? I've honestly never heard of the guy who's seen the name, but no good talk as well. And there says Gareth. Yeah, so I think I don't know. I don't know what he does. It's actually my first experience seeing him as well. I know that his batting didn't go too well. He ended up getting a golden duck, but I like to think the line and length that he's bowling isn't too bad overall. It seems to be in one of those troubling areas. Janssen now bowling once again. And also, what was the reasoning behind leaving Keegan Peterson out of the squad? He was brilliant against the India series, probably even the best. Says Sebastian, I believe someone said early on it was a positive case. So because of that, he was unfortunately out. That one, he cost them a lot of boundaries. Short balls as well, says AFL there. I guess so. Although it depends. A lot of buys do end up coming, I guess, just in all formats of the game. He hasn't been too bad so far. We'll have to wait, see whether or not he has a few later on. Maybe it will be correct in regards of letting a few through. And also we have got the Bavuma. It should just stand as well. Says Gareth. And also we have got the I'm glad you enjoyed it though, brother. In the for the Super Bowl. I had an idea that was the case. And also Musfika Rahim. And I was also 5'3" tall, but he's a good batsman and wicketkeeper. And there says Lonnie. See, I guess that's the thing. Like, Rishabh Pant, I don't think is the tallest individual in the world, but like he's still very good behind the stumps. I'm trying to think of who's the tallest wicketkeeper that we can think of who currently plays. Josh Butler's probably around that 6 foot mark as just a base. Who else we got? Sam Billings, he's relatively tall, I think. And I see in that case, hopefully he recovers soon, as I said, Sebastian. Who we got? Who's a tall wicketkeeper? It's got me thinking now. I'm trying to work out who it would be, but I believe we have got another 2 hours left of the day's play at most, I believe, if I'm not wrong. Now bowling it once again. It's off the outside edge. It's end up rolling through, but currently 13.4 overs down. So they have got a total of 90 overs that they are allowed to bowl in the day. So we have currently had a total of 63. So they will be able to have a few more overs the next little while. But Janssen, he's a very tall individual. Still very young as well. Janssen doesn't try and use too much effort in the way that he runs in, but can bowl very well with the extra bit of height, extra bit of bounce that he does have on offer. Devon Conway yet to get off the mark at the moment, sitting on 0 runs off 6 deliveries. Now he wants the single, and he does now get himself as one. We have got the alrighty fam. I've got to make like a fetus and head out as SK Dixon. So we will see you for Super Rugby. And yeah, I hope you are excited for those games. We have got the lineups coming out a little bit later on tonight. For anyone who doesn't know about those ones, they will be taking place at around 8 and 8:30, I think, will be when those ones are coming out. Tendulkar was pretty short, but it doesn't matter in batting as well, or matter to batting as well. I think most wikis are short because the tall guys won't cope as well, or the tall guys' backs won't cope. And then I hope everyone had a good evening, morning, afternoon, and night as well. I think I changed up the order a little bit there, and yeah, it's all good. The MLR is off to a good start. I watched LA versus Toronto, some good rugby. He's David the Moth. That's another one that I haven't seen too much of recently. I want to watch more of the MLR, but I don't think they're showing them over here on TV, but it's the Rugby Network, I believe. I mean, the main attribute of a wicketkeeper is the reflexes, not necessarily height as well. And this is Sebastian, cheers, buddy. And also up the Legion, says Katie Dixon there as well. Currently now 95 they were bowled out for. Take care, Katie. And also we have got the Sabercats beat LA. That probably wasn't how the laugh sounded, but I do apologize if that was not quite accurate. Currently, Hamza, he was the highest run scorer for South Africa, 25 runs, 18 for Viren, and then also Makram getting himself up to 15, and then 10 for Uwe. And then that, though, no one able to get themselves to 50. This is going to be now Dwayne Oliver, or Dwan Oliver, I should say, on the pronunciation. 13 wickets. Or 13 matches, 53 wickets. Hi, as well, says LA. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. You too, brother, says Katie Dixon. Charging in now. Oliver, full toss out that missed the stumps. How did that miss the stumps? That just swung or something and just ended up dodging the lead stump there. Janssen is a bit short to bowl, as I says AFL there. Oh, Oliver almost nailing that one. We're going to see a replay of that one. They haven't actually shown it again. Maybe it was further down leg than I thought it was, but it looked very close. Piece and hair grease as well, says Katie Dixon there. It's a better delivery. Down the ground from Conway, straight to the man at mid-on. And also, when was the last time a South African batsman made a century in a test match, says Charlie. Oh, it's a good question. One moment. We'll get our stats up. See if we can find it. Did they have any in the Indian series? Right, where are we? New Zealand versus South Africa is not the one that we want. We want February. We want New Zealand. We want their games. We've got South Africa. We want to click South Africa. I'll have a look through, see what I can find. And also we've got there Oliver as well. Is Oliver. So yeah, I feel like, is he French? Is he French possibly rather than South African or like French origins? That's a great ball there from Oliver once again. And Conway hoping that it wasn't going to be swinging away. I'm off now for my driving practice. Hopefully it does go smooth for you, mate. And yeah, we will look at the scorecard for South Africa. Did anyone get one? Okay, Quinton de Kock, 124 in the ODI, but I guess in test match cricket, it's been a little while. Where's the last test that we got? Would have been up against India, wouldn't it? 210, 212. That doesn't sound like enough to have a century involved in it. I think it was definitely last year. Wasn't Gilchrist a bit tall? Says Gareth there. Oh, Gilchrist. I think he was around that 6'1", I think, for Adam Gilchrist. As hello, everyone. Not watching any cricket. I haven't been here for a while, so just popping in for a minute. As I says BAL, I should say. And it's good to see you, mate. Hope you are looking forward to Super Rugby Pacific. Which game of the weekend are you looking forward to the most? The New Zealand games taking place, Crusaders versus Hurricanes, Chiefs versus Highlanders, and then the other games taking place, Fiji and Drua versus will be the Waratahs, Reds versus Rebels, and Western Force versus the Brumbies. And do let me know. Have fun at the wheel, Paddy. And there says Sebastian, nicely bowled once again from Oliver. It's going to be just the dot ball. Only 14.5 overs down in the New Zealand batting lineup. They are only going at around that 1.02 marker, or sorry, 1.2 marker per over. So a slower start, but they've only lost that one wicket and they want to be able to rebuild with Conway and Latham as their two. That they are going to be, I mean, that's the thing. Latham, last time he was here, got a double century. He was put down on only sitting on about 7 runs. How much of a mistake will that be from Janssen? Sorry, he was actually able to pick up the first wicket in this match. A popular Afrikaans surname as well, but definitely of French origin as well. South Africa had a bunch of French settlers in the 18th century as well. Okay. See, I think I was trying to say it too, like maybe Kiwified originally for Oliver or Oliver type thing, but it's got that little bit of that kind of Oliver, a little bit of that's the best way to describe it. You get your tongue involved a little bit more Oliver as well. And also, don't know, mate, I'll be watching the Daytona 500 and the Winter Olympics closing ceremony instead. Or I'll be watching this Olympics ceremony. Jesus, the Olympics ceremony almost already here. I feel like the Winter Olympics has just flown by. So when did the 1820 settlers arrive? As there says Gareth. Well, it's a good question. But currently now, it is going to be Janssen with the short ball. Latham able to evade that one, and he will have to make sure that he does very nicely. I thought I just saw my cat, but it is a controller. So there's a bit of a difference, I would think. My cat actually threw up on one of the controllers the other day, which was unfortunate. Had to clean it. It's actually live on live stream as well, so I had to go over there, give it a bit of a clean. I was like, hey, mate, I'm doing good, thanks. How about yourself, indeed? Or how about yourself, I should say, from BAL there. So what time is it where you are, BAL? It must be morning, somewhere around morning. That's going to be just over the top of the stumps for Janssen once again. He's been bowling well since getting added into the attack. How old is Janssen? He looks like he's about 23, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was about 27. And we are going to Google it. 21. Okay, he's even younger than I thought as well. Gee, he got a bright future as well. It's probably quite bright up there. You probably need better sunglasses from that iron. Good, mate, good. And how do you feel that New Zealand has a gold and a silver and GB has F? I'm always proud of the Kiwis when they do get themselves the medals. No matter what they are for in terms of what sport they are. It's pretty awesome that we have got a gold. It's 3:40 a.m. here, says BAR. So, yeah, early morning start or late finish I guess, for yourself there. So do Great Britain have no medals? That's quite surprising, seeing as they are made up of a few different regions. England has a bit of snow, don't they? Maybe? I think England has a bit of snow. Now Latham, once again, going to be on strike. He's sitting on 9 runs off 48 deliveries. Tried to play the pull, decides to pull out of it. And is it just going to be the dot ball once again? But currently New Zealand, they haven't been scoring at a huge run rate. They're just trying to survive this early onslaught as well. I'm proud for our colonists too, mate, as well as the BAL. And also I reckon Kamara Sangakkara was a pretty tall keeper at 178 centimetres. Says John there. That's the thing. Like, when you think of keepers, like, the more that we think about it, the more you realise how many, like, just world-class keepers there were. Type thing. Like, we've gone through quite a few. Like, Sangakkara is a name that we haven't mentioned till now, but now when you think about it, like, he was a phenomenal player as well. Stop there and close at bat, and also we may have a tiny bit of snow up at Dome Mountains as well, says BAL, and also those French settlers were persecuted Protestants are called Huguenots. Huguenots? No, not Huguenots. Huguenots. Also, AB's was around there too as well. AB was around there too, says Gareth. And also, by the way, Canada just got eliminated in the hockey in their 5th and 6th NFL. The semifinals are Sweden versus Russia and Slovenia versus Finland. Also, no USA either. So I guess that's because of the NFL, or NHL, I should say. But that seems like we mentioned a little while ago, it seems like a shame that they've done it so that they aren't actually involved in those ones. Like, you'd think that they'd make it so that the teams could release their players and have those good guys take part for their country. And a beautiful place called Frankhoek came to be. Here's Gareth. I do hear a South African accent. I assume it's one of the South Africans and not Neil Wagner, as he shouldn't be out there yet, but then maybe they ran on drinks, so maybe he could have been. What about Bosher? He was a good, or Bosher, sorry, he was a good keeper. So says David, yeah. I mean, who else have we got? Old keepers who were very, very good. Let me know them. 5 in a row. Let's see what we got. I feel like it's just going to be a trip down memory lane. That was close to an inside edge onto the stance, but it will just be the single once again. Olivier. Once again, he's very happy at the moment. He's got just great bowling. And yeah, ice hockey, another sport invented by the British, and that we are bad at, says BAL. I mean, the British, they invent a lot of sports. You got to give them that. This is quite warm water. It's been here since the start of the day. And I was kind of planning on switching it out at the next break, but there's still some there. So we've got to make the most of it. You know, you got to keep hydrated. On a day like today, it's actually a beautiful day here. 20 degrees Celsius we are sitting at the moment. And hopefully it is going to be a nice day tomorrow. Next day, it's supposed to be raining for the test match. So hopefully that isn't going to be too heavy. But if it is, we will just have to make the most of it. Hopefully get some sort of play in for the day as well. But now Olivier once again. Good Yorker. So down the ground, though, a nice straight drive from Latham. Just a little bit too full. And it is going to be 2 runs down the ground for Latham, who now moves into double figures, sitting on 11 runs off 52 deliveries now. So he's had a relatively slow start to this match. In fact, it's 53 deliveries that he has faced. But I guess the big thing is he's still out there. Canada's main scorer was Eric Stahl as well, who's officially kind of retired from the hockey. He's played for the various NHL teams, but at the moment he's pretty much retired. It was a really low blow from the NHL. Yeah, like, surely winning a medal is better than an NHL thing. Like, could they not have taken a break in the season so that people could take part or something? You know, it seems. It's like having a Rugby World Cup and someone being like, oh, no, the Japanese top league still wants to go. So all the players who are in the Japanese top league have to not take part in the World Cup, which just that would cause pure outrage down here. It's just the fact that Canada's quite nice overall in terms of their people. Probably they didn't complain too much, but they should have. Well, I'm trying to think. That Indian keeper, Singh Dhoni, or MS Dhoni, I believe it is. that you are thinking of that's going to be off the edge of Latham, and now he moves up to 15 runs and sounds like a paradise. And in there as well, says David the Mod there. Also 20 degrees Fahrenheit here. Ooh, so it's a bit chilly. A little bit cold for yourself. Hopefully it does warm up soon, although it's winter, so it probably won't, will it, for you guys in England until till summer, I guess is probably your best month, isn't it? Or your best few months. Trailing by 69 runs now for New Zealand. They're slowly wearing away at this total, sitting on 16.5 overs, down 26 for 1 now. Latham still continues to be at the crease. A little bit leg side-ish, another 4 runs, and Ollie Fair. It's going to be an expensive over, and American ruins all sports with money anyway. NHL isn't alone in that. So here's a BAL there, and also we've got their day as a great time in Christchurch, a must-do if you haven't as well. I'll probably, if I ever did it, I would have to make sure that I know how to pronounce it for, the pronunciation, or else people might laugh at me, and that would not be ideal. Definitely if I'm trying to say, like, hey, I'm trying to go to Franschhoek. Is it Franschhoek? Maybe. Not too sure. This is a comfy seat. That's the thing. It doesn't look comfy, but the more you, get chilled out on it, the comfier it becomes. So I feel like I'm going to sit like this for, a minute, then get sick of sitting like this, and then sit back up. Conway at the moment sitting on 2 runs of 14 deliveries. Once again, it will be Janssen. Or Janssen, I should say, not Janssen. And it's actually 8 degrees Celsius here, which is pretty mild for February as well. And also fruitful over for Black Caps, or fruitful over Black Caps taking 10 runs. Yeah, quite expensive there from Ollie Fair, who has got a huge amount of wickets. I believe 13 matches, 53 matches that man has got. Or 53 wickets, I should say, that man has got for himself. And no, not the comfy chair, as us says BAL. One day I'm going to accidentally go like this for a moment, and I'll just nod off. And you guys will see me sitting there. Luckily, if my mouse is in the right place, the scoreboard will still update. So that will save us some problems. But I'll just end up falling asleep. I'll just be like, and you guys will be like, hey, Mish, are you still awake? People will come and be like, why is he asleep? And you'll be like, just because of the comfy chair. And the UK, for a very long time, was shocking. Both Olympics, even we had better medal tally results as well. And also we have got the, I remember that Buddy says David the Mod, and 8 degrees mild can miss me with that as well. So the countries have qualified for the semi-finals have the best hockey leagues just behind the NHL. So they could rely on fantastic players from the domestic leagues. All NHL were off the cards as well. Says Sebastian there. Yeah, see, that's rough. Because if Canada had their full strength squad, you'd say medal definitely. Whether it's one of the top, it would be one of the top 3, but whether it's the gold or whether it's just behind, you would have to wait and see, just depending on the game. But I would say they would have been medal contenders 100% if they had their best team, but they just miss out. Currently, Devon Conway sitting on 2 off 17 balls now. Nicely behind the ball. And also, but we've made up for it since 2008. We've been top 3 ever since in the Summer Olympics as well. Just BAL there. They do very well. The Summer Olympics, don't they? The UK or Great Britain. Another big yawn. It's the comfy chair. I swear it's the comfy chair. Currently 17.4 overs that New Zealand have batted for. Janssen short ball, well played by Conway. The pole shot, and this will be another 2 runs, and say France hook. Okay. So it's France hook. That's the thing. I would have said that completely wrong to anyone I said it to if I didn't know that pronunciation. And also, if Canada had their main squad, the odds for the gold would have been $1.15, something like that as well. Says Sebastian. Also, sorry, mate, just an observation as well. And there says David. But currently we have been having, this is actually the first hour of this session as it has taken place. Nice ball shot once again from Conway. That is going to be 2 runs, maybe even 3. They'll actually get the 3 by this one. Got to run it between the wickets. By the way, do you get my no-no Not the comfy chair reference as well, says BAL. Would you be hugely disappointed in me if I didn't, BAL? Because once you tell me that, I will tell you whether or not I do understand it. Which probably tells you everything you need to know, really. We're currently going for a few runs for that over, but saying that, not as many runs as the last over. They've actually gone for about 15 off the last 2 overs for South Africa. So New Zealand moving over quite nicely. They trail by 60 runs now. No, not the comfy chair. Not sure. I think it's off a movie. That's a game at Atlanta in 1996. We only won 1 gold medal as well, says BAL there. I will sit back up because this chair is quite comfy. Even though it doesn't look at it, it like gets comfier as you sit for longer. Janssen charges a nice shot. Once again from Conway, getting him on the ball and moving up onto 8 runs now. Also, how corrupt can the Olympics be when they keep those cheating Russians compete? And there, as I said, David the Mole, my voice all of a sudden has gone, you know what, see you later. So we're going to drink some water. And hopefully that will stick around for a little bit longer. I'm out of training. I haven't been doing 6-hour live streams. Almost got Latham there with that one, but it wasn't quite. The outside edit is a quote from Monty Python's Spanish Inquisition sketch from the 1970s as well. Is Monty Python, that's a TV like series, isn't it? I think it's on my Netflix watch later list. Maybe, if that is the case. Oh no, that might be a Monty Python movie. Movie. I can't pronounce V's anymore. Like I keep on moving my tongue so that I can do that. The movie, which is of course not how you say it. Latham now on strike. 15 runs for him. So that was close to the outside edge. Once again, this is well bowled by Olivier. That sounded like French. Latham considered going after that one. Almost got the outside edge on that one. He doesn't like this angle at the moment. They're coming around the wicket. Really, they're bringing the ball back into him. Another big yawn. All the time. Basically, they just renamed him as the Russian Olympic Committee as well, and they can't use their national flag, but they're still a fully competing nation in the games. Yeah. So that's a weird one, isn't it? And don't get me started on Monty Python. Absolute bangers. My voice. It's going. That's not good. Water. Bloody millennials. Is BAL there. Currently 18.4 overs down. That was close again. Latham having a little edge. Currently 15 balls, or 15 runs, I should say, and it was 59 balls faced and try to replace the F with a V when pronouncing as well. Olivier. Is it Olivier? Hopefully that's not too far off. I think I've slowly been edging into it, but I still end up going there every once in a while. But Olivier. And my mouth doesn't work sometimes. Olivier. There we go. Oos! Straight through him. And Latham is gone. And Olivier picks up the wicket as Latham gone for 15. And South Africa get themselves another breakthrough. I know, we all go like that. Latham, like they're saying, he's just been consistent outside of the off stump. Finally ends up getting it. Latham gets a stump taken out of the ground. And because of it, it does mean that Latham, 61 balls he ended up facing. And now he is going to be on his way as well. There we go. We will put that there. But great delivery from Olivier 15 off 61 in New Zealand now, sitting 36 for 2. Geez, that woke the voice up. They are. Oh, that's very close to being on the screen, isn't it? We'll put that there, though. And hopefully it's out of shot. And also they are in the ice hockey semi-finals with the KHL players, the Russian KHL, and the second best league in the world. Or is the second best league in the world apart from the NHL? Says Sebastian. I guess, yeah, that's the thing. I haven't really watched that much hockey, but I like it when I do watch it. So maybe I do need to try and watch the semi-finals of those ones. Are they on at normal hours, Sebastian, for you? Because if they're on at normal hours for you, they're probably at non-normal hours for me. But I'll probably still end up trying to watch them as well. Okay, now I try saying the O. It's O. Olivier. How's that? I feel like this is like when you're at school and they're like, sound it out. Just sound it out. Boing, boing, boing. But I feel like I am learning, which is good. I haven't done much learning outside of live streams in a wee while. It's probably good for the brain. Henry Nichols now, he is at number 4 for this one. And also the thumbs up for Olivier as well. But now Henry Nichols, he is going to be at 4 due to Ross Taylor retiring. It's a massive one that is still fresh on the Kiwis' mind. But Henry Nichols, he had to make sure that he goes all right here. Trailing by 59 at the moment for New Zealand. Could there be another wicket on the cards here for Olivier? Jargin and Conway will be on strike. Well played by Conway getting him behind that ball. So I believe the latest that they can play to today would be absolute latest 7, I guess, but it should be 6 theoretically. What on earth are you saying as well? Says BAL, it is Olivier. It is the bowler's name, who I do pronounce very badly at times, as tis but a scratch King Arthur, scratch your arms off. That is the only line I remember from Monty Python. As there says David the Mod. Currently Olivier once again. Can he get himself? I feel like we mentioned maybe a 5 could be on the cards for that man. Nicely bowled by Janssen here, though. So they haven't actually given us too much indication of when the day is going to be ending, because I assume it's still going to be once the 90 overs are bowled. We're currently sitting around 70, so theoretically 20 more overs. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy, as on there says BAL. So is it on Netflix, or is it not is it like a show or a play, or is it I feel like I'm disappointing all you guys, aren't I? That was a weird noise from one of the South Africans. He went, oh yeah, which I think was meaning, oh, that was close to the outside edge, and I thought I was going to get to catch it. Okay, they're currently trailing by 70. That's a live 59 runs they are trailing by here for the Black Cats. I don't think they're actually going to chase that down today in terms of the trailing number. I think maybe if they can get it down to around that 20 mark, they'd probably be pretty happy with that, maybe even 10. Somewhere around there. I don't think they'll get too many more than 50 runs, though, in the final 20 overs of the day. Definitely not with the bowling from the South Africans at the moment. They're precise outside of the off stump, and it is working very nicely for that line and length. Currently shining the ball. To keep that swing alive for as long as possible. Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelled the elderberries as well. And also LMAO says, David the Mod, your mother was a hamster, and your father smelled the elderberries. I assume that is also from Monty Python. Maybe. I'm going to look on Netflix, see if Monty Python is a thing on Netflix. And I feel like I'll have to watch one episode just to keep you guys impressed. I'll bowl once again outside of the old stump. Right. Search Monty Python. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Monty Python, Life of Brian. Flying Circus. Geez, there's a lot of them. And honestly, Monty Python is the most iconic and surreal comedy sketch show in British TV history, and some made some of the best comedy movies ever. So it says, BAL, that's well bowled. Not out too high is the goal. And when you see it at favoured nations like Slovakia, who are not in ice hockey Big Six. Canada, USA, Russia, Sweden, Finland, Czech Republic. Very nicely played. Get this for. And also Monty Python Hamish is a 40-plus-year-old humour is the best as well, says David the Mod. Yeah, I might have to check it out. There's quite a lot. Monty Python's best bits. One season from 2014. That's on the list. I've added it to the list. Just search The Life of Brian, the best comedy movie ever made. The Life of Brian. Okay, I found it. It's on the Netflix list. BAL, that will have to be something I do in the near future. That said like 19-something. What year did it come out for that one? Because that's the thing. I feel like quality's not really that important in terms of like camera quality, because at the end of the day, like you watch stuff and if your internet's bad, it's not good quality anyway. And the Holy Grail is where what I said comes from as well, says Gareth. And also the Carry On films, says Sebastian. I feel like my list is going to have a lot of Monty Python, isn't it? A moment, we'll go back. There'll be some extra runs there. Leg buys or wides. Which one is it going to be? So also the Carry On films. Flying Surface or Circus. Is that one good? As well, and the Holy Grail is there as well. So it looks like it's kind of like, is it a slight, I guess you could say it's a slight piss take of the older times, I assume, something along those lines. Similar to, oh no, this might get me crucified. Similar to Blackadder, maybe. And also we've got there, have you heard of Michael Palin or John Cleese? John Cleese slightly rings a bell, the name, but I can't think of it as going to have you rolling on the floor as well. There's David the Modern, also India, West Indies, ODI. India win 3-0. Whitewash, West Indies, T20. India 1-0 again as well. And also it's different from Monty Python, says Sebastian. So yeah, I probably got myself a few dislikes there, didn't I? And also another Carry On movies haven't aged well, to be honest. It does seem to be earlier. I feel like I have to watch them all, won't I? I'll try and do that at some stage in the next week. I think will be a good goal. Wow, that was a good Yorker from Olivier, but it's a great shot from Henry Nichols, and it's actually going to reward him with 4 runs. It just pitched it up a little bit too far for his own liking, probably the Flying Circus sketches as well. And there says Gareth. So is it kind of like sketches that became like or not like that became a movie, but like was it the sketches that came first or the movies that came first? In fact, I can tell you, 1974 was the start of the Flying Circus. Life of Brian was 1979. And then the Holy Grail was 1975. So I guess the series came first. And then from there, they decided to go into the movie stage. Currently 44 for 2 here. The girls, and you should watch The Life of Brian with your mum. You should love it too. As well, says BAL. I feel like that's the thing. I feel like it would be quite a fun one to watch with my parents. Like, because they probably, like, they enjoy, I'm going to go back to Blackadder. They enjoy Blackadder, I think. You guys are probably thinking, why does he keep on mentioning Blackadder? I like, what's his face? I like Rowan Atkinson. He's quite a good actor. Mr. Bean. That was close to the edge. It didn't quite carry, though, I don't believe. Was it T20 best team, West Indies? England bet 3-2. Win the series as well. And there says RDS Gaming. Currently almost 21 overs gone of this session. I believe this session will be about 40 overs long, though, by the looks of it, depending on when the time does allow it to finish. We're currently sitting 5:04 p.m. here in New Zealand time. And also we have got the Airport Life of Brian on every Christmas. And I piss my sister off, says Gareth there as well. So yeah, it is on the Netflix list. I will have to give it a look. I said it's rated PG. And I feel like, oh no, it's rated M. Never mind. I was going to say something that like is very hard to do is to have like a proper, like, I guess not an adult comedy movie, but like a comedy movie that adults enjoy that doesn't have like swearing and whatnot. But I feel like that's probably a good example of something that you can do. I get he says, Ryan, welcome into live stream. Monty Python's church scene from The Meaning of Life is my favorite. So says David the Mod there. Sounds like I got a lot of watching. What other old series should I watch that are on Netflix? Ladies and gentlemen, do let me know. Although it's New Zealand Netflix, I should mention, not the... I actually have a VPN, so any Netflix. If it's on any Netflix, let me know what Netflix it's on and also what I should watch. Because I don't actually, that's the thing, I don't watch much Netflix lately. Like, ever since starting the YouTube channel, I don't think I've had a proper sit down, like Netflix chilling out session. Like, every once in a while, I'll get to watch a movie. That was a one that down the ground. And also, Kiwi Tim David is also almost highest runs. So, yeah, he's been playing absolutely phenomenal. And also, Anav has said, yes, bro, I'm back. And yeah, welcome in, mate. Hope you did enjoy your little break. And currently, South Africa, they have been able to get themselves the 2 wickets. First wicket, a young second wicket of Latham. 15 runs on 61, and New Zealand Netflix sucks as well, says David the Mod there. Oh, that had the foot, I believe, of Ollie Fur. Oh, it's actually Janssen, in fact. Currently now trailing by only the 51 runs here for the Black Caps. They're 2 wickets down. It's a shot from Conway. It was a little bit too close to cut, and he does hit it straight to backward point. Kiwi Mumbai Indians chosen Tim David as well. Yeah, he's a very good player, Tim David. We saw him play for the Hobart Hurricanes, and the power that man possesses, just be able to go out there and go absolutely bang. And the Netherlands still coming for the ODI series next month. From what I have heard, yes. From what I think might happen, maybe not. But I think they still are at this point in time. And Kiwi Chennai Super Kings choose Devon Conway as well. He's a very good player to have for them, Devon Conway. And I think they got a bargain for the amount that they paid. The best team from the meaning of life as a working-class Catholic family with houses full of kids, and the mother gives birth while doing the washing up as well. Here's BAL. I feel like I've got a lot to look forward to, don't I? Or to be confused about, one of the two. But currently, Conway is sitting on 8 runs. He's just a very good player, Devon Conway. He doesn't really stray away from getting 50s too often. And also, you're open to watching Korean series as well. Says Gareth, is it one that's in like Korean and then I have to read subtitles? Because I feel like normally subtitles aren't my way to go, just because I do spend so much time reading chat and everything along those lines, like doing a whole heap of typing. I do prefer to not have to read anything, which sounds bad, but yeah, do sometimes prefer it if I can avoid reading. Also, 2022 World Cup series in Australia, ODI World Cup 2023 series in India as well. And Kiwi gave all Molten Sultans remaining matches. So he's saying that they will win all of them. So that will be very impressive if they can do so. If the Molten Sultans go on to win all of their games, the PSL must be getting relatively close to its end, does it? The amount of runs that we have had already, or the amount of games we have had. But currently, New Zealand got a bet out for another, I believe it's another hour and 22 minutes, but I could be wrong. Okay, it's subtitled as well. Says Gareth, is it like a lot of subtitles, or is it like kind of slower? So I'm a slow reader as well, which probably doesn't help me hugely. Shot from Conway, flicked away to the leg side out to fine leg. He's been able to take that one once again. Devon Conway, I believe that will move him up a little bit further. We will go like this. He now moves up onto 9 runs for his team. And also, I like how Jofra Archer was picked by the Mumbai Indians, but won't play for them as well, and also receives a massive check from them. So I guess it's just more of the case of like trying to lock them in so no one else can. I think as well, you should watch Time Bandits too, which isn't strictly Monty Python but does have a couple of members doing cameo roles. I'll go onto Netflix and see if I can find it. Well, once again, they want the quick single, and they do end up getting it. The Good Bandit? No, that's not it. BMX Bandits, I assume, isn't it either? Time Bandits. Okay, I don't think it's on New Zealand Netflix, sadly. But is it on overseas Netflix? Do let me know. BAL, and also Monty Python was massive in America as well. There says David, and also, hey, Amish Bro, sorry for busy at the moment. So I not lots of time show this game. Some still work as well, or still some work I have to do here. But I will join after work. Should be time a game was finished as well. No worries at all, mate. It is one of those ones. It's a busy time of year. And also Monty Python Live at the LA Coliseum was a classic as well. Says BAL there. So I guess if you were to compare it to another comedy from older times, which comedy would you compare it to? Because I'm trying to think through comedies that I know from back in the day, and I'm not very good at thinking of them. What's that one now? He goes, Betty. Betty. What are you doing, Betty? What one's that one? The man who goes, Betty. Me and my Betty. I put my car on the cliff. Betty. I've confused myself. Betty. Don't know. Well, once again there from Ollie Fair. Oh, he's gone down. I think it's just tying up the shoelace, though. So he should hopefully be all right. And there's nothing to compare it to as well. Says BAL there. And he's got the exclamation mark at the end. So I feel like that is a serious one. And also we've got that. I have a stroke. Says BAL. Not that I know of. Is it Frank? His name's Frank. If that helps anyone out. Frank and there's a little car. And I just, bro, can you check in with me on Messenger, please? As I said to Michelle, I will try my best. I haven't actually been on Facebook or any social media for the past week or two. So I think that is why I've probably been a little bit slower in terms of the reply. But I will try my best to reply after this one. As I'll trailing by less than 50 now for the Kiwis. Only Fools and Horses. Is that what it's called? Only Fools and Horses? Maybe. Pitched up. Straight to the man at cover point. Or sorry, it was actually deep backward point. And also we can watch this match live in India, says Michelle. I believe someone said Amazon Prime had it, but I'm not too sure whether or not that is the case. Which other providers do India have? What we got? I'm sorry, I can't really think of too many of them. I know that the highlights will be on this YouTube channel after the day. So I do recommend checking out that if you haven't already. And hi, Amish as well. And there says Mr. Cookie Boy, welcome into live stream, mate. And also, they normal pace, as I've been in hospital for a while, so started watching them because I didn't need. Oh, it's off the edge. It's dropped. Dropped by third, slipped. And the computer says no as well. Says Gareth. And also, we have got there needed to have a high volume, very loud. And they surprisingly have some good stuff. Okay, I guess let me know what they're called, Gareth. And we'll see how it goes. Also, Kiwi is tomorrow as Molten Sultans versus Quota Galteris. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. On Sunday, Molten Sultans versus Islamabad. As I was going to watch the PSL, the Pakistani T20 League, but my sports channel runs out 3 days before the final. Ooh, geez, that will be disappointing for you. My thumb really hurts. I think I just twisted it in a way I shouldn't have. I kind of held it, and I went like that, and then it kind of cracked. Hopefully it's all right. And also, we've got the Kiwi Molten Sultans versus quite a good guilty. It's going to be worked to the leg side. Good shot from Henry Nichols. And that should be racing away to the boundary. He moves into double figures now, and it will be 11 runs off 12 deliveries now for Henry Nichols. And I'll be happy if we get bowled for minimum 300. As well, says Chris Howe. Yeah, 300 on this surface would be huge for them as well. Del Boy, you mean? And there says Gareth. Del Boy. And cheers all. Says it, John there. Del Boy, is it Del Boy? One moment. I'm going to look up Only Fools and Horses. Only Fools and Horses sitcom. Is it Frank? I don't think it is. No, I don't think it's that one. Which? Another 4 runs. Comedy has Frank. Frank of Ireland. It's not that one. Frank and Betty. Some mothers do have them. That's the one that I was thinking of. That's what it's called. Some mothers do have them. And also Little Britain. I was kind of a 21st century version of Monty Python as well. And also, we have got Hamish Bro. I think this test. Nov Mum was just nailing it right there as well. Some mothers do have them. And then also I thought you were going to say OnlyFans as well. And also Frank Sidebottom. And there says BL. Is that his last name? One moment. Frank Spencer. That rings a bell. And also, Molten Sultans will play quarterfinal 1. I'm so happy. And also Little Britain was kind of like the 21st century of Monty Python and low score test match going at the moment. New Zealand also some struggle here. I think it's just the batting surface doesn't seem as much of a batting surface as people anticipated, which I guess it never really is on New Zealand surfaces. It's always the later days that you can get the most reward, which is why New Zealand will want to make a big total here and then work their way towards a possible maybe 200-run lead would be absolutely huge, but it's going to be a long way away for them to get there. Me and Hina is so happy because Mustafa Rahman and the Delhi Capitals in the IPL 2022 as well in there, says Ryan. So yeah, it's good that we're seeing so many players. However, slip catching is not good. Dropping Nichols again. And he says going, yeah, they've already put down Latham, now putting down Nichols, and he is moving up to 15 runs now off 13 deliveries. Okay, I think this is the Powerade drinks break that we have got at the moment, which theoretically, I should say, does mean that we've got another hour and 15 or so left, possibly, for this one. And also, Frank Spencer's mothers do have them. Only fools and horses, only the buses. A good old comedy as well, says Chris Howe. And also, I Betty. Oh, that would be I Betty. The cat's done a whoopsie in my beret as well, says BAL. I wonder if that's on Netflix. For some mothers do have them. I don't think it will be because Comedy Central probably more than likely have that. Some mothers, nope, they do not have it there, sadly. But we've still got plenty of good ones to watch on Netflix. I'm kind of tempted to do something on Netflix, which is, it could be considered a complete waste of time. I was thinking about watching the first episode of like pretty much every single series and deciding which one I want to watch. UK comedy back in the day was the best, as I said, Chris Howe, and also, but if you only watch one comedy, it has to be Faulty Towers is a very good one from what I have heard. I've only seen a couple episodes, but is that the one? I know that this is going to sound like a terrible statement. Is that the one that's in the hotel? Because I think that is the one that I was originally thinking of as well, alongside some mothers do have them. And also how much I think T was taken earlier. This is the third session. It is indeed, but we have got the drinks break now, which does mean we've still got another hour and a bit left of the day's play. I assume it will be going through to 6:30, although the weather's nice enough that they could probably go through to 7 if they really wanted to. So they do lose a few overs due to the turnover or the changeover. 17 overs left, theoretically. And also say what you said, Frank said again, as I says Gareth there. Say what you said, Frank said. I think that last one that I mentioned about was like, Betty, I've got a car on a cliff or something along those lines. Maybe. Unless it was that Oh Betty one from earlier on for BAL. And yeah, that's the hotel one with John Cleason. So that's where that name kind of fell into the mix as well. Number one UK comedy show was MR or Mr. Bean. Do you like Amish? I do indeed. I used to be able to impersonate Mr. Bean pretty well. Around by Kiwi, me and Hina is going going to India as well, says Ryan. So we will see her later on. Hopefully safe travels for you, mate. But yeah, I used to watch a lot of Mr. Bean when I was a child. And also, I mean, anytime I get a chance to watch it, I always pop it on just to see what it's like. I used to be able to do the whole Mr. Bean speech from the Bean the Ultimate Disaster movie about Whistler's mother in his accent or in his voice. But those are the days that are long gone. Not really. I can still kind of do the voice, just not when I've been talking for so long. Conway, sit to the leg side for the single. And also, I've got the Ask Your Mum or Dad if they ever watched George and Mildred. As I says, Nov Mum, George and Mildred. One moment. I will get on to that. There we go. I have put it in. Hopefully we get a reply. For those and also we've got their try Squid Game, Alice in Borderland, Sweet Home, Stranger from Hell. Hey, it's something different as well, says Gareth there. Oh, great delivery there from Stierman. And also the Mr. Bean movie was crap, typical of American rooting British comedy again, says BAO. Yeah, it wasn't the best one, but I could still say the whole speech as well. What about Mr. Bean's Holiday? What did you think of Mr. Bean's Holiday? And even if they didn't, they should have heard of it as well. And there says Nov Mum and also Hamish, can you do a live reaction of Mr. Bean comedy? It would be crazy. So as he's going, I don't know how it would go for copyright overall. And also I recommend Mr. Bean on the buses, Only Fools and Horses, Alo, open all hours, keeping up appearances. Most I can watch on YouTube as well, says Chris Howe. So it's quite cool how the older channels or the older like series are actually on there on YouTube now for free. Like most of them are actually the official channels who upload them. Like I know Mr. Bean's got an official channel that has a whole heap of subscribers and like just showing live streams pretty much 24/7 of Mr. Bean. Little Britain was my fave as well. Also loved One Foot in the Grave. And there says Gareth and also George and Mildred was a spin-off of Man About the House and this is BALC. I feel like I'm missing out on a lot of the young ones. What's funny is he's trucking down under. I'm going to look on Netflix again. I'm going to see how many of these ones are actually going to be about on Netflix. And also Dad's Army was one of my favorite comedies, Nothing Flash, but just so funny. I think Dad's Army was another one. Did it have a movie made about it? Or is that the movie? Maybe. And Robin's Nest was a spin-off of Man About the House 2 as well. And the Bouquet Residence. And there it says Gareth. See, I feel like that's why I kind of want to, like, I don't know if I don't think I'd ever actually have time to, but I feel like I'd like to be able to go right through and watch like one of each series and give it a rating 1 to 10 and then decide what I want to watch. Like in the future, it would be a very large task. But the problem is normally if I'm watching something on Netflix, I always end up getting like invested in it. And then also if I'm editing, I can't do both. Like I always find like listening to music while editing is fine. Watching rugby on mute while editing is fine. But as soon as it's anything that I've got to kind of pay attention to, I end up completely just blanking out in both regards. On the One Foot in the Grave, Victor Meldrew as Dad's Army is still the funniest mainstream comedy of the recent remake was a load of as and there says BAL. Do you guys chuckle every time I just like bleep a swear word, even if it's not really a swear word? Like I feel like I just go to PG sometimes. Who knows? You know, sometimes it's good to be PG. Other times it's not so good to be PG. Hit to the leg side from Nichols. Once again, misfield from, I believe it was Bavuma, and because of it, they do get the extra run. Oh, sorry, Robardo, I should say, was a man who had the misfield. Oh, yeah, don't forget about Father Ted and the IT crowd or the IT crowd. I love the IT crowd. I have watched that on Netflix many times. Richard Ayoade. Also, it is Noel Fielding on that one as well. I think that's probably one of the UK comedies that I've watched the most on it. Have you guys seen Black Book, is it called? It's another UK comedy. And I only saw it the other day, and I didn't think it was too bad. It seemed kind of similar to the IT crowd in terms of the feel of it. But currently 24 overs down, 61 for 2 now for New Zealand. And it will be Stetterman once again. It will be possibly having the bowl, or will it be Oliver will be bowling that one. I guess I'm starting to realize that it is going to be close to, yeah, it's getting close to tea time as well, and also drink. And there's, says Gareth, and also we have got there, Victor is my spirit animal. And there says Gareth, and also we have got the, we laugh our bollocks off when you try not to swear, mate. It's always, that's tricky. Conway gets 4 runs off a very weird shot, I guess to say the least, off Rabada's bowling. But yeah, I always find I'm, like, that's the thing. Me and George, when we film videos, like, the censoring that I have to do on those is insane. Like, I censored probably 100 swear words over last weekend. And about 4 of them were me. I like, this thing, some of our old videos, I don't even think we had it censored, but then we re-uploaded them. Black Books was written by the same guy who wrote Father Ted and the IT crowd. That makes so much sense when thinking about it, because I watched it and I was like, this feels like the IT crowd a little bit. And now that makes me realize, yeah, that's why. As well, Father Ted. Is Father Ted on Netflix? I'm going to have a look. I'm just spending time on Netflix. This is a good promotion for Netflix. If you haven't got Netflix, I guess you could get it if you want. Nice little brand deal. And also, the innuendo in those British or in English comedies is mastery as well. Be outside of the off stump and once again left alone, trailing by only 30 runs now. That's gone down a lot in the last little while. And they might be able to get themselves a lead going into day 2 of this test match, which will be starting at a total of 11 a.m. is when this one will be starting. Don't forget Black Books as well. And there's Gareth there, yeah. So I feel like that is going to be one that I definitely watch in the future. And also we have got there, Jinx says Gareth, and also we have got there Graham Lynham as a comedy genius. And there, how many seasons of Black Books are there? Hope it's more than the IT crowd, because the IT crowd only had like 3, and I wish there was like 10. Black Books, 3 seasons. They only got the 3 as well. 3 seems to be a common number for a series, doesn't it? It's kind of like you have their first one, they go, yeah, we'll do it again. Third one, they go, yeah, we'll do it again, but we'll finish it and then that's the end, and it's always sad. Like, that's the worst thing about finding a good series on Netflix is all of a sudden, when it's finished, you got nothing to watch. You don't know what to do with yourself. You're like, geez, I might have to go outside, which is always unfortunate. 100% has said, hi, as well, welcome into Livestream. Hello, today it's a very nice day. So I wouldn't mind going outside. Probably after this one, I will end up going outside and having a nice bit of fresh air. This chair's getting comfy, and I'm thinking about sliding back again, but I know that that would not be good news because I would get extremely comfy and possibly fall asleep. Last ball of the Rabada over. Nicely played by Conway, and also hi, hello from 100%. Hi. And I was like, welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're excited for more of the match. And it's taking place. Now, I could block him. But I'm interested to know how many highs and hellos we're going to get. I'm starting to regret that because there are plenty more coming through. Although David probably nailed him already, didn't he? He went, have some of that. I'm going to slide down in my chair. Oh, this is comfy. And also we have got the 12 Monkeys series spin-off wasn't bad as well. And then that's British comedy, though, quality over quantity, unlike America, where it's the other way around. I guess that's a good point. Like American TV shows in general probably have like 10 series or something along those lines. Uppish has gone out through cover though, and Devon Conway now getting himself another 4 runs there for the Black Caps. And Muppet Hour says trucking down under. Let me just check my watch. I think we're getting that way at the moment with 100% and all sorts as well. But Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I've got that sitting here 7 seasons alongside the IT Crowd. What other series have we got? The Big Bang Theory, Friends, 2 others that they are showing me. It's ones that I might like to watch. The Office. Oh, this is one that will split opinions. Office UK or Office US? Go. I feel like I know the answer from what we're saying. Those are American comedy is like, do I do funny? Oh, look, I do funny thing now. Laugh. No thinking needed, as us, says Gareth there. We got any Americans in the chat? I think we might, depending on the time zone. As well, I think it's not a terrible hour there in the USA at the moment. We got Gary or Katie here. Currently now 70 for 2 here for the Kiwis. They only trail by 25 runs. If they get themselves a little bit more on the board, they will actually be leading Office UK over the fake Office as well in their set, Sebastian. So that would, of course, be a Ricky Gervais rather than Steve Carell. Carell. And it's free speech, okay, as says Gareth. Yeah. What a fun man he was. Conway. And also Nichols. Nichols actually sitting on 19 off 18 compared to Conway, who's sitting on 19 off 42 deliveries at this current time. I feel very relaxed. For some reason, I think it's test match cricket. You just feel like putting your feet up, chilling out, watching a bit of the cricket. And that one is going to be nicely played once again by Devon Conway. Half of American comedy is just lame remake of the classic British comedy and really works as well. And then says, BAL, question for you, ladies and gentlemen. Have you seen the In-Betweeners, the the US version of the In-Betweeners? That's a good one. That's always fun. There are quite a few spin-offs, aren't there, when you think about it? And also Office UK come on, or UK Office come on. And there's us, says Gareth. So yeah, I think it is the more popular one out of the two. How many series does the Office US have compared to the UK? Okay, so the US Office has 9 series compared to the Office UK, which is no longer actually on Netflix. But I believe from what I remember, it's about 3 series or somewhere around there. But that is the end of the over 70 for 2 now. And also that's because in Test cricket, you only get 1-6 a day, as well, says BAL. But you just feel like chilling, you know? You just feel really relaxed. Like I'm very relaxed at the moment. You know? Very relaxed. I'm going to sit up again because that is very comfy. And now the end of the over 70 for 2. And I asked Katie as well, says, that was a good question. She's been pretty well. By the sounds of it, she has been, I guess, getting into the normal time zone a little bit. And that's because in Test cricket, you only get 1 6 a day. Who knows? Maybe we will we get a 6 today? I think that's going to be the big question. And also, we've got there Norseman. What's funny as well, Norseman. Haven't heard of Norseman. And how's your week been going? It's been going very well. It's been quick, but I think actually no. It's been weird. Quick and slow at the same time. It's been quick because we're already at Thursday. It's been slow because of this week's hours. I've probably been up for about, I don't know how many hours we got. In the last 3 days of the 24 hours a day, so you're looking at 72 hours, I've probably, no joke, been up for about 60. No, probably not 60, probably 50 hours of the last 3 days. And also, the Drivers and Americans are not as good at comedy at all. The expertise is Christmas, spring break, and house party films as well. And also in T20, if you blink, you'll miss a boundary and test. If you fall asleep, you'll miss a single. Says VAL there. Also, they made a US version of the In-Betweeners. LA going to miss all the teenage British lifestyle as well. If you do get a chance, there's a YouTube video that compares the two. And it's just going to be like, it shows the difference, and it's just pretty much the spin-off. They don't swear in the US one, though. So it just straight away, like half of the UK comedy, or not half, but like a little bit of it is the fact that they just swear. And swearing is very funny. I find swearing funny. Even though I'm 22, someone swears, I just giggle as well. Like I'm a little girl. You've got there the Yanks made a couple of good comedies, but they can't beat the Poms as well. Says David the Modern. Also, who's winning tomorrow night? Waratahs or Fiji and Drua? How's the teams looking like? I'm just curious. I'm saving my money. I know that the Fiji and Drua side, I'm going to have nightmares about trying to pronounce those names for some of them. The Waratahs, they haven't got Michael Hooper in their starting lineup, so that is another big one. I think it will be a close game. I can't quite pick a winner yet for that one, but yeah, it should be a close-ish game within 10 points of either sides. And also, hey, Aiden says, David. Sure. Once again, it is just going to be the dot ball for Rabada there. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
You finished your ventures.
Yep.
Would you like to come have a seat?
We only got half an hour left, haven't we?
An hour or so, I think.
Have we?
Yeah.
Should I come in? Should I?
If you like. Oh, big stretch. I've been very relaxed. I'm like a cat.
I'll put the beer there.
Right, I'm going to shuffle over, and some of you guys will know why I'm shuffling over. Oh, it's a tight squeeze, isn't it? Up a little bit. Yeah, there you go. I'll grab that for you. Put that down there. We're getting a second seat, and there is one reason why we get a second seat, ladies and gentlemen, and that is because I have my mother. For a moment, we will rotate that so that it's more on you than me.
God, you
It is a bit of a mess. And like you, Mum, how did your bowls go game? Grab a beer. You deserve it as well.
know me so well.
And also, at one moment, I will go like this, and I will move that over to there. And also, the problem with Americans is they swear so much, there's nothing to make a joke about as well. And then we're talking about UK versus American comedy.
Americans don't understand the UK comedy, did they? Or was it the other way around?
Don't know.
Yeah, no, I think it's...
Bit of both.
Oh.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, that's quite a way.
Is it too far? Oh, it's because I haven't got the little extender.
I did see that somewhere.
Mm-hmm. There it is. And I'll say hello, Donna. How's it? I knew you wouldn't resist the cricket.
I know. It's quite exciting, isn't it? Especially how we're going.
I don't know. We go like that. We side-ish there. We go like this. We go like this. And we go like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Alrighty. We're all sorted. And I'll say hello, Donna, says Sebastian. And also, if you think about it, Hamish, normal people swear. So in reality, English comedy is in no way rude. It's natural, says David the Mod there.
True.
Nichols playing in an attacking manner. However, that gets to reach South Africa total. And okay, we can give the Americans Seinfeld. Seinfeld? You enjoy Seinfeld?
Never really watched it. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those ones that I just...
What about George and Mildred?
Everyone knows George and Mildred. You won't. It's before your time.
That was Nov Mum who said that one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's around a bit younger than me, isn't she?
I think so.
About around the same era sort of thing. Yeah.
And I was like, did you play better than last time? Did you win any draws or anything while you were there?
Yeah, we won all our games, actually.
Did you?
Pretty sure we won the rest.
Cheers to that.
Cheers to that. That's why I've got a beer. Thought I deserved one today. Didn't deserve one the other week.
Misfield. Once again, extras now. They've actually put down Latham once and they put down Nichols once. So far for the catching and the slips.
Oh, of course, Nichols is at 4 today, isn't he?
And Ross Taylor's on his way.
So, Conway. Oh, yeah, I was just seeing who was in. So.
And did you see Matt Henry bowl at all?
No, but he got 7. Awesome. He must be one of the unluckiest bowlers, though, in New Zealand. I mean, he only comes in for injury cover, and then he gets 7 wickets. How good's that?
And also, we have got the Are You Doing Super Rugby tomorrow? I am indeed, alongside the test match. It's going to be taking place tomorrow as well. We are going to be covering both of them. On the channel, and Donna, we are educating Hamish about Monty Python. Please explain yourself, says David.
I'll let you guys explain that one. Yeah.
Is it a good one?
Yeah. Classic Monty Python. Yeah.
One of the movies I've been recommended.
What?
I've already forgotten the name of it as well. I put it on the Netflix list though.
Okay.
So we'll be able to watch it later on, perhaps. And also, you have any brother or sister? I have one sister. But other than that, that is my only other sibling in it that we know of. No, that I have.
That I've told you about.
I think I would have noticed.
Before you were told. Imagine it, eh?
And also, we have got you've brought in the big guns now, says Trucking Down Under. I have indeed. Star of the show.
Big guns.
Yeah.
I miss me cricket.
It's weird how long it's been not on, isn't it?
Oh, because when was the last test match?
That would have been the New Year's Day test almost, or the one after that, so about mid-January.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've been at work for a few weeks since. Oh, The Life of Brian. Is that the movie?
I believe so. I was just reading his original one about how he was watching the Winter Olympics and it switched by itself. That was close to the off stump.
Oh, that one.
And also Nichols still to high score as well. And there says Gareth, and also your mama is drinking water or beer in that bottle, Hamish. As well, I'm sure it's just a nice...
Yeah, water.
Nice water.
Yeah. Oh, because they can't see the...
No, they can't see your sponsorship yet.
So we'll go this way.
Yeah, go.
Oh, there it is.
Heineken, eh? Yeah, getting it down,
Heine's have brought out water.
I've got warm water. They didn't really have a drinks break not the drinks break, sorry, the tea break, because South Africa were bowled out. Then they kind of had about 10 minutes and then they went straight back into it, which is why this session is still going.
So how long did they last, South Africa?
Up till 49 overs.
Wow.
So the off-stump once again left alone there.
Pretty slow scoring rate, isn't it?
I mean, that's the thing. Latham actually, he was going very slow for a start, but he normally does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And then he cranks it up, but then he did end up losing his wicket very recently. But also, Rabada has not bowled any no balls yet, which is good because he had about 10 in one spell for India, or in the game up against India.
Oh, I'm just reading the scoreboard.
For all the scores. You like that little
very nice.
Fancy, isn't it?
Oh,
that was close.
So did Henry bowl as good as his stats?
He found that line and length early, and he just kept on going. Yep, that'll do. And also, his mum drinking Guinness Clear as well. Says BAL. No. It is a good old Heineken, but because the bottle's green, it means that it does end up disappearing.
Yeah, because of the thing behind us.
Yeah, the big old green screen.
Yeah.
Looks like a nice ground, doesn't it, in the background? We were going to send you to this game, weren't we?
Yeah, but with the way things are, they're only allowed, 100 in each section or something.
Yes, but your Melbourne Stars kit, it should be here soon, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's on its way. It left last Friday.
Okay, so it should almost be here. Next live stream that it's here, you're going to wear it?
Of course, yes.
Cap included.
How do you put a cap on these? You put it over the top.
Underneath.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you asked your mum about George and Mildred, I didn't need. And she said...
Of course. They were classic, weren't they? Old George and Mildred.
Mm-hmm.
George was a... yeah. No, you'd have to... I'm sure they'll be on YouTube. You could watch something.
Because I was trying to think of the one with Frank and Betty, which of course
Frank
is...
Spencer.
Yep.
Some mothers do have them.
There you go.
Yep.
She on fire.
Yeah, but Frank Spencer was pretty good.
Awesome.
He was, yeah.
I can't do his voice. Betty.
That's the one. And, of course, Blackadder.
Mm-hmm.
But not all the Blackadder I enjoyed, just some of them.
Have you watched Black Books?
No, what's that?
It's a UK comedy one.
Okay.
We're going to watch them all. Let's say, let's get
going to be busy.
Something happening. Conway out over 30 and Rabada 82 runs. Right. Gareth has been very close with his predictions a couple of times prior.
Is he?
In the South African lineup one. And Guinness Clear was a lame advertising attempt to get people to drink water during Stoptober.
Okay.
I can see why it didn't work. So was it just water in a glass or like in a bottle? They would have been charging plenty for it, wouldn't they? Cheeky buggers.
Yeah.
And also, it doesn't surprise me. I used to watch it with my dad in the early 80s, maybe mid 80s, as and George and Mildred and Roper in there as well.
Yep, that was their last name. And old, who was downstairs, he used to give that guy shit. There was a guy in to get chicks, and the guy, he always used to give a hard time because he said he was gay and all the rest of it, but he wasn't. I think he might have pretended he was gay or something. I don't know.
But he had 2 chicks. Sounds like a party.
He's so English. I have to watch that one.
Oh, that was an awkward shot from Conway. And does Guinness not know their own customers as well? And there says Gareth. And also the first series of Blackadder wasn't very good. And there says BL. And also, just glass or water in a glass. No wonder it didn't work. Like, at least add some flavouring to it or something.
Yeah.
You know? Like, people aren't going to be like, oh, it's $3, but it's a Guinness Clear. We're just going to buy it anyway.
Just because of the name.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we're Kiwis. We don't do that.
No. Oh, we were talking about it earlier on about celebrities and whatnot. And we were saying how, like, in New Zealand, like, you don't really get swamped, do you? Like, people just kind of let you go about your day-to-day life without annoying you.
Yeah. You don't have what you have over in America with them stalking you and that.
And what's on your mum's shirt? Looks a bit like a kangaroo.
It is. It's the Waimate Bowling Club emblem.
Is it kangaroo
No,
or
no,
wallaby?
Wallaby.
And she's a winner.
Am today. Yeah, it's been taken a while, but finally got there.
It would have been quite warm, was it?
No, it was a bit of a cool breeze at times. I mean, I had a jacket to start with, but the sun came out when we finished. Basically, we put our bowls in our bag and the sun came out. And that was the first time the sun was out because it was overcast most of the time.
And to my understanding, Michael Crawford, who played Frank Spencer, immigrated to New Zealand.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
He was also in the opera, Phantom of the Opera.
Is that a musical?
Yep.
Okay, I was just making sure.
He's got a very good singing voice. Does
he sing in the same voice as he uses for Betty?
No.
Okay.
Can you imagine it?
I could, but also, mind you, still have more taste than Aussie lager as well. Still have more taste than Aussie lager. There's a BAO. And also, did South Africa get bowled out for 95 or did they clear? They were bowled out in that one. So, unfortunately for them, not the total they were after. New Zealand moving very close to that total. And also, we have got our American beer as well. Says it, Gareth. But have you noticed we're actually watching it on something different than Spark Sport?
Yeah, I heard you saying it this morning. So there's this on...
This is on the TAB.
So they're showing the cricket for free?
Yep. And you can
and
also...
you've got 29 people watching you.
Yeah, but different countries, of
Yeah,
course.
of course.
But the thing is with this, it's actually ahead of Spark Sport by 30 seconds.
Yeah, I know, because we were watching Spark Sport and you were commentating.
Was I spoiling everything?
Yeah. Oh, there's a wicket. Oh.
And also we have got the Ashish New Zealand will win it. Also, hello, back again. I was a bit disappointed. Bat from South Africa, I should say. And also, yes, South Africa went in quick time. So yeah, they just wanted it over and done with. Wanted to get out on these bowling conditions, perhaps. Make the most of them.
Yeah, but if you want to make the most of them, we're only 2 down.
That's
We've just
true.
about got their total.
All left alone outside of the off stump, didn't reach 100 as well. And also Michael Crawford did all of his own stunts, and some others do have them.
Yeah, no, I had heard that.
Were there some legitimate big stunts?
He did some stupid shit, hey?
Yeah. Car on the cliff?
Yep.
Like he actually...
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I do believe... was he in a motel room or a hotel room upstairs or something, and didn't he fall through the floor or something because of the water or something? Oh, he just made a total mess of the motel. It might have been a boarding house or something, I can't remember, but yeah, totally stuffed it up because water was running everywhere, boards breaking. Oh,
jeez.
Yeah, no, he made a mess of most things. Then he was doing it, DIYing his house. That wasn't a good look.
81 runs for the Kiwis. Are you happy enough with the total that they're working towards?
Oh, well, I think tomorrow's going to be the telling day, isn't it? How many runs they get on the board tomorrow and how many ahead they're going to be.
And also you've got there from chucking in on a Morse or calling Morse, Hamish calling Morse, come in Morse. Do you know Morse? It's not an old show. It's a person from the live streams.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You do?
I do. Do you?
No.
Okay. He's South African.
Oh, okay.
And he normally likes to rack everyone up.
Ah, okay.
So he's not here at the moment, it seems. No.
Where's he gone? Camel.
And also tell me about this Morse as well, says Gareth. And also White Ferns play tomorrow at the same time as the test as well, says Shane.
Oh.
Why would they do that?
Oh, I don't know.
Also, he did a huge stunt where he roller skated behind a car as well, says BAL.
Yeah, he did too, yep.
Jeez.
Yeah, he was... It was pretty silly at times, but he was very funny.
And also Morecambe Mindy.
Oh, yep. Nanu. Sorry.
And also, hey, Ro, thanks for Auntie with us. Auntie, I really miss you.
Oh,
says Rochelle.
So nice of you to say so.
Did you miss the Heinekens or the live stream more?
Actually, I quite enjoyed the live streams in the end. That's why as soon as I got home, I said hello to your dad and got a beer and came in here. Yeah, you get addicted to them, all the chat on. It's just a whole new world, isn't it?
It is.
It is.
It's weird when you think about it, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, but no, a lot of fun.
And also we have got then, we won't see Morse here trucking. He's hiding like a coward when South Africa is not doing well. Also, gosh, he's South Africa as well. So he's his name being big or huge as well. And then also Morecambe Mindy was a spin-off from Happy Days.
There was.
I feel like I'm learning so much.
Oh, the old sitcoms were the best. Happy Days. What else was there?
Dad's Army, apparently.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah. Oh, there's a whole heap of classics that you have to watch. And hopefully you can see some of it on YouTube anyway. They have most things, don't they?
Yeah. Devin Conway. Going good, isn't he? He just scores runs.
He does. He just knows how to score them too.
I mean, we're talking about he got a little bit like the team that bought him in the IPL got a bargain, didn't they?
Especially when you look at what his average was in a strike rate. I mean, and hopefully he goes over there and does what he's good at and proves that he's worth a bit more than that the following year. Because the Aussies didn't get as much as they normally do, did they?
No. Or I know Steve Smith was a big one that missed out. Andrew Tye actually missing out as well, which was kind of surprising.
So Steve Smith missed out completely, or did he get picked up?
I know he missed out. There's a no ball from Rabada, the first one of the day.
Yeah, put the mockers on.
But I know that, who was it? Yeah, Andrew Tye was the leading wicket taker in the BBL almost, but he missed out. They were like, no, see you later. But Steve Smith, he probably will get picked up later, I assume, if they need to fill in spots.
Yeah.
As RNCB will turn up sooner or later as well. And Faulty Towers, another one of John Cleese's great works.
Oh, that was probably the best Faulty Towers.
Mm.
You know.
Oh, was that in the air? Was that a catching opportunity? Or did it not carry?
Not sure.
And I always asking Hamish Bro for how my auntie is asked for show there.
Does he ask it about me all the time?
He does, yes.
Mm-hmm. Must have made an impression.
Did this one carry?
Yep.
Yes, it's another dropped from South Africa. That's 3 now.
3
that they have put down.
You can't keep dropping them.
And loved Happy Days, says Nov Mum there.
Yeah, Happy Days. What about Chachi? The spin-off called Chachi?
Chachi. Is that like Charlie and Archie?
No, Scott Baio and Joni, Richie's sister. They had a spin-off series. Nov Mum will know.
I was like, how many wickets? Oh, how many overs remaining today play? I believe at most, with where we are sitting, they can have another 9 overs. I don't know whether or not they will go for all 9 though, or whether we only go till 6 or maybe 6:30.
Charles in charge. See how you... Yeah, that's the one.
And also, I hope the IPL is back in India this year. I'm sick of Abu Dhabi. And it's like an atmosphere, as I says BAL there. And what's that? In the 30th over, says Gareth. Oh,
and
it was.
Joni loves Chachi. I think they're both.
Oh, tell you what. Looking through Gareth's prediction, right?
Yep.
It was Conway out, bowled by or over 30 by Rabada, and they'd be on 82 runs.
Wow.
And he got dropped. And it would have been pretty much there.
Yeah.
Gareth's a mind reader.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't give me lotto numbers.
Well, it's not good. Why not?
Oh, they didn't know they were shagging off set in real life, says VAL.
Yeah, they were. Of course they were. But not now.
It was like Timber.
Wasn't he a naughty boy? Wasn't he a bit?
Naughty boy.
Yeah. No, he did shit he shouldn't have. I don't know.
Oh, that's again down the ground for just.
Could have been hearsay though.
And Joni loves Chachi.
Yeah, did they get married in that? I don't know. I can't remember. And on the program, Joni was Richie Cunningham's sister. Richie Cunningham was the main guy in Happy Days. He's Ron Howard, you know, the director, producer. No, Ginger. No, still none the wiser. Ron Howard's a pretty good director. He's directed some good movies. He was Richie in Happy Days. What about the Fawns? Henry Winkler. The Fawns. Potsy. Right. Gonna have to educate you, aren't I?
And are you and Moran was Joni as well?
Yeah, she was.
And there at Amish Bro tomorrow morning is very crucial for New Zealand because pitch some good as batting at day 2. What's your thoughts? I know that they did say that the pitch is going to get a lot better for batting the later in this test match that it goes.
Oh, okay.
So for New Zealand to be sticking it out here almost with a lead over South Africa with a little bit of time left to tell Hamish about the Fawns as well.
The Fawns, yeah. Leather jacket, had all the girls.
Is he on the Blues Brothers?
Don't think so.
Okay, sorry.
No, he was in Happy Days.
Is he like, he'd probably be at like New Yorker, is he? Yeah, forget about it. Like kind of that thing, is it?
Yeah.
Sunglasses?
I don't know if he didn't need to wear sunglasses. He had a leather jacket and jeans.
Okay.
He was cool. White t-shirt and the Fawns.
Also, they ask your mum to make a big call for Super Rugby.
Oh, he's fine.
Well, I guess, who do you think's going to win it? Or who do you think will get in the top 4 that wouldn't be expected to?
You wouldn't expect to. Probably Moana Pacific, but they're not going to, are they?
That would be a very big call.
They more they play, they might get better. Oh yeah, Laverne and Shirley. Yes, it's another spin-off of Happy Days. Still none the wiser, are you?
And he's too young to know the Fonz as well.
Of course he is.
He's
But I'll show him some YouTube.
Who goes, "You're talking to me"?
You're talking to me. I don't know. Someone is.
Here's another one. Not a comedy though. Prisoner.
Sorry. Yeah, the Aussie one. Best series ever. Aussie Prisoner.
Okay.
Then they tried to bring it out, a remake, and didn't like that one.
What year's The Prisoner from?
I'd say 80s.
Geez, that's a while.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
Yeah. 80s, 90s.
Okay.
Yeah, very good program with Queen Bee and the Ferguson, what they call it? Her Veritits or something.
Veritits.
Or something like that.
That was my nickname in high school.
Eh? What?
It's a good shot.
Oh, no, it was Vinegar Tits.
Vinegar Tits.
Or something like that.
What a fun name.
It was, yeah. She was a prison guard.
I see. And also, you're talking to me was Robert De Niro and Taxi Driver. That'll be it. Does that count as another dropped opportunity? That's only about a half one. Good thing they gave it to Mark Hamill in the end. That's for, he did mention a little bit earlier on, Howard auditioned for the part of Luke Skywalker. Sorry, I jigging my leg, aren't I?
No, that would have been wrong, wouldn't it? Ron Howard?
Wentworth.
Oh, yeah. Nah, I don't really like Wentworth, but Prisoner, way back in the day, that was the program.
Was it?
Oh yeah, it was good for a program back then.
Do you think it's on Netflix?
Don't think so.
Do you think if it was, you would have already seen it?
Yeah, there are 79 to 86.
Long one.
Prisoner Cell Block H. Yeah.
Prisoners. It wouldn't be that one. Would it?
Well, it's an Aussie soap from way back.
What's the Aussie website that they have? Not BBC. They have something else, don't they?
Oh, the not Fox. It's the other one, isn't it? Yeah. 9? No, not 9. 9's too new. Yeah, no, can't know. Currently now 91 for 2 here. 40 Black Caps. Doing all right. Doing all right.
Happy enough.
Cindy Williams also auditioned for Princess Leia. Oh.
Who's that?
Cindy Williams is either Laverne or Shirley. I can't remember which, I think.
Yeah. I see.
And the other one was, no. Wasn't the other, the other one turned into she was a director as well. She did New Year's Eve, I think.
That's the one about New Year's Eve. And the comedy. / rom-com, isn't it?
Yeah.
The hyper random people in it.
Yeah.
That you like very much.
Zac Efron.
And I was like, okay, John Bon Jovi, is he in that one?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, I knew something. And I was like, hey, and your mum, I hope your day is going well. It is indeed. It's quite warm, isn't it?
It is now. Yep.
Which is always nice.
It is.
Bit of heat. Keep the blood flowing.
Yes. There's the blood. I suppose if the blood flows, so do you.
Yeah. Okay. Now something needs to happen. So wild call Conway out to Janssen over 37, 103 runs caught by a pull shot by Ollie Third. So that's a very specific call. If he gets it right, what will we do?
So it's Hamish Rutherford was playing this test match or not after 7 years. He came back to New Zealand squad.
He's not in this test match, but he might get a chance in the second, maybe. Although it does depend on Young.
Right.
Yeah,
Did you swallow a fly?
Nah, just the voice.
Oh, okay.
I sound like a Hoover. We don't call them Hoovers over here, do we? I'm not used to talking for 6.5 hours. So I think Gareth is a time traveler. So he could be. He won't tell me who's gonna do certain things though to make us some money. Because then we'll buy a bigger green screen.
You'd buy a house, would you?
I think green screen would be a good stepping stone.
New house would be.
And I actually watch the BGR Tour on TV, not too often. Like if it's on and it's like one of the only things on, I would consider watching it. But I'm normally, like if I'm not watching rugby or cricket, I'm probably watching stuff other than sport. Or rugby league as well gets the watching, get a little bit of the watching in. Is that on this weekend? The rugby league, the NRL preseason. I'm going to have a look.
All right.
You want to support the Warriors with me? Go on.
Is it worth it?
I just lose, but it's all right.
I see the old Phoenix are going all right.
Yeah.
Bottom of the table earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're about fifth. Might be fifth.
And a Hoover, it's the 21st century, mate. It's all about the Dyson as well. Yeah, Hoover was weird, wasn't it?
Vacuums are called Hoovers only in England. Okay.
See, I don't call them Hoovers.
No, we call them Luxes.
I think that was because I was panicking because I was about to choke.
Yeah.
So I was like, right, Hoover will do.
Yeah. No, we always call it a Lux, not a vacuum.
Right, I've got the NRL preseason. It's in 1 day, 1 hour. The Warriors, they are going to be playing on the day that is the Saturday. They're playing Storm versus Warriors. We can't do it though because we've got Super Rugby.
Have we?
Yeah.
You?
Oh, I've got Super Rugby. You could do the Warriors game if you like.
What? You'd be in the background.
Well, you can do it from the kitchen table. We'll get you an office, get your PC and trial games, mate. And there's is it trials, not preseason? Or preseason trial, probably same thingy. And the NRL it's starting up 21 days. We're going to do any NRL, me and the mums there. Do you like the NRL?
State of Origin.
State of Origin, you do like that, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
I could wear my blue shirt.
You could? Oh, you do actually have one.
I do.
Get your Warriors kit.
Where do I put that? Oh, no, that's a jersey. I got my jersey, haven't I? Hoodie. Hoodie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, Hamish, let me guess, you're older than 30 years old. Yep. I'm 86. I've got the need a loan to buy a Dyson as well. Expensive ones, aren't they?
They are. They're like
Dyson.
not as bad as the Kirby, so Kirby's are real expensive.
Is that the one with the face on it?
What, the Kirby?
Yeah.
What do you mean, what face?
Henry the Hoover, that's what that one is. Everyone knows. Maybe not. And also, but I think tissues are still Kleenex everywhere. And also, we've got that hi from Henry Samuel. Welcome into live stream. And also, auntie, your favourite New Zealand actor or actress you're watching the movie?
New Zealand actor?
You like Russell Crowe? Oh.
No. I like Curtis in Shortland Street, whatever his name is.
Is he the one on Head High as well?
Yeah, Head High as well, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
I can never remember his name.
I have a question. If it was Australia, a male actor from Australia, that's harder, isn't it? Because you like your Hemsworth.
All right.
You probably don't mind a Hugh Jackman.
No.
Don't like him.
Oh, he's all right, but...
So would you say your favourite's a Liam or a Chris Hemsworth? Probably Chris, isn't it?
No, I quite like the old-fashioned dude. He was in a movie I was watching the other day. Oh, what's his handle?
And also we have got the that's Henry the Hoover. As I'm hearing, he looks like an elephant as well. Says Gareth there, and also Super Bowl was good on Monday. And there says Shane, I did end up watching a little bit of it, but me and George ended up doing other things. Well, that one as well. Did you want to live stream my 40th birthday next year? Jokes, you do enough screen time as well, says Chris L. Be an interesting one. 40th birthday, a reaction to the 40th. Oh no. And it's going to be the uncle who's fallen over. He's gone down. It's unfortunate. He shouldn't have had 7 beverages.
No.
When he knows he can only handle 3. It's a comedian who wears a whole Henry Hoover as a mask here. It's and also, hey, Henry Samuel, how's it going, my friend? Says Ollie Wilson. But currently they are sitting 98 for 2 here for the Black Cats. So they are leading this game by 3 runs. There's still a little bit of time left in this matchup. Who is going to lose their wicket before the end of the day, Mumsy?
No one.
No one?
No.
But if they were going to, who would it be?
Nickel.
Okay, you heard it here first. Henry Nichols to lose his wicket before the end of the day.
Jesus.
I am joking. That is what the media do. Hey, Aussie actors were the first 2 that pop up. And Hugh Jackman.
Yeah.
At the league side once again now. And they will be taking the nice easy 2 there for Nichols. He's actually sitting on 27 and also 100% respect for the Warriors with what they have gone through to keep playing in the NRL with the COVID restrictions placed on them. Yeah, that is true. When did they leave New Zealand? And they've still been it's like 2 years? Maybe a bit less, year and a bit. Something like that. And they're just still yeah. They just keep on going, don't they?
They do.
And I think that's similar to what we saw for maybe someone like an Argentina for the rugby side of it. How you don't hear them complain about it. They just do it.
Yeah.
They go, right, we want to play the sport, so we're going to be there. As scoreboard stop, it did for a little bit, but now it has updated itself. Once again, a New Zealand virtual win test for number 1 from just day 1. And there says it was Dan DeCastro. And also, do you win anything or play better than you did or did you win anything or play better than you did last time for the Bulls?
Yeah, we won both our games, and I did play better. Yeah.
They gave you a big cash prize of $10,000.
Really?
No.
I missed out on that one.
Did they give you a biscuit though?
Oh, the afternoon tea was to die for. What do we have? There were sandwiches, egg sandwiches, and club sandwiches. There was this really nice caramel square thing.
Now you're
and I'm
speaking
getting
the
the recipe
language.
for that. They're going to send me with that.
Really?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. There you go.
And they had a banana loaf or a banana cake with chocolate icing because it was someone's birthday.
Ah. How old were they turning?
One of the young ones, 40.
Ooh. And also New Zealand now take the lead as well. There's a show they have indeed. They've got the lead by about 6. Oh, that's more than 6. That is going to be whipping it away. And now they are leading by, it will be 6 runs that they lead by, even though that's not right because the scoreboard has taken a little bit of a sleep. So it is only sitting on 100. They lead by 10 at the moment.
That time of day, though, it's been a long day.
But for the scorers. So you know what? We won't worry about it. And my favourite Hugh Jackman reference is when on Despicable Me 2, Kristen Wiig mocks practice Aussie accent saying his name, anti-villain league sending her down under as well. I like sitting like this because it's comfy.
But I can't think of that dude's name.
We head to the league side once again. They're getting quite a few runs in the recent times.
Don't you hate it when people put you on the spot and your mind just goes blank?
What was the movie called?
Oh, he's been in shitloads of movies.
Okay, what was the one called that you watched?
It was one of the, I don't know. We started watching it on Sunday night.
My favourite animated movie. Everyone loves a Minion, don't they? I don't think I know of any woman over the age of 40 who doesn't love a Minion.
Oh, yeah, no, Minions are all right. But Shrek's got to be the favourite, doesn't it?
Does it? Is that because of all the sexual innuendos that kids don't understand?
Oh, it's just because of all the adult innuendos that kids don't understand.
And also, Donna, we have all missed you, by the way. What happened with the Proteas when they were batting? They just lost a lot of wickets in a hurry, unfortunately for them. It was actually Matt Henry getting 7 wickets.
Yeah.
And that's without Trent Bolt in the side.
Well, see, I looked at the score at one stage and it was 41 for 4. And that was before we started playing bowls. And because we play right through, I couldn't check it until after 4 o'clock. And I saw that they were 95 all out. And I was thinking, and then I saw Matt Henry got 7. What a man.
He did very well.
Who needs Trent Bolt?
What's that guy who acted as Bilbo in The Hobbit?
I didn't watch any of those movies.
Bilbo. He's the Bilbo man.
Bilbo.
And also Matt Henry happened as well, and Martin Freeman. There you go. That must be who it was.
Bilbo?
And also well done on a great day one, New Zealand Black Caps as well. You are building a huge mountain for South Africa to have to climb. This is Josh Pike. Someone actually mentioned to me the last time that South Africa lost a test match to New Zealand was 2004.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
We don't play them that often, but 2004 would have been Klusner and all those ones, wouldn't it? Herschel Gibbs and Klusner and Dale Steyn he may not have been playing back then. They had some pretty good Donald, the fast bowler. Donald. That was his last name.
Duck.
No, that was his last name. Alan Donald, that was the name.
And yeah, Australia, what about Martin Freeman? Isn't he Australian? And they're all, Donna, what about Martin Freeman? Do you know Martin Freeman?
No idea who he is.
You have a look at him. He's probably, you'll be like,
him.
Mm-hmm. I know him.
Oh, is he Australian, is he?
Is he? He was in Love Actually, wasn't he?
I think he was, wasn't
he? Yeah. And also, did I just hear your mum say, loads? Yeah, she does swear a little bit, don't you?
No.
But that's all right.
No.
I can bleep it as what I'll tell people, but really I'll just leave it. And I was like, Alan, as I was striking down under, and I was like, Glenn Phillips and Finn Allen need to play in our test team. Got to go. Got to look ahead. As well as Chris Howard.
Yeah, they'll get a chance. But
how old is Glenn Phillips?
Mid-20s?
Is he?
Early 20s?
South African. Just like the rest of it.
Another one.
Yeah.
Add it to the list.
Is she based as well?
I've only had one beer.
I'm going to.
I can get another one though.
She can. It's the donation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was the
donation.
Donation equals one Heineken for the mumsy and her Heineken beer fund.
Yeah, and I get quite thirsty very quickly.
110 overs. 110 runs at the moment. Also washing mouth out with soapy water, Mum.
Really?
You're probably lucky you didn't get an F off right.
Very lucky.
And also maybe it's a lighting. Soy, rosy cheeks as well. Says Dana Castro. Or soy, rosy cheeks there.
I've been playing bowls. It was reasonably hot, and it is hot in here, isn't it?
Yeah, I had one patch where the light went weird, and I was red as everything, and then I moved my hand and it went fine. You know, You just type in old Australian actors.
Yeah.
Is Russell Crowe Australian?
No, they only get him every now and again.
Okay, that's all right then.
Yeah, Brian Brown.
Brown.
Yeah, he's quite a high case.
He was born in 1947.
Oh, he's a bit old too. That's why I put old.
I feel like Russell Crowe would look at that and be like, "What's Chris Hemsworth's on the old
list?"
Yeah, on the old list. There you go. And Evan Conway sitting on 35. Can he bring up the half century? For the end of the day, it's a pull shot. He's hit it well, struck it beautifully, and it does end up racing down to the man at finally. I bet Hamish swears like a trooper off screen. Yeah.
He does.
Yeah. All the time.
It's disgusting.
Oh, yes. I just, I'm like, oi, mum, did you cook me the effing dinner?
And I go, F off.
Yes, it's very nice. It's a friendly environment.
Very friendly.
And also we have got there, did you ever watch Mind Your Language as Nov Mum?
Oh, jeez. That was quite a hard case on that because half of them couldn't speak English. Was that the one? And they had big hair.
Big hair. Oh, that's a good ball.
Yeah, no, John Travolta wasn't in that one, was he? He was in another one. Vinny, what was that in?
Vinny.
John Travolta, Vinny.
Vinny sounds like a dude who would wear a bloody leather vest. Leather jacket.
Leather jacket, yeah.
And glasses.
Strutted, no, I didn't have glasses.
You're talking to me.
Yeah. I don't know if that wasn't Mind Your Language. That was some other sitcom, wasn't it? Nov Mum will be able to suss that one out.
I wonder where he gets it from. So this is VAL. George. Also, my favourite Aussie was Jim Jeffries. As but he's less funny since moved to the USA. And there's Janssen and pull shot foreboding or forebodying. 11 minutes remaining or 1 over behind at the
Welcome
moment.
back, Cotter. Yeah, that's the one.
What they're on to it.
Oh, they are. You know.
Vinny
Jones.
Barbarino.
Yeah.
Barbarang. He lost his wicket.
Who said that?
Devon Conway's gone. Ladies and gentlemen, right before the end of the day, Devon Conway said goodbye. I'm here to know. Devon Conway, he's gone on 36 in the end off a total of how many balls did he face? He faced 76 balls.
And inside edge.
Inside edge, unlucky for him there, but it happens. I also like Norman Gunston.
He was a bald guy with toilet paper on his face all the time. Was that Norman Gunston?
And also to Janssen as well. It was Janssen who did end up getting him in the end. Now we're going to see how close the prediction was. Right. So we did have there Conway out to Janssen over 37. Yep.
Oh.
Sounds about right. And also caught on the pull shot by Oli Fur. So it was everything but the pull shot. And also they're sitting on 111, so they got a few more runs, but it's still a very good prediction.
I like Gareth.
Currently, we've got 11 minutes left of the day.
11.
6:30 is the latest that they're allowed to play.
Be 2 overs.
Yeah. Good. It's very relaxing in here, isn't it?
It is, actually.
And also, he was a weird Aussie who flew around the outback in a DC-3, which stands for Dakar 3.
Fair enough.
It is very comfy.
So Devon Conway, our South African, gets replaced by Neil Wagner, another South African.
And also,
South Africa.
Bloody Time Lord that Gareth is dragging down under ears.
Don't save his predictions. Then we'll never know.
Oh, that would be harsh. I want to know.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Gareth.
And that's a plane as well. He is from South Africa. So he's doing this all at about 7 a.m. in the morning as well.
Oh, is he?
Yep, from staying up all night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, most popular or unpopular opinion, but local sport is better to watch than professional sport. Xavier, I would agree to some extent other than the camera angles. Like in terms of like, it's good being there, but then also it's weird. Some regards, I prefer watching, like if I was watching rugby, I'd prefer watching it on TV. But then I love the atmosphere of the ground just because you can you get the replays and everything. And it's kind of like you can actually see what's going on from a distance, you know? And also Time Left says, Gareth, I believe we have only got around 10 minutes or so left. And Travolta turned out good since Cotter as well. Some great smart movies, not like Vinny Dummy as well, Phenomenon, and Michael Swordfish, etc., etc. And there you go.
Wow.
I feel like so many of these names are going to go straight through.
Yeah.
You know, and the movies and the TV shows.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna need a quiz.
Yeah.
Keep me alert. And also we have got there, we give a few good players to New Zealand as well. Says Kevin, yeah. You're very generous in that regard.
Yeah.
Another over almost done there. And Oliver, I should say. You know, Wagner getting a little bit of short stuff. He would have been expecting it though. When you bowl, he didn't actually bowl pretty much any short stuff though. He didn't need to.
Well, if you don't need to, you don't need to.
And I'd rather watch an amateur Sunday League soccer game than an overpaid Premier League game. See, I feel like, football for me, I do enjoy watching like just classic old like Sunday League, get down there, have a kick son. Don't kick your son though. That's not allowed. Unless he's on the other team.
Is that right?
Yep. Then no mercy. You streaming the IPL, says Xavier Brown. I think I want to. It's 3 a.m. games. Mum will be up with me for it, won't you, Mumsy?
No.
No?
No, I enjoy my sleep too much.
Sleep is good.
That is when you can sleep properly.
LBW this over, says Gareth there. And I assume that's the next over we are talking for that one. But also we have got there. But then again, I'd rather watch paint dry than soccer anytime.
No. If you know the players, I think it makes a difference. If you don't know who the hell they are. But some of these guys get paid a lot of money to. And some of some of the shots at goal and goals that they get are incredible. But
did you hear about Ben Cutting in the IPL?
No, something about fingers.
Yeah.
Just abusing one another. And I saw the headlines, but didn't they get...
They got 15% fine, someone said earlier on. And they gave us Marnus Labuschagne as well. And yeah, I know that they get really annoyed when I say Labuschagne, though, even though that's how he says his last name, because it's actually Labuschagne in South African or in Afrikaan.
Okay.
But because he says it Labuschagne, I say Labuschagne, and then everyone's like, oi, you Kiwi. That's not how you say it. And Travolta Agewell, I love it. I especially love Phenomenon. Incredible movie. And also compared to Saturday Night Fever, Grease Kerry when a young heartthrob. And there's Wagner LBW to Janssen. Okay.
Don't save that
I saved that one. You got to save it.
I do.
He's not on strike. It's all right. They've actually done pretty well for overrate so far, because theoretically, South Africa, we could say they had 50. New Zealand are going to be 38 with one more over left.
No.
So that would be, they're only going to be one short for the day. It's a comfy room, isn't it? And do you like basketball?
Used to watch it all the time, the American stuff, but I haven't watched a lot, to be honest, lately.
We've got a video, don't we?
Oh.
Of me, George, and Mum playing NBA 2K20.
Oh, that was fun, wasn't it?
Oh, it was, yes. It hasn't been released on the channel.
Oh, you're still going to release it.
Don't know. We'll wait and see how it goes. We'll have to censor a bit.
Oh, you will, because there's a lot of swearing by George.
Yes, just George.
Just George.
And only George.
And only George.
No one else would have said anything.
No, shouldn't have.
No. Currently 114 for 3. Are you happy?
I would have preferred Conway to still be there, but yeah, they've done all right, haven't they?
Oh, yes.
Not a bad start. They had a lot better start than what they did against Bangladesh.
That is true. Nichols sitting on 36 at the moment. Wagner, he is going to be on strike. Oh, that's a good ball, although he's coming around the wicket.
Yeah.
So that will mean that LBW is going to be very tough to get. So I feel like he's trying to jinx you, Gareth.
Good. No.
I mean, even if it's Wagner out in this over. Yeah, he did have earlier on cheekily put him Wagner out to Janssen.
Oh, come on.
And also we have got there, did you know that when basketball first started, they didn't have a hole in the basket and they just had to get a step ladder out every time they scored? Really?
See, I watched the basketball when it was, Magic Johnson and Larry Bird and all those ones. They were Abdul.
He's got a hard name, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, big tall fella. They're all pretty tall, but that was the good stuff to watch. LA Lakers versus Boston Celtics. That was the teams to watch. They were cool.
Did your school like league? We didn't actually really have.
No, we didn't play it.
No, we didn't really have it. We had people would play touch league at lunchtime and whatnot.
Yeah,
but nothing too not too formal, I guess. And Peach Basket, when Nye Smith invented BKL, and a Canadian, by the way. And there, that was well bowled by Janssen. He's actually a tall individual as well. He is taller than Kyle Jamieson.
Is he?
Yep.
Okay.
I think someone said about 2 meters and 9.
Why is he not playing basketball then?
He likes cricket, doesn't he? He's only 21.
Well, Joel Garner and there's another tall dude, Curtly Ambrose and all those sort of fellas. They were quite tall to be bowlers, weren't they? But it was more the height it was coming down at, wasn't it?
Extra bit of angle, extra bit of pop.
Yeah.
And then it can get you in a little bit of trouble as well. Wagner now leaves that one alone outside of the off stump, and that will be the end of the over. I think they've got time for one more.
Yeah, that's one that
By the looks of it. And also we have got their baby team can't be the Kiwis as well as their sports world. And also was this other game you were going to send Donna to, as well says Robert? It was indeed, although restrictions then unfortunately kicked in.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're allowed 100 per area. Sir Richard Hagley's there.
Yeah, I saw that.
But other than that, yeah, I think it was going to be a bit trickier, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
But her Melbourne Stars
kit's on its way.
It's on its way. It's about to arrive, hopefully, before the second test match, because it's coming from Australia, isn't it? So shipping's just nah.
It's a bit slow.
And also we have got the can't get them all as well, says Gareth. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Now we don't believe you. No. No, he's done very well. Like, if he was a betting man, he would have made plenty from those first few predictions. Yep. Lead by 19 at the moment. One of my favourite childhood TV shows was Sooty and Sweep.
Oh, yep.
And also and the Wombles.
Yep.
Play School, and of course Sesame Street.
Yeah, no, they were all pretty cool. Which was the one that didn't speak? Was it Sweep? They were puppets. Basil Brush.
So they were puppets.
Sooty and Sweet. They were wee teddy bear puppets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. One didn't say too much, and the other one talked all the time.
Right.
I think. And it was Basil Brush, wasn't it? Yeah. And the Wombles, used to love the Wombles. There was a kid at school that could draw them. Is
that the one with the pink and the blue?
Orinoco and Wellington and Madame Tussauds.
That was almost out.
Uncle Bulgaria.
Uncle Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Interesting. I know that there was one show that had pink and blue, and it got restricted to 16 plus because it was like, because they were saying like, oh, it's boys are blue and girls are pink, so they had to make it 16 plus or something. What one was that? Yeah, Basil and Brush was another one, and also we have got there, that was the Basil Brush show. And also I saw somewhere that AFL went to New Zealand team in Auckland as well. I've got a few of the Sesame Street ones.
I used to have a Madame Tussauds too, a Womble. But
is that why it's called Madame Tussauds, for the wax figures?
No, spelled differently, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when Sue got pregnant and didn't know if it was Sooty or Sweep who was the father as well, says BAL?
No, I didn't remember that one, but obviously you did.
I think that was another drop catch attempt.
Yeah, it was.
From South Africa. And also, what was the what's Kiwi Lad? Oh, that was the what's Kiwi Lad. Yeah, the what's.
The what's. Oh, is that what you're thinking of?
Yeah. And how many overs remaining today? We have got 2 balls left in the day, and then it is going to be all finished for this one. But then we have still got our lineups videos coming out for Super Rugby that will be coming a little bit later on, probably around that 8 p.m. mark or somewhere around there. I just have to edit them.
Okay.
I actually filmed them during the lunch break.
Yeah.
Yeah, all on for young and old. Wicket coming in?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
But I didn't get the last bloody prediction right.
And Wagner on strike. Olivier bowls it. It's a good ball. It's going to be whipped off the pads for just a single, and we are not doing too badly. So this is Petty Wagon. Yeah, it's good innings from the Black Cats. They lost the 3 wickets, of course, but they have still been able to get the total. They lead by 21, and the second day they are going to have plenty of time to really build up to that total of maybe over a 300-run lead.
Oh, you'd want to be, yep.
Or at least, to be fair, even a lead of 200 at this point in time would be quite nice.
Yeah, because I think Saturday it's supposed to be raining here, so is it going to...
90% on Saturday and then 70% Sunday.
Oh, okay.
And if I say bungle, will that ring a bell to your mum?
Bungle? It does, but why does it?
Oh,
good last ball.
It was a very nice last ball from Olivier, but that will be the end of the day's play, and New Zealand sitting 116 for 3 off 39 overs. They lead by 21 going into the next session of the day. It is going to be tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Or is it? They've still got time for one more.
Oh, they're running.
Plot twist.
No, they're going off.
No, they're gone.
Yeah. No stuff, yes, I'm going.
George Zippy and Bungle.
George Zippy and Bungle. What was the program?
As I still have no idea what Zippy was supposed to be. Is it on there? And also we have got After Sums. I'm going to watch Faulty Towers. You put me in that mood. Probably watch the Germans first. Beyond Classic as well, says Dan DeKesser. I'm getting closer to being able to drive as well, says Betty Wagon, which is awesome news. So hopefully do end up getting that license at some stage, skidding around the corners and doing handbrakes and revving it up, donuts, picking up the woman.
I'm going to have to Google rainbow now. Just
that whole list of things I've never done.
Yeah.
And rainbow is on there, and it's seen every episode 100 times. As on there, says Dan DeCastro. But nonetheless, thank you all very much for tuning into today's play. We have been going for 7.5 hours. If you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We will be back in the future, possibly tomorrow. I believe we will have you here for the last session of the day.
Maybe the last session. I think I've got to work a bit longer than I normally do because I went home early.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming.
No worries.
Yeah, nonetheless, thank you all very much for tuning in. Thank you, mate, for having us. No worries at all.
No worries.
And also, thanks so much, and Donna says, Gareth. So 11 a.m. tomorrow is when it is going to be happening for the first session.
Yeah, I'm going to have to Google a few programs tonight, I feel.
And also, with their second most watched Brit show for me was the IT Crowd. I have to show you that one. You didn't actually like that, did you?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Richard Ayawadi, afro glasses, perm glasses.
Perm.
Yeah.
Get a perm.
And also 7.5 hours. And how many sixes we had? A whole total of 0.
Wow.
Nailed it. And 12 p.m. my time, says Gareth and A. Hamish. How is your day going today? It's going very well. We've just about finished our cricket live stream. We have got the videos coming out later on for the Super Rugby lineups, and good spelling, says Betty, for the thank you, Matre, for having us as well.
You're welcome.
Also, thanks, says Dan Nicosa. But yeah, nonetheless, thank you all very much for tuning in.
Yep.
And we will see you all for the next one.